Shh. generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every enemy list. Wiretap. Databanks. Dossiers. Medical records. Social security number. Credit record. National security.
Another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin, had a cutaway spot.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Terrain adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is already less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would starter these jerks? The first full-time clock and serial microphone rocker. I used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal, profile and beguile while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree red circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while it returns surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found this pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into apparition. Place it back into the skin, now it's What's the ghost in the shell? Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets is I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to suffer you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rapping to my crew. I'm a good scientist in a world gone cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Like my little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, got to work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, let it work it work. Come on, jiggle.
Hegemonic sentences through cavalcades of reminiscence, the dark soul mentions crevices of insight, appendages of tripwire reverence. The gun hill legend brandish your weapons for Armageddon. Headless corrections for willing participants before the line finishes. I got shadow grimace, the obscene dream with human chaos for the pilot smoke screen. Combined with the best wishes, master attacks, intended full advanced craft methods that were highly adapted to the presence, sharpening psyche, which often might be construed as badly used or beautiful looks and like to mirror the schism unseen hidden. The newest eyes cast shadows into the bluest skies until the Tory Allegory brought to the kings before me as a sacred justice plotted to misinform the whole decorous within construction. Nano-nets filaments hidden secret touch, mystified by the comfortable, united by inner struggle. Hidden a bundle of scar-ridden enigmas. Now the claws risen. Man is up with cheeky. With this sight disease praying to the east, not to the man-made structures, but to the rising of the sun. A comparison of those diligent military legs rushing around in any direction. Misperception and prism seem bad design. That's the vision from the unlikely incision to the makeshift minions of bad decisions. I'm pressing danger to the head skill, kicking fixes to hidden cages you can't unstage just cause I'm live and in the basement with bones hidden all chrome, hidden with clones. Like a programmed metal skull covered in the hard routinely cycled by a metronome. Bones are collected to make me feel like the connection is real. Not only steel can sharpen steel. They hit the revolution.
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I see that there's not that many people here, so I will engage with the chat here and see who's all out here for your boy. I mean, not too many out here for the boy. Out here, and it's been a very tiring month. Very little love given this month. I mean, for sure. You know, in terms of the grind, in terms of fasting, praying, doing all of that type of stuff. I mean, very tiring sequence of events. Very tiring to incorporate this show into all of that. I mean, so I really greatly appreciate the people who were here, and trying to relate to the show material. Even though we switch times very early in the morning, we have tons of very important themes to bring you guys. Cutting edge material planned here that are in the works here. I mean, so I greatly appreciate you guys joining us here this morning. Made by Machine Bop 2. Make sure you guys check out on the other channel. Incredible special that I did exposing the Zionist cuckery of the major YouTubers, right, in the sphere, right, including Andrew Wilson, right? We got penis versus vagina, Theos Trinity, exactly. I mean, you must train the Kundalingis. Male versus female. Yes. Unfortunately, you know, um, you know, you got young versus old, black versus white, male versus female, all sorts of useless forms of division. I mean, light versus darkness. We'll go over that in the Tao Te Ching, right? Definitely. Which one is which? Inquisitive. 5-speed. All suit. Yeah, blessings, homie. I hear you. Fake marriage. Yeah, people are fucking cowards out here. You know what I mean? Straight up. I mean, insane cowardice going on. I mean, blessings. I'm glad that you're safe, homie. I mean, don't ever feel shy to reach out to the homie. The Machine Lies. I got the email posted. I got the Discord. I won't post the Discord yet. We'll wait till more people show up. There's only 3 people in here. It says 3. Holler if you're here, man. Holler if you're here with the boy. 3 people. 4 people now. 4 people here, folks. 7:30 a.m. I mean, I think this is the lowest turnout I've had, with 3 viewers. Blessings, I mean, but I greatly appreciate you guys. Yeah, you gotta love your family. You gotta love God. I mean, you gotta be thankful for the things that are going on out here. I mean, we're thankful for the life. I mean, for sure. I mean, what's up, brother? Good to see you, my friend. I mean, peace be with you, my brother. So that's the entire chat. Nobody's here today. I mean, well, it's okay. I mean, we'll try to engage later, right? But in terms of the various sequence of themes and ideas that I have, it's rather unfortunate that we couldn't get more people in here, right? Because I'm willing to set up on a number of themes that I consider vastly important, and I will break them down in maybe a very stupefying manner since there's nobody here. Most people who catch this may be catching this later, right? So so the 2 themes I really want to deal with is about this idea of being and time, right? Obviously, Heidegger tried to link the ideas of being and time together, right? But the ideas of being and time, as I said, there's a dialectic of nature versus time. And what it really boils down to is a sort of, undermining, okay, of the ontological scope for the teleological scope, right? A forfeiture of the idea of being, right? Or the essence of things, right? For the form of things, right? Right? So you're putting time above nature, you're putting form above mind, right? Or essence, right? And this allows us to partake in a sort of philosophy, okay, that can allow all sorts of ideals to emerge, right? Right. And one of the ideals that set to emerge is the idea of the mind changing nature through time, right? And this concept of evolution and change being linked together, right? Okay. Now, in terms of the primordial, right? In terms of oneness and being, okay, there is no change. Okay, there's no future, right? Okay. Whatever it takes to create something in the future is there now, right? So being, it totally eclipses change and becoming, right? Because things have their primordial essence intact, right? Now, how did man come to develop these ideas? Okay. Now, within the technological scope, right? Remember, I was explaining that we have certain ideas emerging, like techno nihilism, right? We have certain ideas emerging, like accelerationism, right? We have certain ideas emerging, like scientific misanthropy, scientific anti-humanism, transhumanism, right? Okay. And of course, we have the idea of antinomianism, Sabbateanism, dispensationalism, and Kabbalistic inversion, right? All of these notions, okay, have as their central theme, right? Right. The idea of mastery of nature through time, right? A manipulation of nature through time, right? Yeah, blessings. It's a 5-speed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Popularity contest, right? Without any positive purpose of actually holding a forum, right? Guided with the vehicle for discourse within that forum is independent research. Impossible to find on YouTube. Right? Very fascinating stuff, folks. How is that possible, right? So many voices and nobody makes sense, right? But I'm dealing with these ideas of chaos and emergence, right? Now, if there's no essence, okay, if there's no change to anything, right? Okay, with essence, there's no change, right? Right, but without essence, there's no being. There's only becoming, right? Now, how is there pure becoming? How do we get pure becoming, right? With no sense of being whatsoever, right? Well, you have to deal with these two properties of chaos and emergence, right? If chaos and emergence are all there is, right? then all of becoming exists in the future, right? None of becoming is happening now. Everything is becoming, right? Okay. And to quote the oxymoronic adage, right? Change is the only constant, right? Okay. Right. This is a world that denies primordial essence, right? And I see we get more people in here. Great Scots. Great Scots. 7 people. Whoa. I must be you know. Yeah, I'm winning the popularity contest, all right. All right. You watch out, all right? Just you watch, all right? All right. A crowd has gathered. Yeah. I mean, for now there is. For now there is. Blessings, Hank. Peace be with you. Blessings to all suit. God keep you strong, my friend. Amen. And all that. Amen. But yeah, we're getting more people in here. Amen. But yeah, blessings. Chaos and emergence, right? Now, remember, for chaos and emergence to really get going, you have to put time above nature, right? You have to put time above nature, and you have to put becoming over being, right? And what are chaos and emergence, right? Let's examine, right, what chaos and emergence really are. Now, chaos, okay, is a world without primordial essence, right? It's simply chaos, right? Now, chaos does not have being. It does not have truth, right? All that chaos has is change and time, right? Now, change and time, right? Okay. They are what cause emergence, right? Emergence is the other side of the coin. Right now, how does something become something, right? Well, it has to emerge, right, through spontaneity. Right now, emergence through spontaneity and through chaos, right? Okay, is a world that has change, okay, has some sort of evolution, right? Okay, albeit it's random, and that random evolution, okay, is based on improvements that exist in the future, not a perfection that exists within the primordial essence. Okay. Now, when you look at chaos, right? You look at the science of chaos, right? Now, the people who want to use chaos, right, in order to change things, right? Okay, these I would call the Discordians, right? Now, the people who, okay, want to cause emergence, right, or develop the idea of emergence, right, are the accelerationists, right? They want to accelerate change, right? Whereas another group, okay, they seek to offset, right? Their goal is chaos, right? Okay, so on the one side you have the goal of emergence, on the other side you have the goal of chaos or pure becoming, right? Okay. Okay, so if you don't have a world, right, where you have nature, truth, and being, right? Okay. You have a world of time, chaos, and becoming, right? Okay. Now, what do the sort of transhumanists, right? Right? They want to accelerate change. Okay. So they're not they're focused on using what is here now to get to a future state, right? So sacrificing the now for what is to come, right? So this whole idea, right, of chaos and emergence, right? It goes to the idea of trying to improve nature. Okay, nature that has no primordial essence, remember, right? According to this idea, right? Okay, nature simply has no primordial essence, right? So all of the being exists in the future, right? There's no being here now, right? All being exists in the future, according to this theory, right? Being can only come in through becoming, right? So instead of the ontological realm of being, you have the teleological realm of becoming. Totally supplanting the former, right? Okay. Now, what I'm trying to explain to you is the relation between chaos and being and change and emergence and time and nature. And how certain conceptions got drawn down, right? Right? Okay. And of course, I've explained many times, right? How this happened, right? Historically speaking. Okay. To put it very shortly, right? Okay. They had the idea of forms, right? Transcendental forms, right? And mind, okay? Being separate from nature. Okay, when they had Christianity, they had to reject this concept, right? Okay, and certain of the Christians, namely the Protestants, right? As the game developed, right? And the Enlightenment theorists. Now there's some connection between the two, right? But what happened? See, what had happened was they banished the scientists. Okay, at least the deists said that the transcendentals are taken out of nature and put into are taken out of nature and put into the immaterial realm, right? So it wasn't until Immanuel Kant, right, where he smuggled in transcendental notions outside of the realm of reason, because you couldn't place them within reason, right? Reason was only used to comprehend nature, right? So the idea of being and becoming, right? Okay, leading to these two notions of transhumanism and techno-Gaianism, right? The notion that, right, we could, in transhumanism, accelerate evolutionary change by merging with technology, right? Okay. Okay, accelerate evolutionary change by merging with technology, right? Is about, right, becoming in the future by using the mind to transcend nature and sacrificing the human body in order to do so, right? Right, so you can see that there's a plethora of unique ideas and concepts within that. Okay, within the philosophical juxtapositions, right? Okay, the philosophical juxtapositions, okay, of those various ideas and themes, all right? Okay.
Words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists. Words to tell me, how are you even using words to tell me whether or not the right fucking exists? Where do the words exist? Right? Like
So
they don't understand the basic philosophical underpinnings of what they're talking.
The underpinnings, folks. The underflippage. Undercurrents. All right. But yeah, transhumanism, right, is about emergence, right? Evolution is about emergence, right? And emergence is that smaller things can build up into a bigger thing, right? Chaos is the idea that there is no essence to anything, right? Okay. Okay, meaning that everything by definition is subject to change, right? Meaning that all being exists in the future through the concept of emergence, right? Okay, now in transhumanism, they want to improve nature, change nature, right? Within techno-Gaianism, they want to merge with nature through technology, right? Okay. It's this idea that the immaterial essence that exists within nature, right, is pure chaos, and merging with that essence is through the technological singularity, right? That this is a project for nature, right? So in terms of techno-Gaianism, right, its focus is more on chaos. Right? For transhumanism, the focus is on emergence. Okay. Now you have two things here. Okay. You have mind and nature. Okay. And if you have no primordial essence, right, or the primordial essence is simply chaos, and all being exists in the future, right, then you've simply got rid of the ontological scope. Okay. And said that the teleological scope goes before the ontological scope of things, right? Okay, which in terms of Aristotle, right, he actually banished the transcendentals, right? He said you observe change in nature, right? And also that you can compartmentalize knowledge, right, and learning, right? And he also brought in the notion of the teleological scope of potentiality, right? Okay, and of course, chaos is pure potentiality, right? Right? With no actuality attached to it, right? Okay, now, how did this come about? All right. How did we replace? Okay, now also, I think the transhumanist impulse is the dominant impulse, right? Okay, although it will be in the future, right? I think the techno-Gaianism will make a push in the future, right? We haven't really seen it emerge yet. We kind of saw an inkling of it with the idea that nature, that there's three evolutionary players, right? Okay, nature, man, and machine, right? Right, and he said that man is on the side of nature, but nature may be on the side of the machines, right? Which goes to the great Discordian credo from one of the great Discordians, right? George Carlin, right? Who actually theorized that we're the problem with the earth, right? Now, this sort of scientific misanthropy, right? Okay, that human beings are the problem, right? Okay, and either nature or technology is the solution in the future, right? Okay. Now, if we merge with nature, that's techno-Gaianism. If we merge with machines, that's transhumanism, right? But for techno-Gaianism, we're going to have to merge with the nature through the machines, right? Okay. Okay, because machines are made from nature, right? Okay. Now, emergence and change and all of these concepts, well, these are coming from the realm of a new of really a new ideal, right? Okay. Now, liberalism is out the door, right? Scientism is out the door, right? They're going to combine science and spirituality, okay, through the technosphere. All right. And you already see inklings of doing that, right? You see a lot of the new age religions are like ways of mediating the psychosis, right? Okay, that's or it's like a way of pretending that the psychosis that's basically put on you by the technological society, right? That those are like forms of superpowers, right? So if you study the psychological tropes in a lot of these new age religions, right, you'll see that they seek to combine science and spirituality within new ways, right? And seek to turn the sort of psychosis and alienation that's imposed by the technological stage into a form of spiritual enlightenment, right? To ameliorate the form of suffering that people feel through a sort of inflation of the ego, right? Okay. And you'll see that a lot of people with really good intentions, right, are getting stuck into the sort of the mythos, right? Or the logos, right? Or the mechanos, right? Of, chaos and emergence, right? And these ideas of chaos and emergence, right, being the only source of sort of change and nature and being, and the only place where we could carve out the transcendental and the ontological, right? Okay, this has severe implications moving forward, right? We're dealing with a mythos that is totally future oriented, right? Okay, where we're dealing with ideals that exist within the future scope, right? And they're not found within the primordial essence, right? And so on a historical level, right? We sort of explained how this takes place, right? Okay. Man's spirit, okay, and nature was placed within the supernatural realm, right? Okay, nature and man had a supernatural essence that was tied together, actually, right? Right. Now, pretty soon, the supernatural essence was taken out of nature and placed within man, right? And instead of being placed within the individual, this soon got placed within the collective or within society itself, right? So that man had a sort of collective essence, right? Okay, the species being, right? And the equality based ethos emerge, right? And you have these notions like the tabula rasa, right? Okay, and the mechanistic nature, right? All right. Because remember, the primordial essence was taken out of nature, right? And placed within the spirit of man that could transcend nature. Okay. And all of human civilization became a project for this until a collective herd mentality, right? man of the democratic spirit that looked at nature as mechanistic, right? Okay. And sought a way to transcend nature through reason. If you look at the ideas of the Enlightenment, right? And you look at the ideas of Hermeticism, right? And all the alchemical texts of the 15th century, right? It seemed like they were obsessed with using reason to go beyond nature, right? They seemed obsessed with it, right? Anthropomorphologically speaking, these folks were anthropomorphic in their evaluations of man and nature, right? Okay. And obviously dragged in lots of ideas that have led us to where we are today, right? Now, I've been going on for quite some time here, right? And how did this change happen in society, right? Right now, I detailed some of how this change happened in society, right? Okay, with the ideas of science and technology taking the forefront, right? The idea of transforming nature taking a forefront. The idea of being and nature taking a back seat. The idea of chaos and emergence, right? Being in the driver's seat. Okay? And the idea of the collective credo, right? Of transhumanism and techno-Gaianism, right? Right? Or accelerationism and Discordianism, right? In the philosophical sense, right? If they weren't to be misconstrued as political projects, right? These various notions, okay, are part of a fusion of new ideas about how we can change society, how we interact with nature, right? And what is the destiny of mankind, right? And what is the greater project in terms of the technological scope? Right? All of these various themes seem to imbue a various set of ideals, right? Right? Just as the modern world is so much obsessed with merging of the of aesthetics and functionality, right? Of art and science, right? That they've totally abandoned right? They want to use science and technology to create a monoculture so bad, right? They've totally abandoned cultural refinement through cultural isolationism, right? Okay, political projects, right? Okay, even science scientific innovation and economic growth seem to be decided and determined by the technological sphere, right? So what's driving human society, right? What's driving the change in human society? Blessings. Thank you guys for being here. We have the link pinned here. Oh, no, we don't. See who else came up here in the chat. Yeah, Asut, thank you. You're always welcome, my friend. Blessings. Yeah. Yeah. And whoever that dude is, definitely curses. Curses. Be cursed. But yeah, blessings. Those that are incapable of ATLANTIS always try to control, predate on those that are, but they can't control their own irrelevancy. Oh, yeah. And, these notions like singularity, evolution, right? Emergence itself, right? Now, I once had said that chaos and emergence are magical properties, right? Okay, meaning that, when somebody doesn't have an explanation, they posit these two things, right? And also randomness, right? Change, randomness, chaos, emergence, right? These are things that are unproven assumptions, right? To put them as part of the primordial essence, right? Okay, and to say that time is above nature is also a assertion. It's simply an assertion, right? Okay, to say that becoming is, part of the true essence of things instead of being. To me, that is a delusion. An unproven assumption, a presupposition, right? All right. And one without potency, right? Monad. Black, white, rest, motion. Dielectric, magnetic, digital pulse, dyad. Red, blue, force, inertia. Electric, analog, wave. Fascinating. Yeah, and that concept of monad and dyad could also very much relate to the idea of chaos and emergence, right? Because within chaos, because chaos is the one, right? According to, mereological nihilism, right? Was one interpretation of a Buddhist Abhidharma, right? Or Democritus, right? Another instantiation, right? That chaos, change, right? Convention, as Democritus puts it, right? right? There is no primordial essence to anything, right? Everything exists of many perishable parts. So emergence and change and definition only come through convention and formalization, right? Of certain elements that are already there, right? So everything consists of parts, right? There is no oneness to anything. In other words, according to the doctrine of becoming, right? Now, some would disagree, right? Some would disagree, right? I know this is a very unforgiving analysis, right? Of the situation, right? And some may consider it anti-philosophical, right? But that is partly our goal, right? Is to look at the accomplishments of the philosophers, put them into perspective, right? Look at the accomplishments of the scientists, put them into perspective, right? Look at the accomplishments of the artists and put them in perspective, right? And realize that the purpose or goal of human life may not be contained in any of these things, that these may be huge distractions. Philosophy, art, science, that these have nothing to do with the great work of humanity, right? Technical pursuits, right? Ritualistic perfection, cultural refinement, right? Philosophical reflection, right? What have they accomplished, right? They've caused man to, or led man to a world of fear, destitution, arrogance, poverty on many levels, right? Okay, in a world where people want to, that they're just fine with sacrificing the great mass of humanity, right, for their scientific inventions, right? They began to become obsessed with progress, right? Obsessed with change in the future, right? That there's been a profound sense of boredom that has encapsulated the modern man, a profound sense of agitation that has encapsulated the modern man, right? Based on the notion of acceleration and change, and the notion of the lack of definition, the notion that we are becoming machine-like, that nature is itself mechanistic, that God is a watchmaker, a demiurge, right? That has entrapped man in nature, right? The desacralization of nature and the pseudo eschatology of progress, okay, have been the fundamental results, all right, of our alienation from ourselves and our alienation from nature, right? Okay. Now, how do we resolve these things, right? How do we resolve these things? Is it through the technological, right? Is it through science and the artistic impulse? How much technology is necessary to live a good life, right? This is the fundamental question. Right? Because instead of focusing on nature and oneness and goodness and seeing them as a source of beauty, right? We're seeing contrivance, artifice, and change as the source of beauty, right? Okay. And it has corrupted our spirit from the inside out, right? It's corrupted our spirit from the inside out, right? No one can deny this. Look around you, right? Look at the degradation, the degeneracy, right? Okay. And realize that these are sacred vessels that are engaging in the lowest and most crass forms of sublimating their will and desire to technique. Right? And it's sad that we don't have more participation today. I'm going a little slow. Yeah, I've gone a little slow, right? Try to get you guys into the mix here, but we got lots of ideas from Ellul that we're going to bring to you guys, right? And it all really depends on how much participation we have, right? But as you know, my presentations usually last about 6 hours, right? I try to encourage discussions, but we're not always so lucky as to have discussions. We've been very thankful to receive tons of recorded hours of discussions. We have almost 300 videos on the channel, right? Almost 300 videos on the channel, right? That explain a plethora of themes, right? In terms of the architectonic, okay, which includes the technological, right? Okay, as I explained, the architectonic is the crafting of symbols. Right. And as we learned, the working definition of man in the anthropological sense, right? Or the technological sense is the symbol making animal. Man is the symbol making animal. This is a definition by Lewis Mumford that we have continued since the beginning of the show, right? To illustrate, right? Two key concepts, right? One is the technological, and secondly is the symbolic sphere, right? Okay. Which the symbolic sphere is a lot easier way of mediating things like transcendental ideas, okay, philosophical notions, right? And other, sorts of concepts, right? It's much more tangible way of looking at it, right? And so we've explored some of that, right? Now our goal is to allow people to see to what degree they've been conditioned by machines, right? Now, we said earlier that, the people, that people think that certain bad people are using machines to control other people, right? But what's obvious to us is that the people who use machines to control others are themselves conditioned by the use of machines. This is the stage that we're in, right? The type of stage that we're in, right? So we have to reflect realistically on the problems that we're facing, right? Now, since there's not too much participation, right, it may be a good thing because I'm trying to move fast in terms of reading more of ellul. And we got through so much of the text last time. It was a great pleasure to get out of the text, right? So, so you know, we are serializing these presentations, and we're almost at the end of chapter 1 of ellul's Technological Society, where he discusses the character of technique, right? And he discusses the autonomy of technique, right? So I'm very happy to bring you guys some of these, but we also have Spooky Saturday here. Spooky Saturday. Okay. Where I'm playing some cyber horror core for you guys. Okay. And opening up some discussions, hopefully. So here is a song for our cyber horror core. Okay. Playlist, right? And if you guys missed the music show last night, we had a brilliant music show last night. Okay, available on the Cyber Caliphate channel, right? Okay. Where we sort of, you know, played a few of our cyber horror core, right? Okay. So anyways, I hope you guys can appreciate that, right? But here is a, you know, a song, okay? Questionable lyrics, but legendary tame one, right? Okay. Called Torture Chamber, right? Blessings, guys. I mean, thank you guys for being here. It's a remix.
Welcome to my torture chamber. Tame of the strange brain entertains and hangs with gangs who slang rocks and bang blocks on your side blocks. Never try to Xerox, thinking you're spitting, but only beatbox. I feel like with Bump Biggie on the red, Keith Murray and Red. Dread bitches call me Rude Boy with that wicked dick. With a last spreading head, I wear my Timberlands to bed, ready to act up and flip. Lick pussy if the pussy sound right. If you suck a good dick, then your mic can spend the night. I beat the pussy up like it was a Tyson fight. Plus I bite you in your holy film, bustin' nuts through your maxi shield. Niggas say fresh things, but I'm fresh and I say things only when you be tasting. As much noise as I be making, breathing on hard. Big pussy bitches think I be faking. I leave the body shaking if I'm hard. When she falls asleep, I take the bitch's Mac card. Cause I ain't shit, and she ain't shit, and she ain't shit. That means we all ain't shit. To either suck this shit or fuck this shit. Cause I'ma fuck the next bitch if you want some bullshit. Automatically tragic, black magic, erratic. I start static with status with the baddest. The rappers on the planet, the manic depressed. Rest and guess, no S on my chest. Rest in the West District, county of sex, no special effects. Me in the cess, coincide blowing your chest. Might be the best yet. 2 bags of pep and a wet dip cigarette. Imagine in them Boba Fett, head hunting for checks. Slap the shit out of your doubt. You run in your mouth and save you when I break you. Take it outside, intimidating you, educating you on how to tame you and how shit go. After say Nas and Cisco, bad from the disco. Official after beefing with this chick named Crystal over the pistol. The bouncer found a half ounce, told me to jet. Didn't return my weed yet. I never forget. forget. Meeting in the parking lot, Troy bringing tech. Shorty, they hoping that I'll be smoking. Got this hoe from Hoboken at this intersection, and she was open. Followed us to Mickey D's for weed. Said she was divorced with 2 C's, and she needed a man just like me. The Casanova of the pull-out sofa, blowing up her Motorola. I hit it off and invited the squad over. Should've told her, but she should've knew. Fucking with niggas out the blue, should've figured on getting ran through. Girls say tame, I can never understand you. Don't plan to. There's certain things that a man do. The vandal and the scandal, the flowers give the power. One of the few cats that eat snatch for half an hour. Foreplay in the doorway, some more say they should pay me. My ex says she wanna go half on the baby. Pimps up, hoes down, liable to go crazy. Each chick I fuck with suck dick. I don't be tongue kissing them. I pack on checks and put my nuts up in them. So put them CTUHLUs on my ruler, measure me from the pleasure you get by coming sooner or later. Orgasming, yelling tamer. I'm ripping through skins like I'm a razor. Blaze your whole grill with my nuts filled. Swallow, you can chill. Spit it out on my cheese, bitch. Any bills? I can give a fuck how you feel. Drink, bitch, fearless. I'm on some good position right now, real shit.
Yep. And this Satanic Verses by Flatliners. You know what I mean? Mixed with some techno animal. You know what I mean? And let me pull this up. This is kind of like this video. And this video is definitely spooky. And yeah. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're trying to do disturbing lyrics, videos. Kind of goes with the theme of cyber terror, combining technology and the spiritual realm. You know, so sort of CTUHLU mythos type of stuff, right? And of course, we got H.R. Geiger on a lot of the thumbnails. You know what I mean? The theme that he explores is these sort of alien creatures combining themselves with technology. So he shows a lot of biology and technology combinations into the sphere of biotechne, right? Which we're kind of getting into this concept of biotechne at the end of the shows, right? But yeah, blessings, right?
Here is mine, the day conquers the innocence at birth, now sworn to be a slave. Bodies pouring into the grave, studying scriptures, but ya can't be saved, so behave. Soul system was without that grave. I beheld pieces of the beasts, for hell's reaches, feasting on the pleasures of life, just like leeches. Slam the gavel, satanic sounds will travel now, rabble. Humanity remains from the rabble. My mind gets halfway to the land of the living, unforgiven in the realm of death. The devil's in details, now walk my disgusting trails. Evil prevails between reality and hell.
Spirits rise from the dead when I decapitate grills. I make bodies disappear like David Copperfield. Evil lurks in the dark and all you see is the white of my eyes. Don't look at my eyes, don't look at my eyes. I kill and massacre and burn away all the body flesh. Cremated more bodies than David Koresh. Feel the fire and the flame in the way I word this. Quotes from my satanic verses.
Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim.
Bear you the pains of torment when I'm changed. Then I become deranged, more hidden, more strange. Who dares disturb my slumber, very dumb? Here you run when red rum comes and fear numbs you. To
brains are better than one when one's done for. Cause of the chainsaw, bane pause in rainstorms. Once he was in, there's no escaping. Can we begin? I'll sing when amputation on the patient. This noise can raise the dead from bedside. Shall we paint the whole town red in the skies with bloodshed? Exercise me, please, and release me. I possess my mind's infested, and I like it.
Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. It's the tales of the evil. Satanic verses. Satanic verses.
See, last night I couldn't sleep. I kept having nightmares. Somebody's washing the blood out of my stained sheets. My cave's inhabited by bats, and back from the dead cats, and a bunch of blood-drinking sewer rats. The black cloaker sees the dagger. Hocus pocus, abracadabra. You cut from the grunts to your gullets. Then you found headless with a flat line. Bodies entwined, you're being hung by barbed wire, which marks the beginning of the end of an era. The horror, the terror. Unprotected, Papadopoulos. No nigga, there's no stopping it. Kill a graveyard skills to get your soul from your esophagus. A huge supernatural wild reptile style worm. Think of this a germ. What is the gross term? It squirms to the depth of the smoke and the night and the light misbehaving. When you want to slaving, raving, representing a craving. To us the darkest night for me to represent my identity. All the dirt that within me will last into infinity. On a rampage, ripping out of my shirt and out of my flesh. Someone shot me with holy water to wet me out of my nest. But like a red, I react, I spun them around and slice their faces. And mutilated their bodies to kick the satanic free.
Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim. Satanic verses, it's the tales of the evil. Pray you never have to fall a victim.
All right. And that brings us to the thoughts of Jacques Ellul. Now, we've carefully explored the various realizations that Jacques has had, right? And cataloged a lot of those, right? And he is, he's hit upon a major quote here, right? And I'm going to read it again, right, on page 127 of the Technological Society, right? Which is the work that we're now engaging with, right? It's by French thinker Jacques Ellul, and it's written in 1964. Okay, this version is from 1964, I mean to say, right? Translated by John Wilkinson, right? And he says here, he says, the world that technique creates cannot be any other than that which was favorable to it from the very beginning. In spite of all the men of goodwill, all the optimists, all the doers of history, the civilizations of the world are being ringed about with a band of steel. The civilizations of the world are being ringed about by a band of steel. We in the West became familiar with this iron constraint in the 19th century. Now technique is mechanically reproducing it everywhere as necessary to its existence, right? Okay, a world dominated by technique and the technological sphere, right? And he finally says, what force could prevent technique from so acting, make it act otherwise than it is? Right? And he explains that certain ideas, right, such as mass surveillance, militarization of police, the idea of pre-crime, the idea of psychological and human techniques, right, all being combined, right, within governance, that these would lead to two ideas, okay, technology and propaganda ruling over the great mass of mankind, right, and the construction of certain ideas. Now, he says that, you know, technique is broader than the mechanical ideal, right? But you know, because techniques include social and human features, right? And you know, they include the use of tools, right? And the use of tools, right? One could see how tools are extension of human movement, right? Even though they have a cross-cultural genealogy, right? Now, you know, Ellul says that technique is what integrates the machine into human society, right? So as I explained earlier, there's three factors there, right? One is technique itself, right? The other is human society, right? And the third is mechanization, right? Now, once mechanization takes hold, it forces human society into certain conclusions, right? Okay, when mechanization becomes a dominant factor in society because of technique, then you have technology develop along certain lines, right? As the system becomes more interconnected, right? And other forms of technological innovation begin to influence the development of new machines. Okay. So there's the idea of machines themselves becoming more complex, right? The complexification of means, the efficiency of means, okay, and increase automation. Okay, increase in automation, increase in speed, increase in efficiency. Okay, leads to a self-augmentation that technique imposes on various mechanical forms across the board, right? Which finally leads to the linking up of different types of techniques into a technological monism, right, where the system becomes interconnected, right, and a technical universalism where technique becomes the solution to all the problems in society, right? There you have the technical complex and the technical intent merge into one unit, and you have technique becoming the guiding force in human civilization, right? No longer is it based on nature and human organization, right? Okay, now at this level, technique becomes truly autonomous, right? It becomes truly autonomous, right? Okay. So let's go to this page here. Okay, and I know I've explained that a number of times here. Okay. And we do have more music. But yeah, he says technique has progressively mastered all the elements of civilization. We have already pointed this out in regard to man's economic and intellectual activities, but man himself is overpowered by technique and becomes its object. Okay, the technique which takes man for its object thus becomes the center of society. This extraordinary event, okay, which seems to surprise no one, is often designated as technical civilization. Okay, this is Ellul's definition of a technical civilization. Right, let's go back and read it again. Okay, he says, we have already pointed out, right? Okay, I'm sorry, let me read from here. It says, technique has progressively mastered all the elements of civilization. Okay, we have already pointed this out with regard to man's economic and intellectual activities, right? And by extension, his political activities, he also means to say, right? He's actually explained how the economic, the scientific, the political, and the cultural spheres are totally sublimated under the guise of the technical complex. Right. And we're going to go in depth in how technique or technology becomes merged with the state. Okay. And it leads to a sort of autocratic, technocratic form of government. Right. But yeah. Let's look at this. It says the technique which takes man for its object. Oh, wait, hold on. He says, man himself is overpowered by technique and becomes its object, right? The technique which takes man's for its object, right? The objectification of man himself, right? Is one of these factors, right? Of the sublimation of man to technique, right? And we'll get deep into this when we look at the postmodernist philosophy, right? In postmodernism, it's all about the subjective and the objective realms merging, right, together. Okay. And yeah, when people start thinking of themselves as objects, right, and thinking of other people as objects, right, it causes some new ideas to emerge in terms of ethics and truth, right? And what the goal of science and philosophy is. Okay, and some of them can be quite deranged. But he says man himself is overpowered by technique and becomes its object. The technique which takes man for its object thus becomes the center of society. This extraordinary event, which seems to surprise no one, is often designated as technical civilization. And he says the terminology is exact. And I think his use of precise terminology here is very important, right? And this is why I have over elaborated the point that he's making, right? To show you guys that Ellul is really saying that technology is the guiding factor, right? In today's civilization. It's not these other things, politics or ethical concerns or or nature or human civilization in terms of its political projects or its economic projects, right? Okay, and much to the surprise of many people might think that science and technology are the same thing. Ellul shows that they're not the same thing, You clearly distinguish between those two things, right? Many people have. There's no problem with doing it. Okay. Think of science in terms of theoretical research, and you think of technology in terms of not just applied science, right? Many people who operate machines are not doing any science, right? This is the obvious fact, right? That the technological sphere is much more broader than the scientific sphere, right? And obviously, certain notions in philosophy and science, as I pointed out in the beginning of this, right, they themselves have become transformed by ideas of the technological, right? Okay, certain technological goals and ideals have transformed and mitigated certain impulses towards ethical constraints. Anyways, he says technical civilization means that our civilization is constructed by technique. Okay, makes a part of civilization only what belongs to technique. For technique, in that everything in this civilization must serve a technical end and is exclusively technique. Now, this is where he really gets cooking. He says, we can see that this is actually the case in certain phenomenon that is considered essential to civilization. Now he talks about art and literature, right? Okay, this is a point that Dr. Kaczynski makes a lot too, right? Okay, and it is the most obvious example, right? Because you could see how aesthetics and functionality have totally merged. Okay, in terms of technology, and that, you know, technology has deranged forms of art and culture, right? You know, that technical designs have influenced the way we create art and the way we correspond with other humans. Okay, is loss of traditional frameworks, right? Okay, the imposition of a new aesthetical world, right, where everything is boxed, right, and everything is ordered, right, and everything is inframed, right, that the boxes are actually hiding the chaotic element that's within, right? Okay. And yeah, so there's this idea of the mass produced, homogenized monoculture that's emerging through technology, through international trade, and through international communications, right? Sort of techno liberalism is emerging, right? Now, obviously, the notions of scientism and liberalism that were totally overpowered by the Industrial Revolution in the 1800s, right, are now through the emergence of a monoculture and a world technocratic state, they're seen as sort of old hat notions, right? Okay. As will be sort of the whole liberal and conservative dichotomy, right? It's going to move more towards a Discordian and accelerationist, right? Dichotomy, right? In the future, as have been saying for over, I think, like 1.5 years now, right? For anybody who's wanted to listen to it, right? And other intellectuals have said similar things. Okay. They've seen how international trade in the technological sphere has totally transformed culture. Okay, let's go on for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. Blessings. Okay, I'm going to quit yapping and read some of this, right? Because this is a very important point that he's making. He says, that certain phenomena that are essential to the civilization, like art and literature, have been totally transformed by technique and technical forms, right? These activities in modern society are highly subordinated in different ways to technical necessities by direct interference of technique. Take, for example, the motion pictures, radio, and television. These media require great capital investments. As a result, artistic expression is subordinated to a censorship of money or of the state. Okay? Okay, look at look at what's happening here, right? You open up a channel, right? And you have fake channels, right, that say they're quote unquote exposing people, LARPing, right, as schizos, right, looking up personal information on you, right, to gatekeep the content, right, and try to magnify the personal life of people who are producing videos about abstract concepts. Very strange, right? The whole type of YouTube is to corral people into limited hangouts to spy on them, right? Imbue them with radical opinions, right? Blackmail them and blacklist them, right? The incredible amount of corporate espionage that's going on that we already knew was going on, that we came out here and saw who would poke their head out and expose, essentially just expose themselves. Okay, we've cataloged many people here, right? That seem to be actors. Okay, colluding with big name producers, generating money for reaction content. Okay, newest on the list is Ebatard and Illuma Dummy. Right? Okay, this is all a form of corporate espionage, corporate censorship, right? Obviously. And the number of people that are either useful idiots, right, or completely controlled is growing. is growing. Now let's go. He says the censorship most often takes the form of indirect influences. Very true. That's exactly what I just said, right? Which again may assume different guises. Personal music is supplanted by the radio, and painting, threatened by photography, is obliged to modify itself by becoming abstract so as not to be a mere substitute for reproduction. Modern art and literature manifest in all the points their subordination to technique, which has extended its power over all activity and hence over all culture. Okay, I'll read that again. It says modern art and literature manifest in all points their subordination to technique, which has extended its power over all activity and hence over all culture. Herein lies the inversion we are witnessing. Without exception in the course of history, technique belonged to a civilization and was merely a single element among a host of non-technical activities. Today, technique has taken over the whole civilization. Certainly, technique is no longer the simple machine substitute for human labor. It has it has come to be the quote intervention into the very substance not only of the inorganic but also of the organic. Okay. And he gives an example. Actually, he gives many examples, right? This is ellul. So, you can expect that he'll give many examples. I mean, as we've seen. Right, it says the intervention into the inorganic world is represented, for example, by the exploration of the atom and its use for purposes as yet unknown. But the world which is most clearly taking on a technical form is the organic. In this realm, the necessity of production penetrates into the very sources of life. It controls procreation, influences growth, and alters the individual and the species. Death, procreation, birth, habitat, all must submit to technical efficiency and systematization. The endpoint of industrial assembly line. What seems to be most personal in life of man is now technicized. The matter in which he rests and relaxes becomes the object of techniques of relaxation. The way in which he makes a decision is no longer in the domain of the personal and voluntary. Okay, become the object of techniques of operations research. As Gideon says, all this represents experimentation at the very roots of being. How is it possible, then, not to believe that all of our civilization is affected and engulfed when the very substance of man is questioned? The essence of civilization is thus absorbed. Concerning art, okay, Gideon, right? Giedion goes on to say, quote, what happened to art in this period gives us the most intimate vision possible of the penetration and depth of the human being by mechanization. Barr's revealing selections in his cubism and abstract art show us how the artist who reacts like a seismograph expresses the influence of full mechanization. Mechanization has penetrated into the subconscious of the artist. Chirico expresses it in the remarkable way in the mixture he makes of man and machine. The anxiety of solitude of man forms a melancholy architecture of the preceding epoch, and its mechanical dolls painted in the smallest details with tragic expression. Obviously, we have many ideas of this, right? We have this here. Okay, the Geiger, the opening of the show, right? H.R. Geiger has many instances of biotechne in his art, right? Sort of technological aliens that he creates, right? Okay. And I think he's the greatest expansion of those, right? You know. Yeah, this is I don't think we're gonna find who this Gideon is that he's talking about. It's Giedion. Here, hold on. Giedion. Don't know who that is, right? But yeah, not familiar with him. Yeah. Somebody ellul's talking about, right? It's talking about the effects of mechanization on art, right? But yeah, spelled a little different. We have large-scale frescoes of Leger, Leger, which construct the image of cities out of signs, traffic signals, and machine parts. Even the Russians and Hungarians, who in 1920 were far from mechanization, were inspired by his creative power. In the hands of Duchanu, Duchanu, and others, the machine, marvel of efficiency, was transformed into an irrational object, charged with irony. At the same time, a new aesthetic language was introduced. Okay, I think John Cage had a machine that he made too, right, where it would repeat the same function, right? And you could look up. People actually have an art of creating useless machines, right, that perform the same function over and over, right, and have no point to it, right? So you could rationally organize something that is essentially useless and absurd, right? So the irony in that has been remarked by several artists, right? The Alice in Wonderland type of scenario, right? With machines, right? All right. Where a machine is both complex, rational, and useless, right? Blessings, Ricardo. Yeah, in the thought experiments on the trail here. Blessings. To free themselves from a corrupt art and the prevailing taste, artists have recourse to objects such as machines and mechanisms because these objects contain an objective truth. What is true of the plastic arts is likewise true of music. Preoccupation with objectivity, quote unquote, is prevalent too. Igor Stravinsky, we know who that is. Igor Stravinsky, right? I believe he made Rites of Spring, right? Igor Stravinsky writes, my work is architectonic, not anecdotal. Objective construction and not descriptive. Interesting. These are the words of a man unconsciously steeped in the technical milieu. Since Stravinsky wrote this, music has been still further transformed by means of technique. which were not originally musical techniques, right? Okay, you could look at minimalism and glass and all these types of things, right? That is neither musical methodology nor instrument construction, right? Okay, look at techno. Right? Techno is almost totally techno, disco, hip hop, right? These are almost completely conditioned by technical forms, right? At least at their outstart, right? Okay. They even have allusions to technology within the very creative element. 2 turntables and a microphone. Right? Let the record spin, all this type of stuff. It's about the method of transmission as much as the music. Right? And they're talking about the dance floor and the DJ. I mean, and all these technical aspects, right? Mentioned in the music itself. Okay, let's go on. So these are the words of a man unconsciously steeped in the technical milieu. Since Stravinsky wrote this, music has been still further transformed by means of techniques which are not originally musical techniques. That is neither musical methodology nor instrument construction. I have in mind Schaeffer's concrete music, Usachewski's music for tape. Okay, that's Ussachewsky. Usachewski. What a name. Right, and Emert, Eimert, electronic music. Emert's electronic music. Wow, I got to look these up. This is some very old electronic music from like 1964, right? These are the deep underground tapes. Gotta, blow the dust off of these records and find the first electronic music tapes from Jacques Ellul's Technological Society. 1964, right? Gotta resurrect these records. All of which make use of technical means that are not a priori musical. Interesting, right? So musical theory, okay, totally being eclipsed by technical aspects of music creation, right? Okay, and very few people who make. I think that the reality is that very few people that make music today are actually aware of music theory at all, right? Or the theory of music, right? They don't understand how the patterns are organized. It's just instinctive, right? Or why they're organized and sequenced in the way they are, right? Yet they're conditioned by the technical aspects of music theory, right? Which has sometimes been incorporated into the technical forms, right? So they're conditioned on 2 levels by techniques, okay, both mechanical and technical, that they don't understand, right? And the ones that do understand it are fairly genius, right? They quickly surpass the ones that don't understand it, right? Yeah, I hear you, Ricardo. Same with here. Same with me. I'm going to be playing some music in a minute here, taking a musical break. Blessings. Thank you guys for joining us here. Right? We finally got 10 people in here. What a joke. We could get hundreds of people to watch these fake drama shows, fake debate shows. Okay, where they simply gossip and react to news items, celebrity news, panel news, and other low-level shit, right? But we can't get people to talk about the architectonic or fusion of ideas or recent history or how technology is enslaving mankind. No channels about that, right? No, thank you. Blessings. Lex. Ricardo. Very impressive. Trained in musical theory. That's awesome. Always wanted to learn something like that. Never had the time. You know, one day when I make a lot of money or something, if I do, I may not be able to obtain money or funds, right? But I would collect weird things, musical instruments, medieval weapons. I mean, what kind of weird things? I mean, instead of art, because it shows a, sort of uniqueness in designs. I have a pretty huge music collection, pretty huge collection of books, right? These are the kind of things that I can appreciate, right? That have enduring value for me, right? But yeah. Anyways, yeah, technique is totally deranged art, right? Okay. Let's go on. He says ancestral music structures integrate and are here, hold on. The ancestral music structures disintegrate and are atomized, and we have a phenomenon of this fundamental that is fundamentally new. Okay, we shall doubtless see ever more refined and exacting research into musical technique. Well, actually, now they have purely technical forms of music, purely like look at the binaural beats, right? Right, and they have like delta waves, alpha waves. You could beam your fucking brain with this shit, right? Okay, I myself, fairly difficult for me to fall asleep without turning on the other side of the room, right? Blaring, right? And this is why, for a very long time, I've slept in a giant room. So on the other side of the room, I could place a fairly high volume speaker that blares rain sounds, right? Rain and thunder helps me fall asleep. I don't know why, but yeah, if I can't fall, usually I have a problem falling asleep. If I'm laying there for an hour and a half and I cannot fall asleep, I will turn on rain sounds, right? This is the reality of the situation, right? So I myself am conditioned by technique to sleep. And of course, the music or the sounds that are being produced are completely as far as I know, fabricated, right? Um okay, now he says that rhythm will undoubtedly correspond entirely to the technical environment. You see this big time with techno, right? The external structures imposed by technique can no longer by themselves modify the components of a society. Here, the internal influence of technique on the human being becomes decisive. Henceforth, every component of civilization is subject to the law that technique is itself civilization. Civilization no longer exists of itself. Every activity, intellectual, artistic, moral, is only a part of technique. This fact is so enormous and unpredictable that we are simply unable to foresee its consequences. Most of us, blinded by traditional and well-established situations, are unable to grasp its meaning. Henceforth, there will be no conflict between contending forces, among which technique is only one. The victory of technique has already been secured. It is too late to set limits or to put it in doubt. The fatal flaw in all systems designed to counterbalance the power of technique is that they come too late. Blessings. To the freak, I appreciate you. Looks like we're finally getting some people in here. 14 people, right? Very good. This is how it goes when I start my show too early in the morning. You mean, but we have to do it this way. This is the last day we'll be doing the morning show, right? We'll switch back to the night shows, right? Because today is the last day of Ramadan, right? But I will be fasting for 10 more days to complete 40 days of fasting, right? So I'm not done fasting, but we will be celebrating Eid tomorrow, the end of Ramadan, right? Muslims have a celebration, right? So I'll be joining my family for some celebration here, right? Figure out what we're gonna do, right? But I appreciate you guys, right? And we'll be back on Tuesday night. Okay. Now, right now in the show, I'm going to be reading more ellul, right? He's talking about how cultural forms are reduced to technical means of expression, you know, and giving a sort of summary of that, right? So we're going to continue to look at ellul, and it seems that we're on page 130 of ellul. 130 of ellul here, right? Okay, and we're in the John Wilkinson translation, as I said. I'm not aware of other translations of ellul, but it'll definitely be a magnificent undertaking, right? To translate the French version, right? But yeah. But yeah, somebody who knows French and who really appreciates this type of text, yeah, I mean, that would be a great thing to delve into, to hear how he says it in the original language, right? Because it definitely give a different vibe. Yeah, Voy. If Voy wants to get up in that, definitely would be a unique project. Okay, so he's coming to some different subjects here. But yeah, we're going to be looking at ellul for a little bit more. Okay, then we're going to be looking at the Tao Te Ching, two translations of the Tao Te Ching, right, that we're reading here, right? And yeah, pretty interesting stuff there. Okay, where we're kind of on chapter 23 of looking at Crowley's translation and looking at Christ the Eternal Tao. Okay, we're kind of switching between them for now, but later we might switch to either one or the other, right? Which I might do that on the Tuesday show, right? Make one show a Crowley show and make one show a Seraphim Rose show, right? that might be a good idea to do in the future as well. And then at the end, we have, of course, reflections of Bill Joy on relinquishing certain forms of technology and knowledge that may impose an existential risk to the development of human civilization, right? Which we've seen many different experts sort of reflect on. Anyways, let's hear some music, and then we'll be back with some more reflections of Ellul. Okay, blessings. Right? And of course, the Tao Te Ching, right? But yeah, thank you for being here, folks. Let me try to find this here. Blessings.
Can't nobody fuck around with VP. Or else you go and find yourself DEAD. You only got your eye on the prize you can't see. Cause I ain't really living my life for plan B. Anybody brave enough to come against me, go and find your body in the bottom of the Dead Sea. How dare you ever in your life walk past me without acknowledging this man as G.O.D. I always been here, always been deranged focused. The heat is always in my hand like chain smokers. Hard work, dedication to sustain dopeness. Bust a motherfucker head till his brain opens. Stay cooking in the kitchen like we hot sofrito. I was always smoking wakata with poppy people. I ain't never doing anything that's not illegal. Read the Torah law, black mask, black hero. This is true to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around. This is true to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB. Ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around.
I had you laid out, posturepedic. Before the day's out, somebody gon' be laying bleeding. Keep fucking with me, bring you to the darker side. Where the wolves playing nothing but your karma lie. You get it back tenfold, yeah, I do you dirty. I'm in my dirty 30s, that mean I'm past the worry. I got it mapped out, every plan hashed out. Perfectly executed, squeeze till I'm fresh out. I got goonies, all they do is stick their neck out. For a nigga, cause it's loyalty and nothing less. And with it's on, you know they got them toolies on deck. What you looking at, boy, you ain't a bullshit. Infamous, yeah, we celebrate life. Pour liquor for the dead, kill niggas on sight. When they get beside theyself, we run up right up on them. Leave them where they stand and pour some fucking liquor on them. Something like
to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around. This is true to the death, this is murder, death, kill, stay real. Because the sun can't chill. MOBB, ain't nobody play around. Vinny PP, fuck around, lay around.
Let me start from the beginning at the top of the list. First off, nobody could do it like this. No matter how hard you try, hard you go. No matter how hard your beats, ill your flow. Can't fuck with P, yeah, this we know. I'm not a rapper, I'm a master, ceremonial. Gatherings at venues, it's jam-packed. Fuck rap, I'm in it for cream and that's that. Try to stop my dough, I run you off the map. You try to stop my life, I blow you out your hat. The most thuggish, the most ruggish, the most AKAs you heard of is bandana, banana clip, R.I.P. I can't help it, my career don't cease. No, my name don't wear out, I go on forever. That other shit a pass and fad, it won't ever.
All right. Now we'll try to get to this through some of this ellul, and then we'll get to up to at least chapter 29 in the Tao Te Ching. We'll look at um you know the idea that the world is a sacred vessel which cannot be improved, right? That do you think you could change the world in order to improve it? I do not think this can be done, says Lao Tzu in chapter 29 of the Tao Te Ching, much against the anthropocentric ideal and the hubris, okay, against the anthropocentric ideal of, you know, some of the religionists, right, and of the hubris of some of these scientists, right? Okay, but we'll get back to that soon, right? Okay. Right now we're at Ellul, and Ellul is a Christian, right? And he's taking a critical look at modern society. Okay, especially the technological state, the technological society. All right. Here he says, under these circumstances, it is understandable that technique in all lands it has penetrated has exploded the local national cultures. Two cultures, of which technique is one, cannot exist. Okay, this does not mean, of course, that uniformity prevails. There are still great differences from region to region, but for the most part, these differences are due to the fact that the vestiges of a civilization take a long time to disappear completely. Technique has already gained its victory over Buddhism. Okay, it is clear, however, that it will take 2 or 3 generations to modify the mode of life and thought engendered by Buddhism. Okay. And of course, we've coined the term techno-Buddhism in terms of the Dalai Lama's proclamation that scientific innovation takes precedence over Buddhist doctrine. Okay, a certain diversity will persist while this mode of life is weakening. Technique does not lead to great to general uniformity, he says. It in fact creates a certain diversity. It its objectives are always the same, so its influence on so is its influence on man. Now, it's interesting that in the cities you'll find subcultures, and on the internet you'll find subcultures, right? But those subcultures are based on very weak form of community, right? It's actually the technical disintegration that's bringing about a false sense of rebellion among the people participating in these subcultures, countercultures, so on and so forth, right? Right. And in essence, it's the system's neatest trick by giving these people token rebellion, right? By making them think that they're nonconformists and funneling them into these sort of limited hangouts and subcultures, right? That have no traditional efficacy from centuries old, right? And of course, these subgenres, subcultures, and it's a factor of urban sprawl, right? But the sort of cultural diversity that's engendered by these groups does not have a lasting coherence, right? Is not based on age-old traditions, right? So, so he's right. Technique does create a sort of diversity, right? Its objectives are always the same, so is its influence on man, but though it is axiomatic,
that the one best way will prevail. This one best way will vary with climate, country, and population. The more technique is refined, the more it varies its means of action. Therefore, we shall continue to have the appearance of different civilizations in India and in Greenland. They will indeed be different in certain respects, but their essence will be identical. They will be techniques. And what differences there are will result from the cold calculations of some technician instead of being the result of a profound spiritual and material effort of generations of human beings. Instead of being the expression of man's essence, they will be accidents, of which is essential. Technique. The differences which exist today are therefore without importance. In relation to the fact of technical identity, these differences to come will bear upon the most diverse activities and will give the illusion of liberty. But they will nevertheless be no more than the expression of monism of technique. Geographically and qualitatively, technique is universal in its manifestations. It is devoted by nature and necessity to the universal. It could not be otherwise. It depends upon a science itself devoted to the universal. It is becoming the universal language understood by all men. We need not belabor the fact that everyone recognizes the science is universal. Okay, science and math as a universal language, right? The coding language as a universal language, right? Okay, and the erection of a new Tower of Babel, right, is what ellul is really talking about here, right? The sublimation of language and meaning into communication and artificial intelligence. And that being the interpreter or the mediator between the various ideas and concepts that men express, right? Instead of their cultural traditions, right? So it's type of technical universalism, right? Technical universalism, right? Okay. Um Crap. Yeah, where was I? The most diverse activities will give the wait, where was I? Yeah, science is universal. Okay, that's where I was. And this fact in turn leads to the necessity of technical universalism, which stems from it. Technical universalism. Sorry about that, folks. The second of two elements which refer to the production of social relations requires more explication. In this relation to the world, man has always made use of multiple means, none of which were universal because none were objective. Technique is a means of apprehending reality, of acting on the world. Okay, this is going to come to fruition big time when we read the Tao Te Ching. It acts on the world, right? And of the beginning, opening sort of monologue or explanation that I gave, right, of various architectonic themes. Okay, technique as a means of apprehending reality, of acting on the world. Technical universalism. Blessings to Creek Mary. Thank you for joining. Um, okay, technique is a means of apprehending reality, of acting on the world, which allows us to neglect all individual differences, all subjectivity. Technique alone is rigorously objective. It blots out all personal opinions. It effaces all individual and even all collective modes of expression. Today, man lives by virtue of his participation in a truth become objective. Technique is no more than a neutral bridge between reality and the abstract man. Okay. Okay, so the abstract version of man, the universalized version of man, right? Based on the equality based ethos, right? And of course, technique is the one that brings man into fruition, right? As I was talking about with transhumanism and techno-Gaianism. Right? Man is creating himself in lieu of technique. Right? He's transforming both himself and nature by technique, right? And you have that not only in the artistic represented, right? But also in the philosophical and the scientific represented, right? So much so that it's engendered into the cultural and economic fabric of society, right? So he's saying technique is no more than a neutral bridge between reality and the abstract man, right? And of course, technique is merging the material and the immaterial. Okay, and we live in a basically a socialist dictatorship, right? Run spiritually by Kabbalists that pray to a machine, right? Despite all the notions of nationalism and freedom and ethics and all of these uh, nonsensical configurations, right? Okay, people refuse to face the real problem. They're using it as a shield to not look at the true problems that exist in the world. Another way in which technique becomes an objective reality, says Ellul, is that technique, moreover, creates a bond between men. All those who follow the same technique are bound together in a tacit fraternity. And all of them take the same attitude toward reality. There is no need for them to converse together or to understand one another. A team of surgeons and assistants who know technique of a given operation have no need to address one another in order that the necessary motions be correctly performed at the right moment, right? Over specialization prevents mutual discussion, right? Such is the nature of the compartmentalization of knowledge and the rule of experts that we've always alluded to here, right? It's one of the key problems of technique and what it presents, right? Now we have a page more of this I want to read before he gets to the section titled Autonomy of Technique on page 133, but we're going to go ahead and finish reading this last page here. It says, industrial labor likewise tends more and more to dispense with the orders of and personal contact. This was pushed to an extreme in the concentration camps, where men of different nations were mixed together so that they should have no contact, and yet be able to perform collective work. It was hasty and superficial work, to be sure, but a little more rigor could easily make this labor really productive, as seems to be the case in the Soviet Union. One cannot speak merely of isolation. These men work in teams, but there is no need for them to know or to understand one another. They need only understand the technique involved and know in advance what their teammate will do. It's not necessary for the crew to understand one another in order to run an aircraft. The indicator panel controls the actions to be performed, and every crew member, submitting by necessity and conscience to the automatic indications, obeys the safety of all. Each man's actions are dictated by the conditions of life and its preservations. This is clear in the case of flying an aircraft, but it is equally clear in every other situation involving technique. And this encompasses the most important areas of life. Men do not need to understand each other in order to carry out the most important endeavors of our times. Okay. Right? Technique is of necessity. Okay. And obviously, with the artificial intelligence, they'll be delineating more of communication to the machines, right? So machines will be communicating on behalf of humans more regularly, right? So more and more, men will not need to directly communicate. Right? That's already happening, right? How many of our interactions have been guided by an algorithm already, right? Just this last year, all the members of the panelverse, right? Okay, and the others, right? So many of your activities have already, so many of your forms of communication have already been guided by and tailored by an algorithm. Uh, Technique is of necessity, and as compensation, our universal language. I like how he uses that term, universal language, quasi religious terminology from the Tower of Babel, right? It is fruit of specialization. Here he comes out with it. Specialization. It is a fruit of specialization. But this specialization prevents mutual understanding. Okay. This is the quote that I've been saying this whole time. I've said this quote for decades. No, not decades. Maybe 1 decade, right? I've said this for like 10 years. I love this quote. Specialization prevents mutual understanding. It is a perfect explanation of why compartmentalization in the rule of experts is a negative thing. Totally negative thing. Okay? And okay, so he's going to go ahead and explain this. Everyone today has his own professional jargon, modes of thought, and peculiar perception of the world. There was a time when the distortion of over specialization was the butt of jokes and a subject for vaudeville. Today, the sharp knife of specialization has passed like a razor into the living flesh. It has cut the umbilical cord, which linked men to each other and with nature. The man of today is no longer able to understand his neighbor because his profession is his whole life. And the technical specialization of this life has forced him to live in a closed universe. He no longer understands the vocabulary of the others. nor does he comprehend the underlying motivations of the others. Yet technique, having ruptured the relations between man and man, proceeds to rebuild the bridge which links them. It bridges the specializations because it produces a new type of man, always and everywhere, like his duplicate, who develops along technical lines. That's right. People think they're unique because they have a certain type of job. Okay, this is what makes them quote unquote unique, even though they're replaceable. We can find 100 different people to perform that same job, but they think they're special. But ultimately, there's no difference between what they're doing and what the other 100 people are doing, but they can't all understand each other because they're all performing different tasks that are highly specialized. And this increased form of collectivism, atomism, individualism, alienation, over socialization, forced socialization, and hyper normalization. Right? So part of the system that you're not aware of what's fake and real, right? Okay, that's a very important passage, so I'll read it again. Right, I said, there's a time when the distortion of over-specialization was the butt of jokes and a subject for vaudeville. Today, the sharp knife of specialization has passed like a razor into the living flesh. It has cut the umbilical cord which linked men to each other and with nature. The man of today is no longer able to understand his neighbor because his profession is his whole life. The technical specialization of this life has forced him to live in a closed universe. He no longer understands the vocabulary of others, nor does he comprehend the underlying motivations of others. Yet technique, having ruptured the relations between man and man, proceeds to rebuild the bridge which links them. It bridges the specializations because it produces a new type of man, always and everywhere, like his duplicate, who develops along technical lines. He listens to himself and speaks to himself, but he obeys the slightest indications of the apparatus, confident that his neighbor will do the same. Technique has become the bond between men, and its agency, okay, by its agency, they communicate. Whatever their languages, beliefs, or race, it has become, for life or death, the universal language which compensates for all deficiencies and separations. Has itself produced. This is a major reason for the great impetus of technique towards the universal. All right. Okay, folks. That's all we have of ellul. Now we're going to come to this idea, okay, of the religionist idea that man is at the center of creation, right? And that we can do whatever we want with nature, right? And this idea from the scientists, right, that we can totally transform nature and ourselves through reason, right? So anthropomorphism and anthropocentrism, right, guiding the human discussion, right? Okay, we're going to come back to that, right? And look at the Tao. But I'm going to take a little break, some music, kind of a dry throat here, because of fasting. And, yeah, blessings. I mean, we're going to do an hour of Tao Te Ching, and then move on to discussions about the future of humanity and what role technology will play in that. Blessings.
Come,
to a different galaxy. Different galaxy. Mr. Nagako. Yeah. Incredible top race speed, moving fast as lunar light. With lunar hype, they can't sample, they can't use the lunar right. I taught the scientific study to a buddy. It would be wrong. My friend in high school heard with Killer Cuddy. Drove a Lamborghini to Parkside Gardens. Got on the phone and told the girl to come outside to sit on this rocket ship with a bikini. She said, "Excuse me, sweetie. Ain't you the National Graphic Institution? Combined exotic laser corps research. Dr. Clubman, 7 years of medical. In his wheelchair, his back hurts. Moving celestial. How do you feel? Moving celestial. How do you feel? Moving celestial. Down the halls in the corridor. 2 dinosaur bones, aliens vertebrates, line up for more than 4, broccoli rice, my index book, biochemical gloves with Chinese food sitting on the floor, New York Presbyterian, leaving the Bentley at Zor, Richard Furman, I built the formula, I learned, with hydrogen gas bottles, the government's #1 display, let me show you this way, moving celestial, how do you feel? Moving celestial. How do you feel? Moving celestial. All chemicals read. DBX adjusted lamps, APEC amps with shockwaves that stun camps. See the circular motion, my world come out the water like sharks in the Pacific Ocean. With the jackals, Mr. Potion. Skill reach a top sea level 11 with treble 2. My mic is Optimus track selling. Recycle with whoever through the galaxy weather. Top engine search, rotate distance. Man going beyond human existence, far above resistance. Moving celestial. How do you feel? Moving celestial. How do you feel? Moving celestial. Traveling through the universe. Different time zones. Eastern, Pacific, Atlantic, Midwest. Deep into the black hole. Mr. Nagako.
All right, folks. Let's move to look at the Tao Te Ching. And we'll start with chapter 23, as I said, right? So it says, all things said the great sage depend on the great way for life. None is refused. The people are fragile, crippled, their nature riddled with wounds. With hopeful eyes, they beg him the great way to carry their burden. Okay, and he carries it. He seeks workers to help carry it. The workers, okay, came, but they were only a few. They're too fragile, wounded, lame. He carries their burden. Also, for it is out of love that they have arrived, and he cares for naught else. Okay, he cares for naught else. Okay. In Crowley, he says the void of not. Okay, is his title for chapter 23. He says to keep silence is the mark of one who is acting in full accordance with his will. A fierce wind soon falleth, a storm shower doth not last all day. Yet heaven and earth cause these. If they fail to make violence continue, how much less can can man abide in the spasm of passion? With him that devoteth him to Tao, the devotees of Tao are in accord. So also are the devotees of Te. Yea, even they who fail in seeking those are in accord. So then his brothers in the Tao are joyful attaining it. His brothers in the Te are joyful attaining it, and they who fail in seeking these are joyful, partaking of it. But if he himself realize not the Tao with calm of confidence, then they also appear lacking in confidence. Okay. So there you see how to heal, right, the nature of one, right, or to unify the will of, your nature with the one who doesn't follow the way. Blessings.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I think we might have to get your audio here worked out.
That's so funny. But yeah, keep going. I'm listening. I'm actually have my eyes closed, just listening to you.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah. But yeah, yeah. Let me see if I could do like echo, or yeah, we'll figure that out. But yeah, blessings. But yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah, the link is pinned, in fact. So, you guys could go ahead and join the discussion. But yeah, obviously the Tao sees people who follow the Tao and who don't follow the Tao as the same. Right? So this is a major idea. Right? And as it says, that the sage basically keeps his side of the bargain, but doesn't necessarily collect the payment on the other side. I mean, he's not really too worried about all of that, right? And also he's sort of confined to being about the simple task. So his idea of having people who are of a depleted nature, I mean, that's just part of the sort of deal. That there's going to be bad people, there's going to be people that are deficient, and they're what can you do but teach them? And if not, they're following the way. Just realize that they're part of the way things are, right? So that is essentially one of the things that they're trying to get across here. But we'll go on here. Blessings.
Yeah, I feel I struggle with that.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think the sis said that she struggles with maintaining that balance, and I think we all do. Definitely. But yeah, there's some comments here above by In a Thought Experiment. I kind of wanted to read. It said something about Hermes. Yeah, oh yeah. Musical theory, the bass scale interval is the Ionian scale. Yeah, I heard that talked about in the Republic. They talk about different types of musical scales, and then you got Hermes inventing the lyre for Apollo. And Hermes used the lyre to steal 50 prize head of cattle from Apollo. Interesting. Yeah, who then is a paradigmatic abstract man? Well, I think he meant that man himself is abstracted by the technical complex when he becomes the object of technique. So I think that's what he meant to say in the previous thing. If you're still here. And he may not be. I meant to address that earlier. My bad, homie. But yeah, the thing is that I kind of see those sometimes when we're having the musical thing. Can't always respond there, and then I moved on.
Hey, Ionian, I don't know how bad my audio is, but Ionian are the major scales, right?
Yeah, I think it's I think it's like Ionian and Dorian or something. I don't know. It's like something like that. But that they mention in the Greek musical scales. What is the final outcome of this universe? As it was in the beginning, so it shall be in the end. The first shall come last, and the last shall come first. We'll return to the source of all creation. That's what I believe. I mean, you can call it whatever you want. Blessings, Luna. Yeah, well, good will win out in the end. But having this knowledge does not make your life better. It's just the facts. It's like we're becoming a specialized body parts in a big machine serving the machine instead of individuals, just like the Matrix. Yeah, I had some good introductions with the Matrix here. You guys seen? Got a new little video there. Maybe I'll play it again.
Oh, did you there was a solar eclipse. Oh shit. Yeah, it ended right as I tuned into your show.
Oh, there, I fixed your audio. Nice.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I fixed your audio.
I mean, I had no way of telling. So.
Yeah, I think it, or I feel like, I mean, I feel like StreamYard just fixed it. Fucking bastards. But yeah, I like these guys. I mean, I like the service, but it is very expensive. We are recording material. Whether or not people show up is the thing. I'm not opposed to just doing these shows, even if nobody shows up. It might sound crazy, but
no, that's the spirit I feel.
You know what I mean?
See the spirit.
Yeah, I mean,
Do your duty and then don't worry about the peanut gallery, me included.
yeah, I mean, if anything, you know, show these to my 2 kids and their cousins. I mean, they're 3 cousins. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't mind. I think that the type of information that I'm organizing here is vastly important. You know, but yeah, especially when we get to the Shangzhou, it will become very apparent how significant these reflections and the Tao Te Ching really are. Okay, let me move on to this.
Oh, but I don't know if you caught it, TML. I don't know if it was visible for y'all or if the sky went dark or anything. Because I mean,
but it's weird though. It was last night of Ramadan.
1 hour ago is when it ended, I believe. Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I gave a weird presentation in the beginning of this. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I think there was I think maybe there was like 6 people watching. It was like it was hilarious. I was
wow.
talking
about some metaphysical stuff. Definitely some of these, I think Tuesday or something. I don't know when it was, but Tuesday, or it was either this week or last week. I'm kind of losing track because these are serialized, but yeah, I kind of explained a lot of stuff because Neurojack was on stage.
Got it.
And
probably
I think, yeah, it was like one of the only shows recently where we opened with Neurojack on the stage, and there was another powerful reflection I had. So if you put whatever presentation I gave this show together with that presentation, oh man, we'll really get some insight.
Last week was a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, I think I heard about that one too.
Right. And I think in India it was not visible, only here. So it's interesting. Also, since the last decade, there's been so many lunar and solar eclipses year after year. Sometimes like 4 in 1 year, with the lunar and solar included. Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of strange.
Yeah.
Kind of tell people like, because it is a very strange event.
Yeah, so in the Vedic thought, it's not a positive, right? So
really,
yeah, it's not. So even the blocking of the rays of the sun for whatever 5-10 minutes, they say like you cannot prepare and eat food when the sun is blocked. The food will not have life force synergy. And don't take the rays of that sun, like the blocked rays coming through, they advise not to. And even though I went to not a Hindu school, I didn't go to a Hindu school, they still gave, they would let you out before the eclipse. So you didn't have to like be walking home, when the sky was dark in the day or whatever. And yeah, it's all these indications, and fasting is recommended. They said the sun has a direct effect on digestion. So that's why, and you guys are fasting anyway, right, for Ramadan. So it's all these indications are given. And the eclipse itself is supposed to be one of the planetary positions swallowing the moon or the sun. That's why the eclipse happens. And there's a detail in the Puranas, like when the eclipses started happening as well. And before that, there was no eclipse. at all of the sun or moon. So yeah, I think it's very interesting. And what is going on? Like, what with the eclipse? What are they trying to accelerate or bring in? That's speculation purely on my part, but that's what it gets me wondering.
I think it could be ominous in the terms that, you know, something's trying to signal like look, like you're in a very weird place.
Correct.
You know, like it's not normal what's going on. The sun and the moon and all the perfectly lined up, like, you know, and you know that you're seeing this right now, you know, or people know that it's going on. You know that you know, and yet everybody thinks that, you know, they're trying to worry about if life has meaning or not. Well, clearly, you know, things are extremely strange. You know, now whether or not, you know, things are highly organized. You know, now as I said in the beginning about the useless machine, you know, that you could have a machine that's perfectly rational but extremely useless. You know, and you know, and some people may surmise that the universe has complexity and arrangement and organization, but none of it has any meaning to it. You know, but the fact is that, you know, what's happening around us is extremely strange. You know, nobody actually knows what's going on. You know, and also, you know, there seems to be a split between people who say that life has no meaning and that, you know, everything's, you know, planned, or happens for a reason, you know, and I've said, you know, that not everything happens for a reason, but nothing is random.
Indeed.
There's not a such thing as randomness.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah, as I said in the beginning, I don't think randomness, chaos, emergence, I don't think these things actually exist. Blessings to Joe Cool. Yeah, peace, sir. GT, I thought it was just a natural cycle of the planet's orbit when the moon is aligned in such a way where it blocks out the light coming from the sun.
Yeah, that's a scientific explanation.
Yeah, but use your brain. How is that possible? Right? For the sun and the moon to be exactly the right size when literally some other astral body crashed into the fucking Earth and created the moon, according to those same scientists.
Right. And it's not, you know, the consensus is that sun and moon are not the same size in that science itself. Yeah, it's, you know, beyond belief for me. And there's all the planets have stories in the Vedas, in the Puranas actually, how they're birthed and from whom. Like Mars is the son of the sun. I don't know if that was known, but in Vedic astrology, Surya Putra, so the son of the sun, SON of the SUN, is Mars, right? So it's, and there's another name also, like for Saturn, like it's what I'm trying to say is that they're like sentient. Not humans, but definitely beings, like how I would talk about the sentient monkey race, etc., etc. I mean, these things were seen as normal 2,000 years ago, this understanding of the planets. And what Vedic astrology is based upon that. So that is, it's not just woo woo astrology. Astronomical calculations are made. A prediction about when the next eclipse will come is made based on this, right? That the planets are sentient, and they sort of move around, and they do what they want, and somehow we are subject to that since we're on the lower realm, I guess, on Earth. Yeah, it's very interesting, but to me, it's so hard to I guess take a nihilistic take. The more you see how weird and I guess weird. When I say weird, I mean like it seems like it's all set up. That it's not just emergent out of the Big Bang. You know what I'm saying? It seems highly improbable to me that God cannot be real. So it's the more sinister and weird, and like the more it doesn't add up, the more I tend to root further into faith. And I guess people are gonna call that delusion if they want, but yeah, that's what I think. But I seen lots of people take those Vedic stories and use them as argument for lack of God, rather than for proof of. Oh, I'm a Hindu, GT. But I mean,
Yes.
you know, I don't know if Hindu would call me a Hindu.
Yeah, it's usually a pretty diverse panel of people. I mean, I'm trying to get Unseen and Lilith in here to discuss these texts, but I think it's just too early. You know, so
yeah.
So that is the thing. But I think they've definitely, I don't know if Lilith has read this translation by Crowley, but I know that Unseen has definitely read this translation by
I have not. I have not. That's why I was interested in it. See, this is.
Yeah, he's definitely read this one, but I gotta like sort of maybe zoom into this. I don't know if it's clear on the screen. Tell me if it's.
Yeah, you can see it clear.
Yeah. Yeah, so it says, "Go out to meet the way," said the ancient sage. Now he compares the sage with the prophet. Remember, the sage is Lao Tzu, the prophet is Christ.
Mm.
And he says, "And you will discover no beginning." Okay, no beginning. Right now, remember, beginning and emergence are kind of like the same thing, right? But yeah, but no beginning. You know, that means really no emergence. I mean, you know, which is interesting, right? Now you can, and now people have worked this out different ways, right? You know, they've talked about the material and the immaterial. They've talked about emanations and all that kind of stuff. But you know, in terms of, you know, some of the religions and the philosophers, right? They simply say, well, the one is eternal. I mean, I believe nothingness had to be created. Personally, I mean,
Right.
I do think nothingness exists, but I think it was created. I mean, you know, yeah, because I don't think something can come from nothing.
From nothing, correct.
So that is I think a fundamental truth that I don't see any way of getting out of. I mean, in my opinion, or to my mind, right? Or maybe that is the limit of what I can conceive. But yeah, here it goes. He says, follow after, you know, the way, obviously, and you will find no end. The way dwells outside time. Right? Yet he who made time took up his abode within time. Okay, now we all know who he's talking about, right? He's talking about the incarnation. It says, in a single material body, in a single time and place, likewise, the way has no beginning or end. Right? Because obviously, I mean, it's called Christ the eternal Tao. So, I mean, obviously, Christ is eternal, right? It's not a created being, right? Within the schema here, right? Because if it's logos, then it is the, as I think it's image of the invisible God or something like that. I mean, but so there's another aspect there. And then it says, likewise, the way has no beginning or end. And that kind of goes to what I said. Well, what's going to happen in the end? It's like, well, obviously what happened in the beginning. And nothing else could actually make sense. And then he says, not only was nothingness created, but time is created. Another creation. And, it says, yeah, he who made time made it, right? Being in all things. So being is there, time not there. That goes back to the beginning of the presentation, right? But yeah, pretty much summarizes a lot of the key concepts I wanted to put forward there. I have not read this before, so that's pretty surprising.
This is Crowley's writing, right?
No, this is Seraphim Rose.
Oh shit!
Yeah, this is Seraphim Rose. Yeah, the next one is Crowley. Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, Crowley's one has been pretty deep so far too. I'm not gonna lie, so I haven't read Crowley before, but yeah,
His
I mean,
seems to be more like occultifying. I feel Seraphim is more.
Yeah, he's trying to expand it, whereas Seraphim Rose is trying to make it more about individual, sort of praxis.
It's still, yeah.
Yeah. So it's quite a juxtaposition of concepts and conceptual schemes. We're reading two translations of the Tao Te Ching, one by a Christian monk and another by an occultist. Right? So yeah, Tao Te Ching, that's right. And I've read several translations of the work by scholarly translations and and all that type of stuff, so that you guys could become familiarized with the text itself, right? So yeah, we've looked at that. And I'll go on for a little bit. He says, he who made time, being in all things, abides in both the beginning and the end of time. For he said, I'm the beginning and the ending. At the beginning, says the way, I knew you when you were not. And I speak to you from the place of the end of time. Okay, hold on. From there I can promise you, I can vow to you and never break my word, for I not only know the end, I am the end. And at the end where I am all in all. And that's right. In the kenosis hymn, right? If you observe the kenosis hymn, right? Christ becomes all in all with the Father. Okay, so there is no separation within the Trinity itself, right? That is a, And I understand that because I understand Christian philosophy, right? I am a Muslim, right? But I understand Christian philosophy enough to know that there is no separation within the Trinity, right? If you understand the idea of essence, okay, and persons and how they explain the entire thing, right? So, and also the idea in Corinthians 15, 1 Corinthians 15, and in the kenosis hymn, right, where Christ becomes all in all with the Father. Right, so he says, "I am all in all." That's why he. Okay, here, hold on. I think there's people in the back here. Whoops. Oh yeah, it's just a homie. Blessings.
What's up?
Hey, Red.
Hey, Anna.
Hey,
Hope you
what's
guys
going
are
on?
doing all right.
Yeah, we're doing good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to your track last time. You know, pretty crazy stuff. Definitely dystopian vibes. I mean,
Yeah, like I'm surprised that little ambient tune I did. It's like up to 300 listens already.
yeah, it's wild.
Hey,
You know,
congrats. Good job, Red.
Thanks, but it's kind of crazy about time though, right? Like I can't wrap my head around it too well.
oh yeah, yeah, it's very interesting. I did a special with Jack
With
Talcott.
Talcott, yeah, I remember. I should have watched that before coming up here, maybe.
Yeah, it's
Sad
weird.
trombone.
Yeah, it's a weird special, and I talked about different theories of time, different ideas of time, and yeah, I think it's definitely a very philosophical subject, and I think it has a lot to do with it obviously has a lot to do with movement, you know, time and movement. You know, if you can't perceive movement, if there's oneness, then there's no movement. And I think that's what Tao means by stillness. You know,
Would that be like the theoretical end of time, the stillness?
yeah, I mean, if there's no heat and like motion and it's just like cold and it's dead, right? Wouldn't that be right?
That'd be entropy, yeah.
Yeah, that would be the definition of entropy or something like that. I mean, would be the cold doom, cold doomage. And I'm gonna start feeling very cold in about 3 hours. I don't know why, but fasting, I start feeling cold. You know, because of a lack of coffee. And then as soon as I drink coffee, I feel warm all over my body. I feel tingly, warm sensation.
Do you put sugar in your coffee?
Lack of calorie intake. You know, you need your body is not having anything to burn. But you're skinny, right, Machine? Already you're
Yeah,
thin.
I'm skinny. Yeah.
So there must not be too much fat to keep you warm.
Yeah,
I
I'm
would
tall.
imagine it's because since you're fasting, you're not taking no intake of sugar, so
Yeah, I'm
sugar
a
levels
bag.
dropping.
Yeah, I'm a bag of bones.
Skin and bone.
And, I'm pretty tall, very skinny. So tons of bonage. Um, you know, so yeah, just you know, yeah, you know, boned out, Big Daddy rib cage, you know, as I've said. But yeah, from the rapper Slug, well, that was his line. I mean, but yeah, it says here, um, all in all. So I tried to explain that to you guys, right? That's a very important concept within Christianity, right? That details how there's no separation within the Trinity, right? But anyways, it is just a fascinating concept in and of itself, all in all. You know, that being, you know, and becoming could finally just become being itself. You know, and which is eternal, so there is no change. and there is no time, and there is no end or beginning. Right? So he says, I have made you, says the way, and I sustain your every breath. I am holding you. You will not fail unless you depart from me. You will be held up while you hold to my words, for at the end where I am, though heaven and earth will pass away, my words will not pass away.
Oh
Okay,
my gosh.
Oh
that's
wow.
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So heaven and earth, they have a beginning. Obviously, they have an end, but the essence of being, the actual thing that's holding creation together, that has no end.
See, that's so. This is echoing the Vedic text a lot.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a, 'cause that's God, right? That's the concept of God. It does not born is not born, never dies. And what we talked about this one time machine, that even the higher beings, like the quote unquote gods in Hinduism, even they're saying like they're ephemeral. The earth has, Mother Earth is a personified sort of being in the Vedas. Even she knows she's transitional. I mean, like, yes, their transition is not 80 years, it's more like 80,000, 100,000, or millions of years. But they're aware that they're ephemeral, and they themselves are in this process of evolution. It's like, oh, well, we are trying as well to come to that level of quote unquote nothingness from which everything emerges. But I guess you wouldn't call that nothingness, right? In the English sense, it's really is everything, not nothing, but
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, it's
echoed
like,
in the Bible, those words. Jesus says, Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away. In
right.
wow.
Matthew 24.
Yeah.
It's just wild.
Yeah. So direct quotes there, all in
I mean,
all,
that's the Seraphim Rose translation, right? So
right.
he definitely had that in mind, I'm sure.
Yeah, but if you look at, these, like, obviously, we're going to live, 80 years, get like one and a half diseases, pop out a few kids, maybe if we're lucky, and then, and then we'll die. And for most people, everything they created in their lifetime will be gone with them. I mean, and a tree's just like, yeah, I'm gonna spend the next like 100 years growing like, 1,000 branches. See you later, loser. and you know what I mean, and who can argue and who can compete? I mean,
Right.
and here it says evil manners. Ooh, evil manners.
Evil,
Crowley.
this is from the Tao, right? This is from the Tao, or is
Yeah.
it the Bible? Okay, got it.
Well, that what we were just discussing, that was from the Bible.
Got it.
The notion that Reddington was talking about, that heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words will not pass away.
Yeah.
But in the Tao, it does say in the other translations that we read that heaven and earth have a beginning and they, will essentially come to an end. Right? That they don't essentially last forever.
Correct.
Right? So it does definitely allude to those things in the other, ideas. So I just think it's a fairly just a continuous notion. Now this notion that the words will outlast the heavens and the earth. I mean, right? Now, obviously he's saying the word as logos, and he's saying logos as the way. So, so that is all of what he's trying to accomplish there, because the word, of course, has
extra biblical conception. It doesn't just mean words. He means word in relation to mind, and he means mind with a capital M, folks. So he doesn't mean mind as in, like, what everybody's thinking. I mean, it's a much deeper conception.
Cosmogenic ordering principle,
So,
perhaps.
so mind with capital M, is that like closer to the Vedic concept of mind or manas, meaning, essentially everything that we see, feel, hear, and touch is also in the mind. That's how the Vedas look at it anyway. That we're like, this is a phenomenon of mind, like the computer in front of me, all that, you know what I'm saying? Like, and somehow that you, me, and Red are only separate in this phenomena of mind. If we go beyond that, it's not. There's no separation in the next layer.
I forget, but is that like the mind of Vishnu? I forget who's the one that dreams everything.
Shiva is dreaming.
You're right.
And we're all in that. So if you're taking that, that's a tantric stance, right? That Shiva is the ultimate. He is dreaming, and we are in the dream of Shiva. We are playing in the. He is playing through us, essentially, in the dream. And when he wakes up, that will be the end of the world, essentially. But not as a bad thing, like it's just a return to source, let's say. But that was a convoluted question. I'm asking y'all if the mind with the capital M is anything similar to what I just described or not.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
It includes pan-experientialism, all of experience contained within the mind. Yes, definitely represents that.
Certainly
And,
have overlapping concepts, at least.
I think so.
Well, that's why demons are able to operate. If you think about, like if you really think about the mechanics, like if there wasn't the phenomena of mind, then how do you manipulate people that are separate from you, right? Essentially in body.
Yeah, it could be. It's a central theme because there's prakriti, and then there's intelligence that's separate from that.
Correct.
So it's a central thing that consciousness was there at the beginning. So in the Vedic thing, it's a very open thing. They directly talk about consciousness.
Yes.
So that's what's very interesting.
Even Prakriti and Purusha is division of Brahman, right? So when Brahman is now like a splat into whatever construct we're in, then it splits into consciousness and matter. Like you're saying, Purusha and Prakriti or Shiva and Shakti, masculine, feminine, that occurs here. And they say that Brahman is still outside of that. So even Shiva is not the ultimate. But the ultimate is like unnameable and unknowable from here. Like we have to be there to know it. We can't be here in the sort of simulacrum of it, looking at like trying to like get to it. It's I hope that I don't know if I made it clear, but even that duality split between consciousness and matter only occurs in like the incarnated state, right? So that's why you have gods and goddesses. That's why you have Shiva and like the Trimurti, the Tridevi, and they also know that okay, yes, in this situation, yes, even at what for humans appears a divine level, but even they are aware that they're not the real divine. That the divine, like the true God, is Brahman. That's why they're going through life and all these stories that we get from, you know, eons of their life to listen to in the Puranas.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty. Yeah, I mean, GT's asking. They talk about conscious. I mean, it's even in the Gita there. You know, so it's pretty clear there.
Right. Yeah.
You know, where it's talk about the immaterial and the material. And one is changed, one doesn't change. It's indestructible. It's obvious. But yeah. Evil manners. Whoa. You know, I wonder what this is going to be about. I wonder if this is going to be evil incarnated. I mean, it says, "He who standeth a tiptoe standeth not firm. He who maketh rigid his legs walketh ill. He who preeneth himself shineth not. He who talketh positively is vulgar. He who boasteth is refused acceptance. He who is wise in his own conceit is thought inferior. Such attitudes to him that hath the view given by understanding the Tao seem like garbage, or like cancer, abhorrent to all. They then who follow the way do not admit them."
Wait,
Yeah.
Mitch, we need to read that again, please. Gosh, that is a lot.
Well, it's saying that, you know, that people who need to constantly put on a show, you know, and appear as something, you know, and either make something positive or point out vulgarities, that they are simply trying to, you know, overcompensate for something that they themselves are lacking. You know, so the fact is that the people who rely on praise and blame, who rely on appearances, who try to improve things, yeah, go ahead, Anna.
So, like somebody LARPing, essentially, right?
Yeah, somebody who is just about, you know, trying to prove what they're about. You know, instead of doing, you know, something and then not,
Right.
you know, not for the sake of you
Appearance.
know, yeah, the appearance of it or the praise of it or the results that of what it will accomplish. I mean, so
Right.
he's saying stay away from both of those. That people who measure themselves by those things, you know, they're always going to come up short. You know, and yeah, you know what's really interesting, Reddington, is chapter 20. His chapter 20 was fucking amazing. I mean,
But then what is he saying below when he says, like, these people are thought inferior? Right?
They're wise in their own conceit. So basically, there's ego.
Oh, wise conceit.
Definitely egoistic. They're definitely thinking they're hot stuff.
That's a play
And
on
they're
not really wise. They're conceited.
boasting.
yeah. Yeah, but the first 3 lines, I mean, we've read them almost in every single translation. You know, he who standeth a tiptoe standeth not firm, meaning that the people who are trying to be very careful in moving around are people that are not standing on a good foundation. You know what I mean, right? You know that.
Yeah, in yoga, there is a way to stand. So you're supposed to be able to individually move each of your toes upon the ground. And then you have to feel every part of the foot upon the ground, right? Except the arch. But the toe moving, that's incredibly difficult. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't know if this happened to your household as a child, Machine, but it was like normal that if you were tiptoeing, like the adults would tell you, no, you have to stand right, because if not, you'll like develop a spinal dysfunction later on in life. if you don't keep all the 5 toes upon the ground, and all, you have to have your feet essentially firmly upon the ground, but there is a nuance to it, right? And there's a way to stand. And then there is a second thing he's saying about rigid legs walketh ill. And that's another thing. That's why yogic exercise, like you even move the kneecap with your hand, right? So the whole thing is about
Sounds kind of painful.
mental. It's not actually, it lubricates the kneecap if you do it right, and it's not like you're not pulling on it, and it's not painful. It'll just lubricate that area, and you can avoid a knee replacement later on in the future. That's what I'm trying to get at. So the rigid leg, because I'm not moving, not exercising in the right way. Like I see people like come in the United States, like what a recipe for wasting energy exercises, like running on the treadmill, all these activities like in the gymnasium, they just seem so like counterproductive to me. Not all, not all. I'll give credit where credit is due. But most of the activities, it's like you exert energy, but you're not building up the force, is what I'm trying to say. So, like, true yoga will focus on that. And there's even one more. There's a preening motion shown here. He who preeneth himself shineth not. And there's it's a bad posture to preen. It's a misaligned posture to preen. And yoga focus so much on the spine because that's like the most primal center of the body, is the primal brain center. Like everything at a very animalistic level is felt there. So even preening, like immediately you're misaligning the spine. So I'm sure I agree 100% with the interpretation on the what you're saying on the metaphorical level. But it's crazy that they put like yogic postures, because I'm sure ancient Chinese had good posture. And I'm pretty damn sure. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at. And I understand the rest of it. I thought the rest of it he was talking about a wise man, but he's talking still about the conceited man, and not the West.
Oh, he definitely has to know something. There's no way he could write all that without knowing something about posture.
Yeah. Hey, Godheart is asking if that was a Seraphim Rose translation, that chapter as well. The evil.
No, that was Crowley. Now we're gonna move back to Rose.
Holy
We're going
shit,
back and forth.
that was Crowley?
Yeah.
Oh, sad
Puta.
trombone.
Look at me. Look at me. I just fangirled hard. Fuck.
For Crowley.
Yeah, he's a deep thinker. He's a deep thinker. Definitely his translation. Now his chapter 20 was where he really shined, because that's the chapter where obviously, Lao Tzu rejects society, right? And rejects, you know, seeking wisdom and all that type of stuff. So it's very, very interesting, his idea there. I might get back to it at the end of this reading here. But yeah, very important idea. And of course, the idea in Seraphim Rose was insane, because he's talking about how Christ was rejected by society. And as a prime example of, following the way. And but yeah. So 25, he goes on to say, when you are at one with the way, said the ancient sage, the way welcomes you. The way welcomes you. Be kind, says the way, and you will know me. For I am very quiet, and you will only hear me when you are kind and gentle to my lowly children. Don't think, says the way, and you will know me. For you only think of what is outside of you, and I'm within you. Don't fear, says the way. You have stepped away from me. That is all.
return to the feast and lay your head on my breast at supper. You were away, and now you have returned. I'm in my final hour, and I'm about to be delivered to be killed, but rejoice in this too. For when you see me hanging on the tree, you will know me as you have never known me before. And when you see me die, you will have me forever. Okay, let me go to 26 in the other translation.
You know, with all due respect to the Father Seraphim Rose, I feel he pushes it a little bit, you know, but that might just be my perspective. It's just.
Well, I think he gave a startling retort to people who were kind of you know, because people might see it that way, but he gave a very startling one-to-one comparison between the sayings of Jesus and the sayings of Lao Tzu, and they seem to line up like 1-to-1.
I see.
You know, so he did go over that, and I'll read some of that right now. So let's get to this. Let's read this again,
The
and
same
then I'll.
Crowley, right?
Huh?
The same chapter through Crowley.
Yeah, we'll read the same chapter in Crowley, and then I'll move back to looking at how Seraphim Rose discusses, you know, those 1-to-1 comparisons. You know, we'll also look at, you know, the idea of the chapter 20 in Crowley, because I really think he hit it out of the park. I mean, it might be my favorite translation of chapter 20. You know, because it's just, you know, you could really sense the spitefulness in the Crowleyan translation. I mean, and the contempt with society in general. I mean, but yeah, let me move to Crowley real quick, and then we'll do that because it is actually startling in the sayings of and you know, it bears repeating because I was actually blown away, right? But it says
Hey, one moment. May I answer a question in the chat?
Yeah.
From GT.
Yeah. I actually was gonna see if you wanted to answer that question. Yeah, blessings. Go ahead.
Sure. Are all gods in Hinduism actually individual gods, or are they just labels, categories, different aspects of life personified?
Yeah, I typed a response and I never sent this. Yeah, this was the response I typed. I said, God is beyond describable reality, conscious personal being in Hindu according to Upanishad. But yeah, you could answer too.
Right, but deities.
I don't know what I'm. Yeah.
I think they're asking about the deities, even Creek Mary. What you're asking, it is both. It is both. And we as humans, we're meant to take an example. We're meant to take an example. And I say it is both because it's a mystery. You're supposed to discover it. Like, you're supposed to see how, like, both can be real, you know? And just 2,000 years ago, the belief system was very different. Like, people believed in this stuff. So just think about like the simple placebo effect, you know, and that. But there were supposedly different races and beings, and that was just normal. And today it's science fiction or so, whatever, fantasy, right? So that's my answer.
The images of mystery. Already kind of a crazy name out here, you know, and he says without limit and perfect. There is a becoming. Notice he used the word becoming. Beyond heaven and earth. Okay, now see there, that is him implanting his. But see, we're coming at it from both
Satanic.
sides.
Little satanic.
Little alchemical, I mean, splash there, But yeah, he says it hath nor motion nor form. Okay, now there's the stillness and the oneness. Right, it says, it is alone, it changeth not, it extendeth always, it hath no adversary, it is like the All Mother. I know not its name, but I call it down. Moreover, I exert myself and call it vastness. Vastness, the becoming. Becoming, it flieth afar. Afar, it draweth near. Vast is the Tao. Heaven is also vast. Earth is vast. And the Holy King is vast also. Okay. Now, interesting that he used the term Holy King.
Was that Lucifer?
Well, no, it's just that in other translations, it just says man.
Oh, shit.
So he's sort of Christianizing and, in a weird, Holy King. Very strange. Is vast also in the universe. The four are four vastnesses, and of these is the Holy King.
So that seems like purposely obfuscating.
Yeah, because now look, there in the last paragraph, he changes it to man. He says, man followeth the formula of earth, earth followeth that of heaven, heaven that of the Tao. The formula of the Tao is its own nature. Okay. So we have definitely read that before. Okay.
Yeah,
whoops, I still got GT's comment up here.
Project a lot, huh? This time I preferred Seraphim Rose. At least he's overt.
Yeah. So this is, before we get carried away, let me bring you guys back this.
Chapter 20, is it?
Yeah. I'll bring that back too, but this is, I believe, chapter 20 in Seraphim Rose, right? And he really gets cooking here, right? Between the sage and the prophet, right? It's just staggering. He says, I'll just start at some random place. He says, the ancient sage, follower of the way, had said superior virtue is unconscious of its virtue, hence it is virtuous. Inferior virtue is conscious of its virtue, hence it is not virtuous. Now, we know that quote very well from now. Right? It says, the way, when he became flesh, said, when you do merciful deed, let not your left hand know what your right hand is doing. The ancient sage, follower of the way, had said, in order to be above people, the sage must serve them as if he were lower than them. In order to guide, he must put himself behind them. And the way became flesh. He said, if anyone desires to be first, he shall be last of all and servant of all.
Oh my gosh.
But it's pretty 1-to-1 there.
Yep.
That is definitely 1-to-1.
That's like entirely biblical almost.
Yeah. Yeah. And of course, these are quotes by Jesus in the Gospels, by the way. So it says, the ancient sage, follower of the way, had said, the way of heaven is to take from those who have too much and to give to those who do not have enough. The way, when he became flesh, said, to those who hoarded their spiritual riches, my kingdom shall be taken from you and given to a nation bringing forth the fruits thereof. The ancient sage, follower of the way, had said, when gold and jade fill your hall, you will not be able to keep them safe. The way, when he became flesh, said, do not lay up for yourself treasures on earth, where thieves break the law in and steal. The ancient sage, follower of the way, had said, one's own self or material goods, which is of more worth. The way, when he became flesh, said, for what is a man profited if he gains the whole world and loses his own soul? The ancient sage, follower of the way, had said, flexible overcome the adamant, the yielding overcome the forceful. It is because the sage does not contend that no one in the world will contend against him.
Forgive my ignorance, but ancient sage is Lao.
Lao Tzu. Yeah.
And then the other guy
Hindu.
is Jesus, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Right. And he says, the way when he became flesh, it said, resist not evil, but whom he strikes you on your right cheek, turn to him the other also. Now, this is a strikingly interesting teaching that follows from Lao Tzu, because Lao Tzu literally says violence begets violence. But yeah, if anyone wants to sue you at the law and take away your tunic, let him have your cloak also. The ancient sage follower of the way had said, the violent man shall die a violent death. I consider this as my chief teaching. That's right. Lao Tzu says that's his chief teaching, by the way. Pretty strange that he makes his chief teaching an ethical, a seemingly ethical principle. I mean, not some sort of metaphysical or,
But it's also karma, right?
Right. Yeah, definitely has a lot to do with that.
My God.
Yeah, he says, I consider this the chief of my teaching, as my chief teaching, right? So, and then he says, the way when he became flesh is all who take the sword shall perish by the sword. The ancient sage followed the way. It said, the most massive tree grows from a sprout. The highest building rises from a pile of earth. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The way when he became flesh said, the kingdom of heaven is like a mustard seed, which a man took and sowed in the field, which indeed is the least of all seeds. And when it is grown, is greater than the herbs, and becomes a tree. So the birds of the air come to lodge in its branches. The ancient sage followed the way and said, magnify the small, increase the few. All things under heaven start from the small. And the way when he became flesh said, the kingdom of heaven is like leaven, which a woman took and hid in 3 measures of meal till the whole meal, till the whole was leavened. Sorry. The ancient sage followed the way and said, the heaven's net is broad with big meshes. The way when he became flesh said, the kingdom of heaven is like a net that was cast into the sea and gathered some of every kind. The ancient sage follower of the... sorry.
No. It's just too close that he said heaven's net is broad with big meshes. And then, yeah, the kingdom of heaven is like a net. We know that. But it's just so close.
And they have that in Hindu too, because it's Indra's net, right? They have
Correct.
that concept, right? So
There's...
it's interesting. I mean, the similarities for sure. I mean, it says, okay, here, where am I? The way when he became flesh said, a sparrow shall not fall to the ground without your fathers, without your father. The ancient sage followed the way. It said, the way clothes and feeds the 10,000 things.
My God.
The way when he became flesh said, consider the lilies of the field, how they grow, they toil not. I actually read this from Matthew 6, I believe, right? Neither do they spin, and yet I say unto you that Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. Isn't that a great line? You like that one, Anna?
Yeah, because Solomon is who the Freemasons...
Right, yeah. Right, it's funny, huh?
Yeah. And he was, he's coveted and often said that he had everything, and yet it's like all in it's not in the way. I mean, he got it from outside of the way, right? He wasn't a follower of God, right?
Yeah, that's a direct quote from Matthew's gospel. That Jesus says, yeah, literally Solomon was not as glorious as the birds. Yeah.
Something so simple, right?
Yeah, it is very simple. Very impressive teaching. The ancient sage follower of the way had said, returning is the movement of the way, but its function is weakness. And the way when he became flesh said, my strength is made perfect in weakness.
Oh my gosh. This is exactly why people probably alleged that Seraphim Rose was just, basically putting Bible verses into the translation, right?
Yeah.
But when you read this, it makes a little bit more sense.
Oh yeah. So you could say, hey,
Yeah.
so as a retort,
Apology to the
yeah, it's
state.
interesting. Yeah, because people may have missed some of the previous shows, but for you guys, I gotta give a special performance because you guys are my friends. I mean, so I gotta bring that back over. I mean, right? But it says, the ancient sage, follower of the way, had said there was something undefined yet complete in itself, born before heaven and earth. I do not know its name. And the way, when he became flesh, said, I who speak unto you am he. So kind of mysterious there at the end. I mean, but yeah, let's go to 20 here in Crowley.
The thing I was saying that you can it's not describable from this side, Brahman is something you seek to attain. That's Advaita Vedanta. Mostly that's coming from the Upanishads, what I'm saying. And the Vedas deal primarily with creation and manifestation. So that's why the Upanishads say all that. But it's incredibly similar. I can't okay, I guess we're gonna see the chapter 20. Damn. Let's
Yeah, now
see.
20, I'll show you guys 20 in Crowley, and man, it is just a doozy. I mean, because just the type of spitefulness that's embodied by Lao Tzu in that chapter, he really embodies it, being a modern, just sort of outcast. I mean, so I mean, just today's outcast is probably way more, abrasive, I mean, than the previous age, because obviously you have to be a nonconformist to a lot more ideas today, I believe. It was relatively easy for somebody to go out and live their own type of
Right.
life, just do their own type of thing.
People were just agricultural.
The outside of town and just,
Yeah.
But
Pre-industrial society, yes.
yeah,
And
they
then
wouldn't be subject to any laws.
Yeah.
Even so, so 20, withdrawal from the common way. I mean, right? He says to forget learning is to end trouble. The smallest difference in words, such as yes and yea, can make the endless controversy for the scholar. Fearful indeed is death, since all men fear it, but the abyss of questionings, shoreless and bottomless, is worse. Consider the profane man, how he preeneth, as if at feast, or gazing upon spring from a tower. But as for me, I am as one who yawneth without any trace of desire. I'm like a babe before its first smile. I appear sad and forlorn like a man homeless. The profane man hath his need filled. And more also. For me, I seem to have lost all I had. My mind is, as it were, stupefied. It hath no definite shape. The profane man looketh lively and keen-witted. I alone appear blank in my mind. They seem eagerly critical. I appear careless and without perception. I seem to be as one drift upon the sea, with no thought of a harbor. The profane have each one his definite course of action. I alone appear useless and uncomprehending, like a man from the border. Yea, see, that's the key line. A man from the border. Yea, thus I differ from all other men, but my jewel is the all-mother.
what does that mean, border?
Powerful. Like border of a town.
Oh.
Like standing in the gate.
Nice. I mean, yeah, like on the fringe.
Having authority.
What's that read? Sorry.
At least I forget, but in certain cultures, like I think in the Bible, even like it talks about how you go to the city gates to, that's where basically the judicial power was, and that you had matters
Right.
disputed there and resolved and stuff like that. So I don't know if that has any
Or
relation to
King's
this
Palace before that, right?
to this border. What's that?
Before that, it would have been the King's Palace before the city state.
I mean,
You
I suppose, but I'm not.
yeah, and to pay tribute.
I'm not too versed in that history.
But I think you're right. But what is All Mother to Crowley? Is that like Prakriti?
Yeah, that's pretty much Prakriti. Yeah.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it?
Both translations seem wildly different.
Right. Yeah.
So who's being more faithful to the actual text?
I think that's why Machine chose to read both, right?
I would imagine so.
Or various at this point.
Yeah, I mean,
few translations now.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the Tao gives birth to, the space, like a reflection of itself, which is basically, like the abyss, and then out of that, something formed between heaven and earth, right? And that is sort of the vessel, right, that is used to create what creates the 10,000 things. Now, what creates the 10,000 things is the mother of all creation.
So is the mother the
it's kind of like just
triad,
nature, like nature or the universe, right?
Matter, yeah.
It's one gives birth to two, and two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to everything.
Yeah, I think two is like time or nothingness. I think three is nature or the universe.
So in the Hindu concept, these concepts are with the goddesses, right? So I hope I'm getting the order right. But Kala is number one. But that is time. And then Bhairavi comes with space. And Lakshmi and all, who is related with Mother Nature, comes much later in the incarnations. Like Bhairavi is also the most fearful form. Actually, the photo I have is supposed to be a Kali, right? So that's the actual geometric shape you're supposed to focus on before any like anthropomorphization. If you're serious about studying the goddess, right? And that is like a tantric school of like learning. Then you start to focus on these geometries, and supposedly they contain the mysteries. But so Kali is also like black, original, right? And very, very I guess like terrifying. It's like a raw energy. And then later on they become more palatable, the goddesses, right? Tripura Sundari being the last. She who is graceful in all three worlds. And that, that's a very palatable form of the goddess. But the first few out of the 10, and they deal with these concepts like Kali is time, Bhairavi is space. Then there is like there's a form of the goddess, it's very scary, like cut off her own head and drank her blood. And that's related with another metaphysical principle like time and space. But You know, supposedly Twilight is like studies this. Like Twilight is in the path of that, like studying the goddess in this way.
Oh, he would definitely have something to say for this.
Yeah, and he says it's nature and all of that. So he actually has came to that conclusion and extrapolated that into a sort of pagan animism, and said that yes, it's actually nature that he essentially is worshiping. I mean, so he goes to that level with the goddess and nature. He connects the two things. I mean, he thinks it's the same thing as Gaia. He thinks Gaia and Sophia are the same principle, essentially. So I've had many conversations with him up till now. So I've
There's a little
absorbed
bit of spice in there, or what?
Well, he's definitely a very intelligent character, and you know, we're blessed to have him here. Yeah, a couple of the people I would love to get his reflections on this Crowley text, as I would love to get Unseen's reflections on Christ the Eternal Tao, since he's already read. So when we have them on, maybe I might bring that back up, chapter 20, and get them, going crazy, because that really moved me when I read their versions of chapter 20, because it's such an important chapter for me. You know, I think it's really the crux of the Tao, because you really get to understand Lao Tzu's personality and why he's writing this. And
Instead of the Tao, the way Seraphim Rose did it, anyway.
yeah, he's talking about, sort of
The
rejecting.
one.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess that wasn't his chapter 20, huh? The one-to-one comparison that you showed between Seraphim and the.
Well, they're both talking about the same concept,
I
which is lowering yourself and sort of connecting with the, like nature and simplicity, and by that being the like greater than the people who just follow the herd and sort of are obsessed with material gain, and and all these types of things. So it just seems like, Lao Tzu distinguished himself from those people, from people who wanted to create externalized standards of sageliness, wisdom, and say that they follow those things, or they're the representatives of those things, as most people in society trying to do. He thought that was a great way to cheat people, and obviously Christ taught the same thing. He went around saying, look, these Pharisees, they're cheating people by creating all these fake rules and trying to create false standards and tie up heavy burdens for you to wear. And said the only way you can get into heaven is by exceeding them in righteousness and by lowering yourself, and and all this type of stuff. So it's very interesting, that obviously, if you just look at Socrates, humility is the mark of a truth seeker. So knowledge of your own ignorance, obviously, so this act of lowering yourself and gaining by lowering yourself, is actually fascinating idea. I mean,
Very true.
but yeah, we got a couple more things here we're gonna get into. We're gonna get back into Bill Joy and look at these predictions for the future and some of his ideas of relinquishment of technology. And I do have some music, Spooky Saturdays. So we're keeping it rolling. It's kind of a thing I'm trying to do, but not really do. So it just is a transformative experience. Spooky Saturdays. What is it? Anything could peer out from around the corner, really. I mean, so I mean, You got to stay on your P's and Q's here. And that's all I'm trying to say. But yeah, blessings. Blessings to John Healing. Comedics. Chris Rasta, blessings. Blessings to Televised Apocalypse. Uh-oh. What? I don't even know what that's about.
It's a funny comment to pull up and
Put
say
that in the file. Under suspicious acts. And questionable retorts. And proceed with our program. Blessings. Yeah, so here we are with okay, actually I need a minute to try to find this video. Sorry, folks. I might play the wrong video. I don't know. Just give me a second.
Oh, can
Wait, what? No, go ahead.
So I just had a short reading to share whenever you have.
Definitely. No, right now. Right now is the key time. Yeah.
Okay. So this is from a book called Tales of the Night Rainbow, and it's a really hard book to find. I got it from the Honolulu Library in Hawaii. So as you can imagine, it's really hard to find. Yeah, and it's a book written by Hawaiian people about Hawaii. Okay. Stories of the ancient people. History, as anything else, is seen and understood by where a person stands on the mountain. All people climb the same mountain. The mountain, however, has many pathways, each with a different view. A person knows and understands only what he sees from his own pathway. As he moves, his view will change. Only when he reaches the top of the mountain will he see and understand all the views of mankind. But who among us has reached the top of the mountain? Tomorrow, we too will see a different view. We have not finished growing. Most Hawaiian stories have been written from the pathways taken by foreigners who wrote Hawaiian history as they saw and believed things to be. It was not a Hawaiian view or a Hawaiian pathway. These stories, I tell you, are from a pathway taken by my family on the island of Molokai. They're the stories told to my teacher and beloved mother, and she in turn taught those who were part of her Haulau school in CTUHLU. The ancient ones were the people who were the Maoli, or native to Hawaii. 700 or 800 years ago, the Tahitians came to our islands, and since then the stories of our origins and life have been dominated by their outlook. In many ways, the Tahitians were a people similar to us, but in other ways they were as light is to the dark. The early ones lived with an attitude about life that gave them what we would call a great mana, or power over their surroundings. But it is really the power of love and kinship and working through the feelings of the objects we live among. Our ancestors lived in small family communities and were guided by the elders of the family. The families were called ohana, and all of the families on the islands who were of our line were ohana laha. Today we would call that a clan. There were many clans in those days and many people. Different communities belonging to a clan wore kapa or clothing of the same color, but they had different markings on their kapa to show which part of the clan they belonged to. When someone met a stranger and he wore the family color, he could tell to which branch of the family he belonged by these differences. Each family had what we call an aumakua, or a spirit felt as a living part of the family. We have this called a kuladevam, so it's like a family deity in South India at least, right? So they have an aumakua. I don't know if they're a deity or not, but this is how it's described: as a spirit felt as a living part of the family, a presence like our ancestors, aware of us and ready at all times to show us the turns in our pathways. This spirit could be part of anything or everything. Our family was a mo'o family. A mo'o is a giant lizard or dragon. However, we were kind to all creatures, for they were our brothers. We felt more for the lizard because it was our belief that they brought us luck, protected us, and watched over us. Our family wore our hair shoulder length, and the men wore short beards. Some other branches of the family cut their hair short and plucked their beards. All the descendants of the Kanehoalani and the Kayakea family wore finger tattoos to show that we followed a holy life. Other branches of the family had other tattoos, and some wore no tattoos at all. There were many clans in the ancient days, each with its own color and own aumakua, or family spirit. There was a shark family with its colors of gray. There was a shell clan who wore a dark red, and the owl family who wore clothing of browns. The thunder clan of Maui, the island of Maui, wore only the darkest black. On Oahu, the island where Honolulu is at, there were families who wore orange, the leeward families, and in Ku and Ko'olauloa, there were families with the beautiful pink clothing. There were 3 very different and beautiful red clothing: the Kanikapa, the Kekupa Ohi, and the Ke'akua Lahu. On the island of Molokai, the gods were Ku and Hina. The temples, or heiaus, had an upright stone for Ku, the male god, and a prostrate flat stone for Hina, the female god. The temples of our family had a light which burned at all times, and someone was always there to tend to it. It was the belief of our family line that we had been here from the beginning. People had gone out from our land to the east and to the west and populated other lands. We had chants that told of such migrations from our islands. We taught by stories and parables. One of the earliest and most important to us was each child. So this is the point of the story. Each child born at birth has a bowl of perfect light. If he tends his light, it will grow in strength, and he can do all things: swim with the shark, fly with the birds, know and understand all things. If, however, he becomes envious or jealous, he drops a stone into his bowl of light, and some of the light goes out. Light and the stone cannot hold the same space. If he continues to put stones in the bowl of light, the light will go out and he will become a stone. A stone does not grow. A stone does not move. If at any time he tires of being a stone, all he needs to do is turn the bowl upside down, and the stones will fall away and the light will grow once more. The stories or parables were teachings and reminders. The maoli, or native stories of vines, trees, seeds, fish, earth, sea, and sky, the things that were common to the people and that they understood. When a child began to speak, the family began to teach him about the world of which he was a part. Aloha is being a part of all, and all being a part of me. When there is pain, it is my pain. When there is joy, it is mine also. I respect all that is as part of the Creator and part of me. I will not willfully harm anyone or anything. When food is needed, I will only take my need and explain why it is being taken. The earth, the sky, the sea are mine. to care for, to cherish, and to protect. This is Hawaiian. This is aloha. The ancient ones believed that all time is now, and that we are each creators of our life's conditions. We create ourselves, and everything becomes a part of our lives. Any situation in which we might find ourselves is brought about by learning the many pathways of life. When we wish to change our circumstance, all we have to do is release our present condition. It will be gone. On the other hand, if we find it useful to continue, we can hang on to the problem and not let it go. The early ones believed there was one body of life to which we all belonged. We have land, sea, and sky. They too are part of us. Everything that grew on our land and swam in our ocean we called brother and sister. We knew we were part of all things, and all things were part of us. The old ones knew this and lived accordingly. They did not destroy. They spoke to a plant that was to be picked and explained why it was being done. A rock, before being used as part of a new house platform or temple, heiau, would be asked if it approved of being used in such a manner. If signs were against such use, the people needing the rock moved to another location and asked a different rock. It was far better to do something correctly than in a hurry or without regard for its effects and the effects of our actions. We were taught when the mana, or personal power, is strong, and people accept themselves as the powerful beings they are, all things are possible. Moving rocks, for instance, need not be as big a burden if the rocks wish to be a part of the project. Men would carry the stone, but need not carry the weight of the stone. Such learning applied to all parts of life, especially in fishing and collecting food. When the needed amount was clearly understood, it became available. There was no want and no waste. The early ones taught that there is no dividing line between two people. You cannot hit your brother without hitting yourself, your father, and your mother. It is best then to hit no one. The early ones had no kings, no great warlords, or no armies, and no system of laws. Around 1250 AD, a priest named Pau'au came on a visit from Tahiti. We knew Tahitians, for there were many Tahitians who had come here to live. Any family who wished to come and live on these shores was welcomed, and they were helped to establish themselves. They usually adapted to our way of life quickly, and there was harmony among the families. All these people were considered to be Hawaiian. Where they came from was of no importance. The heart was what we saw and heard. Pa'au was noticed for many reasons. He came wearing white. The color was not used by us, for it represented the absence of life. So Hindus wear white at a funeral. I wanted to bring. There's many similarities, but I'm just going to read this. White represents the absence of life. The men who came with him wore the Tahitian red malo, or clothing, with which we were familiar. Pa'au visited every island asking questions, always asking questions. People wanted to be helpful, and so told him of harbors and tides, fertile valleys, and all the things he asked about. No one thought much about it. He asked questions, the people tried to answer. Then suddenly he was gone. The people questioned each other about him. He made many feel an unease that they were not used to. They called him the man who wore death because of his undyed clothing. Several years later, we learned that Pa'au did indeed wear death, for he returned bringing devastation to our land. So that returned with the Tahitian invasion. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, very interesting, especially the part about not hurrying to make things happen.
Right. And the Native Hawaiians, they still practice that. You know, I'm not going to say it's all perfect, but there are people who practice in the way. And, you know, they have a fish pond attached to the home. So there's a food source attached to the home, and that doesn't run out of fish even in this modern day. So it's not just a fantastical, you know, account of, but I'll be silent. Please continue, machine.
No, I'm just reflecting on the reading and lots of important reflections in terms of the meaning of aloha. You know, obviously many people don't know this, but the Hawaiians are pretty much Taoist, you know, their understanding, you know, of nature and the energy, the latent energies there. And yeah, and the respect for all life and many different parallels there. Definitely joining the Thunder Tribe, wearing all black. You know, so we're gonna get that going on.
No, but today the people of Maui wear the Tahitian red color, or I think, yeah, they wear the red. And so hula is a traditional dance, right? And when people share the hula, you understand what clan and all they come from. But in Maui, they're not wearing black anymore. Essentially, there is no Thunder Clan. That's been taken over.
Man, we got to take that back. We got to bring back the Thunder Clan and start wearing black in Maui, and just call ourselves the Thunder Clan and start smoking Maui Wowie. And that's how they'll distinguish us. Right?
You know who's on that mountain, though?
What?
Zarathustra's on top of the mountain.
Oh, man. Zarathustra's on top of Thunder Mountain. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that sounds like Lemuria right there for sure. The Zarathustra standing on top of Thunder Mountain. You know, we get some Lemurian vibes up in here.
It's similar, huh? Because this book, I mean, it's a small book, but very hard to obtain. Man, what a hard book to obtain. Like years I've been trying to obtain this book. It's not been easy. But she writes down pre-Tahitian Hawaiian stories. Right? And the night rainbow is a phenomenon where a rainbow, I've never seen it, but I have seen like rings around the moon, but they're saying that's not what it is. It's actual rainbow at night you can see around the moon. If you go to a very pure place, like a very, pure, ecologically sound and like no pollution, supposedly in a full moon night, you can see a rainbow around the moon. Very auspicious. Yeah. And there's about 12 or 13 stories. That's it. And some of this is taught in school in Hawaii, and where they're teaching the native language first in the public school system, if you'll believe it. And they have their structure. They've laid out the whole structure, which is based around the unit of family. The family unit is sacred. I mean, I'm not for public schooling or anything, but I'm just saying what has happened, like how that's come through today. But they have they teach about the unit of family and the importance of family and this kind of stuff in school, in public school, at least on, where there's a lot of Hawaiians living. So Mark Zuckerberg's bunker, the public school over there is probably not teaching this. on the island of Kauai, but there are wherever the demographic, like if there's a high number of Hawaiians living, this stuff is going on. Yo, look at that. Creek Mary says they were giving out grants for teaching indigenous language around Native Americans here. That's interesting. I mean, everything comes with a shackle, right? Make no mistake. Stuff like that is like there's no free lunch.
Yeah, speaking of Zarathustra, I don't know if you guys ever seen Thus Spoke Zarathustra and the Vision and the Enigma, where he actually talks about eternal recurrence. And it's pretty interesting. Pull this up and read it because, yeah, there is no beginning and no end. That idea pretty much inside of the Nietzschean, conception, and he says, gloomily I walked. I'll just start reading here. It says, gloomily walked I lately in corpse-colored twilight, gloomily and sternly, with compressed lips. Not only one sun had set for me, a path which ascended daringly among boulders, an evil, lonesome path, which neither herb nor shrub any longer cheered, a mountain path crunched under the daring of my foot. Mutely marching over the scornful clinking of pebbles, trampling the stone and that let it slip, thus did my foot force its way upwards, in spite of the spirit that drew downwards towards the abyss, the spirit of gravity, my devil and arch enemy. Upwards, although it sat upon me, half dwarf, half mole, paralyzing, dripping lead in mine ear, and thoughts like drops of lead into my brain. O Zarathustra, it whispered scornfully, syllable by syllable, quote, thou stone of wisdom, thou threwest thyself high, but every thrown stone must fall. O Zarathustra, thou stone of wisdom, thou slingstone, thou star destroyer, thyself threwest thou so high, but every stone thrown must fall. Condemned of myself into thine own stoning, O Zarathustra, far indeed threwest thou thy stone, but upon thyself will it recoil. Then was the dwarf silent, and it lasted long. The silence, however, oppressed me. And to be thus in pairs, one is verily lonesome than when alone. I ascended, I dreamt, I thought, but everything oppressed me. A sick one did I resemble, whom bad torture wearieth, and a worse dream reawaketh out of his step. But there is something in me which I call courage. It had hitherto slain for me every direction. This courage at last bade me stand still and say, dwarf, thou or I? For courage is the best slayer, courage which attacketh. For in every attack there is the sound of triumph. Man, however, is the most courageous animal. Thereby hath he overcome every animal. With sound of triumph hath he overcome every pain. Human pain, however, is the sorest pain. Courage slayeth also giddiness at abysses. And where doth man not stand at abysses? is not seeing itself, seeing abysses. Courage is the best slayer. Courage slayeth also also fellow suffering. Excuse me. Fellow suffering. However, is the deepest abyss. As deeply as man looketh into life, so deeply also doth he look into suffering. Courage, however, is the best slayer. Courage which attacketh, it slayeth even death itself. For it saith, was that life? Well, once more, in such speech, however, there is much sound of triumph. He who hath ears to hear, let him hear. Halt, dwarf, said I. Either I or thou. I, however, am the stronger of the two. Thou knowest not mine abysmal thought. It couldst thou not endure. Then happened that which made me lighter, for the dwarf sprang from my shoulder, the prying sprite, and it squatted on a stone in front of me. There was, however, a gateway just where we halted. Look at this gateway, dwarf. I continued. It had two faces, two roads come together here. These hath no one yet gone at the end of. This long lane backwards, it continueth for an eternity. And that long lane forward, that is another eternity. They are antithetical to each other, these roads. They directly abut on one another. And it is there at this gateway that they come together. The name of the gateway is inscribed above this moment, quote unquote. But should one follow them further and even further and further on, thinkest thou, dwarf, that these roads would be eternally antithetical? Everything straight lieth, murmured the dwarf contemptuously. Quote, all truth is crooked, time itself is a circle, unquote. Thou spirit of gravity, said I wrathfully, do not take it too lightly, or I shall let thee squat where thou squattest. Halt, foot, and I carried thee high. Observe, continued I, this moment from the gateway, this moment there runneth a long eternal lane backwards. Behind us lieth an eternity. Must not whatever can run its course of all things have already run along that lane? Must not whatever can happen of all things have already happened, resulted, and gone by? And if everything have already existed, what thinkest thou, dwarf, of this moment? Must not this gate also have existed? Pretty crazy stuff.
And that's Zoroastrian, what you read?
No, that's Nietzsche.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's a poem by Nietzsche. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, he's a badass poet, is he not?
Yeah.
But yeah.
It would be funny if it was read in the original German, right? And then people think it's like Mein Kampf or some shit. Oh, those things Zarathustra would probably be a giveaway.
Yeah. Must not this gateway also have already existed? Yeah, there's a little more of this. It's a chapter from Thus Spoke Zarathustra called The Vision and the Enigma, where he talks to the spirit of gravity, which is a gnome that actually sits upon his shoulder, whispers in his ear, and he shows the gnome eternal recurrence, the path that leads forward and the path that leads backwards, in order to implode his worldview.
Wow.
So it's just like, all right. So he's saying that what you believe in is, you know, so he talks about the vision and the enigma, you know, that You know, what's real and what's fake, you know? And so he goes on to say, he says, and thou and I in this gateway whispering together. Oh, wait, hold on. He says, if everything has already existed, what thinkest thou, dwarf, of this moment? Must not this gateway also have already existed? And are not all things closely bound together in such wise that this moment draweth all coming things after it, consequently itself also? For whatever can run its course of all things also in this long lane outward must it come, must it once more run. Excuse me. And this slow spider, which creepeth in the moonlight, and this moonlight itself, and thou and I in this gateway whispering together, whispering of eternal things, must we not have already existed? And must we not return and run in the other lane out before us, that long, weird lane? Must we not eternally return? Thus did I speak, and always more softly, for I was afraid of mine own thoughts and arrear thoughts. Then suddenly did I hear a dog howl near me. Had I heard a dog howl thus, my thoughts ran back. Yes, when I was a child in my most distant childhood, then did I hear a dog howl thus, and saw it also, with hair bristling its head upwards, trembling in the stillest midnight, when even dogs believe in ghosts, so that it excited my commiseration. For just then went the full moon, silent as death, over the house. Just then did it stand still, a glowing globe, at rest on the flat roof, as if on someone's property. Thereby had the dog been terrified, for dogs believe in thieves and ghosts. And when I again heard such howling, then did it excite my commiseration once more. Where was now the dwarf and the gateway and the spider and all the whispering? Had I dreamt? Had I awakened? Twixt rugged rocks, did I suddenly stand alone, dreary in the dreariest moonlight? But there lay a man, and there the dog leaping, bristling, whining. Now did it see me coming. Then did it howl again. Then did it cry. Had I ever heard a dog cry so for help? And verily, what I saw, the like had I never seen. A young shepherd did I see, writhing, choking, quivering, with distorted countenance, and with a heavy black serpent hanging out of his mouth. Had I ever seen so much loathing and pale horror on one countenance? He had perhaps gone to sleep. Then had the serpent crawled into his throat. There had it bitten itself fast. My hand pulled at the serpent and pulled in vain. I failed to pull the serpent out of his throat. Then he cried out of me, bite, bite. Its head off, bite. So he cried out to me, my horror, my hatred, my loathing, my pity, all my good and my bad cried. With one voice out of me, ye daring ones around me, ye venturers and adventurers, and whoever of you have embarked with cunning sails on unexplored seas, ye enigma enjoyers, solve unto me the enigma that I then beheld. Interpret unto me the vision, the lonesomest one. For it was a vision and a foresight. What did I then behold in parable? And who is it that must come someday? Who is the shepherd into whose throat the serpent thus crawled? Who is the man whose throat all the heaviest and blackest will thus crawl? The shepherd, however, bit as my cry had admonished him. He bit with a strong bite. Far away did he spit the head of the serpent and sprang up, no longer shepherd, no longer man, a transfigured being, a light-surrounded being that laughed. Never on earth laughed a man as he laughed. Oh, my brethren, I heard a laughter which was no human laughter. and now gnaweth a thirst at me, a longing that is never allayed. My longing for that laughter gnaweth at me. Oh, how can I still endure to live? And how could I endure to die at present? Thus spoke thus spoke Zarathustra, he says. So yeah, that is the chapter Vision and Enigma. Pretty sick stuff.
Yeah.
Frightening, to say the least, but also sobering.
Yeah.
You know, so
I got honestly, I got about 70%, you know, comprehension, but from that. I didn't even know he wrote poetry, you know.
But eternity. There's a concept. I think that eternity, Parmenides, you know, to Nietzsche, I think it explains a lot of things. You know, instead of this idea, you know, from Heraclitus to Hegel of this transformation. You know, but I love the concept of eternal recurrence. It's pregnant with Taoist, you know, conceptions, right? As is the beautiful traditions of the Hawaiians. Thank you for that, Annapurna. Blessings. And
thank you for letting me share.
Oh yeah, of course, anytime. And yeah, we'll move on to some music here, and you know, to parallel what I was saying about, you know, maybe think about the snake, the shepherd with the snake biting the snake's head off. Whoa. I mean, but yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we'll be back in about 6 minutes or so, I think, to look at some future proclamations by Bill Joy, and it's been pretty interesting. His response to Kurzweil and Kaczynski.
tickle out your neck, motherfucker, your throat. Come back the next evening, evening gown sleeve. It's just another night terror. I bear the eye of my right palm is right there. The mirror on the wall with the tickle out your neck, motherfucker, your throat. Come back the next evening, evening gown sleeve. It's just another night terror. I bear the eye of my right palm is right there. The mirror on the wall with the tickle out your neck, motherfucker, your throat. Come back the next evening, evening gown sleeve. It's just another night terror. I bear the eye of my right palm is right there. The mirror on the wall with the tickle out your neck, motherfucker, your throat. Come back the next evening, evening gown sleeve.
You know, we at Lab Waste Labs waste lots of time sometimes thinking of really serious things to do, and we just don't do it enough. So it's like, this beat was playing, Dave and I were doing something, I think we were smoking or something, you know, bad habit, die hard. And I was explaining what I thought about when he was playing this beat. You know, we had already decided to get Bus on the hook and everything, and you'll hear that in a second when he says it. And you know, we're kicking it, and we're just dying because, you know, we're just faded. You know, I was sitting there saying we need that. This song reminds me of like a dancing ghoul, like some kind of zombie-ish like ghoul, like pop locking and shit through like a haunted house. And he was like, what? And then he started picturing, kind of going with it, and I just kept with it, you know. And I was like, I really did see this shit in my head, though. I'm not joking with any of you. Like, I'm dead serious. Like, that was the hook, by the way, if you didn't get it. Some people, you'd be surprised. Anyway, like, I was sitting there, you know, just like talking about, I see the ghoul and like, you know, Adidas like bandages, like it's a mummy or something like that, you know, and like a maggot hanging out of his, like, you know, like a hole on his lesioned out body, you know. The maggot has a little Kango on, you know, like, and some gazelles for a little maggot, you know, and like he's like little, you know, a fool would have a radio and that fool would just pop up off the ground and start breaking, and then you'd see like all these hands come off the ground throwing it up, like, you know, hands waving there, and like, you know, like the hangman would pop up out of a plume of smoke, Grim Reaper on the turntables playing like the, you know, the graveyard block party jam while this fool's breakdancing 2004 AD, I mean BC. Anyway, so we're going along with this, and like, you know, I'm telling the idea to everybody. We kind of laid it down for a while, but then we went to the video shoot. There's a hook again. Go Reagan, go. Anyway, we went to the video shoot, and then, like, we're talking to homie Rob about, you know, he was doing a lot of AD stuff for the video. And we're playing it's all, you know, then Martha's stuff we're talking about. It's just a big scene from especially if we have video later on if you haven't already seen it. But anyway, I was just talking about the whole thing, and then everybody just started running with it. We just started talking about like the mummy wearing like, you know, a straight up jumpsuit with holes up in it, riding and everything, got like extra hand popping out with a gold 4-fingered ring on it that says death, you know, all 5-fingered, I'm sorry. Anyway, you know, all kind of stuff like belt buckles and skulls on them, and like just straight up just a dancing ghoul, like crip walking ghouls and blood walking ghouls, or however elusive that dance may be. The blood walk, a ghoul doing the blood walk would be pretty rad. But then you have all that going on, you know, and then you have like dead hood rats and stuff hanging out, looking at it and everything. If we did the video, it'd have to all be in like animation, of course. It could not be in fucking like live action. That's so much money. But anyway, I was real stoked about it. I was like so just, you know, just intensely just describing it that we were like, the song should just be me talking about what I saw, the whole idea of the dancing ghoul concept, you know, which is fucking a cadaver breakdancing until its body turns to ash and dust all around the hood. That's basically it.
No, gentlemen, sir, can't transcribe. No, Harvard production. Make them dance live. No, unapproachable pretty face. Make an attempt to corrupt my heart. Neither can you. Neither can you. You know from the jump start. No.
Blessings. Yeah, we're on this whole concept of relinquishment, right? And you know, let me come back to, you know, going at you know, looking at the problem in Kurzweil, right? because of course he's responding to Kurzweil, right? And 6 cups of maca. Man, I've been talking for so long. Got a dry throat. And yeah, definitely after I'm done explaining this Bill Joy, I mean, obviously after I'm done explaining this Bill Joy thing, we're gonna be playing some replays of Neurojack stream, right? Which, man, if you guys are missing that commentary, today I'll be reviewing Piers Morgan and Andrew Wilson, right? And Chunky Yogurt, right? We got Fedru Shilson, Chunky Yogurt, and going toe to toe, and you got the Machine Lies and Neurojack panel reviewing. It's a massacre. Okay.
Is that your nickname for Sync?
Well, I think somebody called him that. Somebody actually called
That's
him
pretty funny.
Chunky Yogurt. I think he's Greek, so yeah. But yeah, he says here, in his Wired essay and subsequent presentations, Bill Joy eloquently describes the plagues of centuries past and how self-replicating technologies such as mutant bioengineered pathogens and quote-unquote nanorobots run amok may bring back long-forgotten pestilence. Okay. Of course, as Joy graciously acknowledges, it has also been technological advances such as antibiotics and improved sanitation that have freed us from prevalence of such plagues. Now, obviously, we saw Bill Joy in his little TED talk. Okay. And to say the very least, okay, dude was very much a techno optimist. He thought you could like solve global warming with technology. Man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, this type of stuff is kind of pie in the sky delusion. And anyways, it promotes globalism and technological innovation, which could go either way, right? It could make the problem worse. Right. So according to their own estimation. So the idea of how we've talked about this, right? That the scientists, they talk about existential risk to humanity, all of them pretty much technological, right? And then they also talk about, right, how technology is going to solve humanity's problems, right? So if you go between the existential risks and their predictions of how it's going to solve all the world's problems, you start to lose confidence. Okay. And obviously, the game of knowledge is pretty much rigged up that way, isn't it? Right. The next thing you find out, I mean, they found this out when they figured out philosophy, right? They were like, well, knowing your own ignorance is best. Right. But actually, the next thing you know could pretty much open up a hole in all of the things you knew previously. So, learning is actually, in a way, you could never get to the end of that process.
Right. Yeah.
Knowledge is infinite. So many of the sages in the past have said playing the knowledge game, that's just adding on and adding on and adding on and adding on. And you're gonna gain new cities and new things, and new ways and new. And certain of them just said, we're just gonna go and just like leave society and just go with nature and just give away all our wealth and and not try to learn anything. So it's interesting. This whole idea of knowledge, no knowledge, should we go with knowledge? Should we go with not knowledge? The whole game's been going on for quite some time. You know, people have been asking this question for quite. Knowledge is good or bad?
Right. It can become an addiction type, right? And then there's like even in yoga, once you master asana, pranayama, pratyahara, and there's another asana, pranayama, meditation, and the yamas and niyamas, right? So the basic, your austere, etc., then you'll start exhibiting super normal or paranormal, maybe a siddhi, like you'll be granted. And then that can be a trap because many end up like using that to make money, right? So there's like these false gurus that just kind of, or televangelist types that pretend to exercise and don't really. And yeah, they get caught in the loop there.
Yeah, like I think we were reading like Vixva Karma. This guy trapped in a loop of creation. And it gets into some things. But in this whole idea, it's like knowledge, technology, right? So if you improve the technology, right? I mean, knowledge helps you improve the technology. Now, once you have the knowledge and you improve the technology, you might lose control of the technology, is what Bill Joy argues. So he says, well, you're going to have to give up the knowledge to get rid of people trying to get the technology. Now, Kurzweil thinks this is untenable, right? Because he thinks the scientific enterprise is the basis for most of, the greatest achievements of humanity are in the scientific enterprise. Okay, humanity's future lies in the scientific enterprise, according to Kurzweil. Right, so he thinks relinquishment of technology is impossible. Okay, but relinquishment of knowledge, okay, he would find that untenable, right, according to his worldview, right? But I'll say it openly, I think it's a good question. Is knowledge good? Should we prevent people from learning certain types of things? I think a good argument could be made that yes, you should. Now, I'm not giving any recommendations or proclamations or revolutionary maxims or medical advice or legal advice or any of those things, right? But I'm just saying my opinion. Okay, it's a free country last time I checked, right? Okay, so according to the stats, right? But we all know that we're living under a socialist dictatorship, ran by Kabbalists who pray to a machine. Okay, but you're not supposed to say that part out loud because they'll throw you in the loony bin.
Where's the sad trombone when you need it?
Yeah, we had a physical one. Yeah, we had a physical one last time on Neurojack stream.
Hey, I wanted to hit it like every second.
Was that part of the features or?
I don't know how to get it.
was one of the options. You just look at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, really?
I think it said soundboard, and you can just pick it in there.
Yeah, imagine if trolls had access to that type of.
Oh my gosh!
Wow. Never end. Yeah. So Yeah. So, you know, he's saying that, Bill. He knows Bill likes technology, right? So he's saying what are you saying here, Bill? He said, suffering in the world continues and demands our steadfast attention. Should we tell millions of people afflicted with cancer and other devastating conditions that we are canceling the development of all the bioengineered treatments? Because there's some little teeny weeny, tiny, whiny, minuscule, molecular risk, nano risks, micro risks.
So that's Kurzweil talking to Bill?
Yeah.
I feel they're both wrong. Fuck, never mind. Like neither knowledge nor technology is the end all be all. That we got to see that. I hope.
Yeah, it says he says because there is a risk of developing some technology that may someday be used for malevolent purpose. He's saying that's all we're dealing with. Just some type of technology that's going to be sometime used for violent. I mean, he actually presented crazy things. He said we will be indistinguishable from our machine parts. He said you're going to be talking to simulated humans in a virtual reality, and you won't even know if they're real humans. He said very strange things, and made them sound like positives. So for him to sit here, okay, and just hand wave
Hypocritical at the very
obvious existential risks. I mean, and the only negative he pointed out was war. Which I mean has been the source of almost all of the technology. I mean the internet and the highway system and all that stuff that came out of the military. And he says relinquishment is Bill's most controversial recommendation and personal commitment. I do feel that relinquishment at the right level is part of a responsible and constructive response to these genuine perils. Okay. So he's saying it's possible. The issue, however, is exactly this. At what level are we to relinquish technology?
At every level.
See, that's the one he'll find unacceptable, right? But it increasingly goes to that conclusion, as we'll see. He says Ted Kaczynski would have us renounce all of it. This, in my view, is neither desirable nor feasible, he says. So he straight out says it there.
Why? Because is he saying the quiet part out loud and like basically to control the herd we need technology? Is that what he's saying? Like for centralized control of people, right? What else is the point?
No, he actually says two reasons, which are actually pretty interesting. He says it's because there's no going back, so the use of technology is not optional, so we can't control progress at this stage. And also the system is interconnected. So getting rid of technology in one level is going to cause effects on every level. So he's saying that, yeah, so he's essentially saying that it's because of the argument that Kaczynski's making that you can't let go of it, because he's saying essentially Kaczynski's right. We're putting all our eggs in one basket and we can't go back. But he's saying,
but let's do it at accelerated form.
yeah, because he doesn't believe that the system can collapse. So to him, it's just positive. It's just net positive. You know, but to somebody who sees technology as a net negative, and sees that a collapse is maybe possible, and even in some cases, in some scenarios, inevitable. Those people might not have such a similar look at the situation, right? And they definitely, in that case, may take a varied opinion on Uncle Teddy's view that you should accelerate the collapse of the system.
Right.
Because if they knew that was the case, then they might want to put the brakes on all of it and even try to stop the collapse by putting
correct
mediating factors, as Dr. Skrbina and others recommend. You know, that you should actually try to mitigate even the collapse. Yeah, but the only way we could do that is if we realize the collective risks. But obviously, in this type of system that we have today, most people are unaware of the collective risks that we face due to technology.
Well, the point we're at now essentially is robotics to avoid collapse, right? Like robots
right, yeah.
Keep it going, because I mean, immigration is done with, like it's all been like worn out, and yeah, now we have to move to robots and keep this illusion of industrial society going.
Yeah, it's the technological New Deal. You know, a New Deal of the emotions, as Ellul said. You know, and yeah. I mean, yeah, they're gonna create fake jobs, fake tech jobs, okay, for all the disaffected hordes. And possibly a fake economy based on social media or something like that. Seen it predicted. But yeah, what's the line from Moldbug? Governments will be joint stock corporations. Whoop-de-doo.
That doesn't seem far off.
Right. So it says
the stock, they are corporations. We're the
right.
stock.
Right.
It's just they want to make it, I guess, effective. Like if you want effective control of your flock or whatever, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, but yeah, it doesn't make sense if you're thinking about it from a human perspective, in my opinion. Because at this point, it seems like, oh, well, whatever excuse, whatever it needs to, like, you know, survive, the system has to survive. And almost like it's okay if people die. It's for the good of the many.
I'm kind of having trouble finding this specific part now. Hold on, folks. Stand by for a live truth ring.
Tent and he could accomplish more. Nobody gives a fuck about your dumbass fucking philosophy. Nobody gave a fuck about anybody's philosophy takes. What the fuck? When did a philosopher ever do a fucking thing? Show me one time a philosopher ever did a fucking thing.
Facts. All right, folks, here we are. Oh shit, I lost my place again. What kind of goddamn shit is this? Oh, here we are. Okay, Bill McKibben. Okay, he talks about Bill McKibben and Kaczynski. Okay, he says there are other voices less deplorable than Kaczynski who are nonetheless arguing for broad-based relinquishment. The environmentalist Bill McKibben takes a position that environmentalists must now grapple squarely with the idea that the world has enough wealth and enough technological capability and should not pursue more. In my view, this position ignores the extensive suffering that remains in the human world, which we will be in a position to alleviate through continued technological progress. Although another level of relinquishment, one recommended by Joy, would be to forego certain fields. Nanotechnology, for example, that might be regarded as too dangerous. But such sweeping strokes of relinquishment are equally untenable, he says. As I pointed out above, nanotechnology is simply the inevitable end result. He says inevitable end result of the persistent trend towards miniaturization that pervades all of technology. It's far from a single centralized effort.
Bullshit. Sorry, but what complete bullshit. I mean, and I'm not a McKibben fan either, but still. He's saying more suffering. Suffering will be alleviated through more technology, not like man becoming more, for lack of a better word, closer to God, or coming like close to. You know what I mean? Like he's like, oh well, we need technology to alleviate suffering, and that's the thinking that gets you like a sex bot and shit, right? Like what he's saying, like virtual human.
Yeah, sex robots with machine guns. And it says here, yeah, so, you know, his word inevitable there is the key term. Certain technologies are inevitable, according to one technophile. Okay, and according to the local paneler, Breakfast Taco, he said that, AI might evolve and just take out humanity. It's like 50-50. But yeah. They said it is far from single centralized effort, but is being pursued by a myriad of projects with many diverse goals. One observer wrote, a further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the quote unquote bad parts of technology and retain the quote unquote good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high tech equipment that can be made available only by a technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Now, he says, the observer again is Ted Kaczynski. Industrial Society and its Future, paragraph 121. Although one will properly resist Kaczynski as an authority, I believe he is correct on the deeply entangled nature of the benefits and risks. So, surprising conclusion of Kurzweil reading Kaczynski. But look at what Kurzweil recommends as medical treatments, quote unquote. Okay. Okay, he says in one passage in Promise and Peril, okay, that the human brain uses very inefficient electrochemical digital controlled analog computational process. The bulk of the calculations are done by interneuronal connections, and the speed is only about 200 calculations per second, which is about 10 million times slower than contemporary electronic circuits. Now he says nanotubes formed from graphite sheets consisting of hexagonal arrays of carbon atoms are good conductors and can be used to build compact circuits. These are already working in laboratories. Okay. So there are more than enough computing technologies now being researched, including three-dimensional silicon chips, spin computing, crystalline computing, DNA computing. Okay. He says these technologies will become so integral to our health and well-being.
One sec. He's just assuming that it will. That's why I keep saying that he seems to be saying the quiet part out loud. Because what kind of human work requires that amount of processing power? Like, for whom is it inefficient, you know? From whose perspective? Like, why do you need, why does a human being need to be better than a supercomputer at processing data? You know, that seems like a non-human function. Why is that being equated as a lack of efficiency or intelligence on our part? You know, there's like a lot of fallacies there in his thinking.
Yeah. And he goes on to say, he says, these technologies will become so integral to our health and well-being that we'll eventually become indistinguishable from our machine support systems. So these are Kurzweil's assessments, even though he says relinquishment is not good. You know?
Yeah.
And now
it's that as a positive, right? Shamelessly.
Right.
All of that is a positive to him. That's very interesting to me. I guess it says a lot about Kurzweil.
Yeah, he's definitely strange, but he's not rare. And that's the problem. You know, that his type of thinking it has become all too common. And of course, this was written a while ago.
Musk thinking, right?
Wait, what was that, sis?
Elon Musk is kind of, you know, will probably echo that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. He's got very similar ideas.
do you know that like it starts with social media. I guess I guess any sort of prolonged technological use, but especially with AI. So as we start to relegate more and more of our executive functions, like our planning, I guess our cognitive decision making, right? Like how should I decide? You just kind of outsource that to a computer, like now through Chat GPT. Your brain stop using certain functions of the brain. So this is just supposedly measurable, right, via brain scan. And use of it also, like, it suppresses your cognitive function, essentially, is what I'm saying. So people out here shrinking their brains using AI, saying like, oh, it's here to alleviate the problems of humanity and help us evolve beyond whatever brain capacity he's talking about. But it's actually doing the reverse, right? It's making us like less mobile. About 20 years ago, there was a popular theory that our extremities would probably like stop coming, like people would stop being born with limbs because everything is like Neuralink computer. So we would develop like essentially the future of the human race is like fat blobs going around on wheelchairs, I guess. That's literally happening. We're literally frying our brain by not using it and relegating to Chat GPT. And it's simple things like a calculator, right? So my elders were really good. I mean, it was kind of like a prideful skill to be good at quick math and arithmetic and to be able to do it in the mind. And I still use an abacus. I mean, I use a calculator too, but 50-50, I use an abacus. But the thing is, you're supposed to be able to do that in the mind, like use the abacus in the mind to do operations. But the point of doing it mentally was not just to show off. It kept people, like it kept the mind, it kept the brain, like this, in this case, the brain, it just keeps it young and active, right? It keeps it in use. But we've already relegated that function to a calculator, right? Multiplication, division, addition, subtraction in and of itself. So even starting there, we start to lose this brain function because we're simply not using it. So I wonder, after ChatGPT, whatever comes next, like, because like the emotional retardation is obvious. You're not wanting to go through the hurdles of an actual human relationship and instead, choosing half of a relationship with a computer. That's like an emotional retardation, which also shrinks the brain. Like the brain has like a social center and stuff that it needs to remain active. So I'm just bringing up the brain because of Kurzweil's point of how inefficient the brain is. Well, technology is making it more inefficient, not more efficient. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, I mean, we've learned the hard way about outsourcing our intelligence to technology. And yeah, it's interesting, especially in the schools, bringing the technology into schools.
Right.
Yeah.
There's also like about learning to write by hand versus writing on an iPad. This is pretty old news at this point, but you don't develop synapses when you put your finger and write something on the iPad. But when you hold a pencil or some kind of writing utensil and write it on a sheet of paper or on a board, then then you create a synapse in the brain. So it's like even things like that at a minuscule level We're literally retarding ourselves with technology. It's so sad.
Yeah, definitely. But it's crazy how you know, actually I wonder if Kurzweil actually read the entire thing, but yeah, he actually focuses on quite a different part than Bill Joy. Bill Joy focuses on, you know, the part in Kaczynski where man's just being combined with machines, and or an elite is using, the combination of man and machine in order to control the vast amount of humans, right? And yeah, so he says, first let us postulate. Okay, and I might actually have something where reading this to like music, get somebody with like a cool voice to like read this to music. You know, you know, maybe like Jack Talcott.
Like Hank.
Yeah, Hank. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think of somebody with an iconic voice. We'll think of somebody. But yeah. Um, and we could actually rig up a thing where they have a AI read it. So I might actually do that. Have the AI, because they have many different voices that you could choose from. So yeah, that might be the trip that I might go on here with this 172 and 174, and put that to music and some images. And kind of put that at the beginning of the show here, right? Ewar. Dr. Bass Ackwards says Ewar. Okay, well, I'll look into it. Yeah, blessings.
I'm pretty sure Ewar is a fucking CIA agent, dude. We watched his videos one time, TML.
Oh, really?
I brought it up to you, and you said you had never seen it before.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it was like Flat Earth, Tartaria, all in one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I think I know.
London man, a little bit like British guy,
Yeah. P. Shekel. Yeah. So yeah.
Do you know of egg curry? Have you ever had egg curry?
Doesn't ring a bell. I don't know why, but all these like sort of nondescript names, right?
What about egg like burji? Have you heard of that? BHURJI.
Vergy. No, I don't think
No,
so.
B as in boy. But okay, never mind. All right. Yep, egg curry, the freak. Egg curry. It's pretty good. Economical option too. Well, I guess eggs are not really cheap these days, huh?
The freak. What the hell? That's pretty funny, to freak. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, but that's what I'm making, egg curry. It's basically boiled eggs, and then you make the base, and you fry them up in like the curry base or whatever.
P shekel is penoid. That's funny. Is that what we're calling him? That's funny. Or is that what he calls himself? That's hilarious. But yeah. But yeah, this is the thing I wanted to put to music, have an AI read. We're gonna get to that, put some videos to it, and maybe have it open the show. It's the selection from 172 to 174. He says, first, let us postulate that computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can, and can do them, right? In that case, presumably all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control of the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjecture to as to the results, because it's impossible to guess how they might behave. Okay, but obviously the excuse me. The fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over power to machines, but we are suggesting neither that human race would voluntarily turn power over to them, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. We do suggest is that the human race might permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it will have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions as society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and machines become more and more intelligent. People will let machines make more of their decisions for them simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. Okay, and obviously we're already at that stage, right? There's large scale systems that are run by machines. They need machines to program other machines. Because they can calculate faster, process information faster than humans can. It says at that stage, machines will be in effective control. Wait, he says, wait, hold on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because people will be incapable of making complex decisions intelligently, right? People won't be able to just turn the machines off because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to self-harm. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or personal computer, but control over large systems of machines will be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today. But with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses, and because human work will be no longer necessary, the masses will be superfluous. Okay, now he also plays out a scenario where they may become benevolent caretakers and reduce most humans to domestic animals. Okay, but he said, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby.
So he follows it up by talking about Morovik, right? Talking about a free marketplace where robots outcompete humans.
Well, like that Animatrix. You seen that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit. So Elon Musk talked about that too. He said like Neuralink is like for disabled folks, right? Like paraplegics and stuff. But that they would have such an edge. Like they would be like the most advanced brains on earth. And after a while they would be like superhuman. And outcompete every human on earth and just like have like this crazy advantage.
Yeah, he talks about several nightmare scenarios, including global ecophagy.
No, but Elon was saying that as a positive, right? He was saying that as a selling point for
Right.
Neuralink. Yeah, but this is a nightmare scenario, surely.
And then it also lets you know that obviously, Musk was in the Kurzweil movie Transcendence, so he's just a pawn in the game.
Oh, that movie is based on Kurzweil?
Yeah, so he's just a pawn in the game, in terms of, you know, his ideological beliefs. I mean, so we've seen that, and we're gonna have some more depth into Peter Thiel and Musk and some of those other guys as we look at Ellul's work. And we have another article here that we're going to read, or work that we're going to read by Kenny Warwick, I believe, called Intelligent Robots or Cyborgs or something like that, right? But yeah, this idea of global ecophagy, of, a nano machines, self-replicating nano machines taking over the environment. So called the scenario that requires them to build a nano shield, right? And he says in Engines of Creation, Eric Drexler proposed that we build an active nanotechnological shield, a form of immune system for the biosphere to defend against dangerous replicators of all kinds that might escape from laboratories or otherwise be maliciously created. But the shield he proposed would itself be extremely dangerous. Oh wait, what was that, Andrew?
No, this is just crazy realms of jeez.
Yeah.
And that sound like what do you mean get away from the laboratory? Like the pandemic? What are they talking about?
Yeah, I mean,
you could just grow legs and run away.
yeah, it says to defend against dangerous replicators of all kinds that may escape from laboratories or otherwise be maliciously created, but the shield he proposed would itself be extremely dangerous. Nothing could prevent it from developing autoimmune problems and attacking the biosphere itself. Similarly, difficulties apply to the construction of shields against robotics and genetic engineering. These technologies are too powerful to be shielded against in the time frame of interest. Even if it were possible to implement defensive shields, the side effects of their development would be at least as dangerous as the technologies we are trying to protect against. These possibilities are all thus either undesirable or unachievable or both. The only realistic alternative I see is relinquishment. There's this great line, relinquishment is the only good scenario there, right? To limit the development of technologies that are too dangerous by limiting our pursuit of certain kinds of knowledge. Interesting conclusion. This circles around to our discussion that I was talking about knowledge, limiting knowledge. Is knowledge good or is knowledge bad? It's a fundamental question. You can click the link and tell us your opinion, where you stand on that, on the knowledge game. Right, knowledge can be used to help or hurt.
See, so it's like going beyond like superbugs and microbes and stuff, right? Now it's about like modified babies giving birth to genetically modified children giving birth to genetically modified children, but modified via tech.
Nanotech.
Oh shit.
And the bloodstream. But yeah, it says and this is according to these scenarios that they're mentioning here. Okay, we're not giving any advice. We're just reading Kurzweil. We're reading Bill Joy, right? And presenting and just analyzing the scenarios that they're mentioning about existential risk posed to humans based off of technology. There are several. And of course, the promoters of technology are vast. You can go to any of their channels if you don't like what I'm saying and go give them a thumbs up and go promote their work and go buy more Bitcoin. And you can support Jay Dyer and buy Bitcoin and go to the Stalin Church, and crypto communism. I mean, or you could just actually think for yourself, right, and understand a few of the key issues that are surrounding the game, right? And how no form of cultural or economic engineering will prevent these forms of ideas from spreading, right? There's certain people that try to propagate these ideas. They have to be stopped. And I think he's right that you can't just stop people from having the technology. You have to stop them from having the knowledge that makes them develop the technology. It's an extreme position, but I think it's the right one. Okay, and as we just heard Kurzweil say, he says that's wrong, right? He thinks it's wrong, right? People that are now in high places, they think that's a wrong position to take, right? That technology must be advanced at all costs. Now he says, yes, I know knowledge is good, right? He has to say that in the scientific purview, knowledge is good. Knowledge is power, right? According to Bacon, right? The empiricist, right? As is a search for new truths, we have been seeking knowledge since ancient times. Aristotle opened his metaphysics with the statement, quote, all men by nature desire to know, unquote. Of course, he was a great proponent of science, Aristotle, right? Says we have now, we have as a bedrock value in our society long agreed on the value of open access to information, recognize the problems that arise with attempt to restrict access to a development of knowledge. In recent times, we have come to revere scientific knowledge. But despite the strong historical precedents If open access to unlimited development of knowledge henceforth puts us in a clear danger of extinction, then common sense demands that we re-examine even these basic long-held beliefs. It was Nietzsche who warned us at the end of the 19th century, not only that God is dead, but that faith in science, which after all exists undeniably, cannot owe its origin to the calculus of utility. It must have originated in spite of the fact of its disutility and dangerousness of its will to truth, of truth at any price, is proved to it constantly. Dangerousness of the will to truth and the dangerousness of truth at any price. But they forget to read all of Nietzsche's proclamations against the scientific worldview. Right? They only read his proclamations against a religion, but never his proclamations against materialism and scientism and communism and anarchy. Pretty interesting. It's like they want to have their Nietzsche cake and eat it too.
Right, because they want to be atheists or whatever, right? Like scientific worshippers of science.
Yeah. Yeah, Nietzsche condemned science. He condemned religion. He condemned ideology. He was a complex thinker. And sadly, there's not too many of them around. But yeah, it says it is this further danger that we now fully face the consequences of our truth seeking. The truth that science seeks can certainly be considered a dangerous substitute for God if it is likely to lead to our extinction. If we could agree as a species that what we wanted, where we were headed, and why, what we can and should relinquish, otherwise we can easily imagine an arms race developing over genetics, nanomachines, and robotics technologies. As was with the nuclear, biological, and chemical technologies in the 20th century. This is perhaps the greater risk, for once such race begins, it's hard to end it. This time, unlike the Manhattan Project, we aren't in a war facing an implacable, I don't know how to say that word, enemy, and it threatening our civilization. We are driven instead by our habits, our desires, our economic system, and our competitive need to know. I believe that we all wish our course could be determined by our collective values, ethics, and morals. Now, is that why Lao Tzu puts the ethical principle at the top of his teaching? Is that why Socrates puts ethical principles at the top of his teaching? Okay. And most philosophers put either morality or politics at the central theme of their teaching because they're concerned with developing society and humanity and, civilization in general. But yeah, why should we be driven by the scientific enterprise or by reason and science or a pursuit of power or wealth or anything like that? Right?
Has it ever been made clear to people that the goal of life is not to seek righteousness and harmony with all life? Are there convincing arguments against that? So, but maybe you could continue to seek fame, wealth, power, and success and see where that gets you. Right? But yeah. It says here, I believe that, and we only have a little bit more time here, folks. I mean, so thank you for joining me. I'm going to get dizzy here from talking here because of fasting. And I think I'll go to the mosque and pray a little bit. It's the last day of Ramadan here. And of course, I'm fasting for 10 more days here. And, I'll be reading some Quran, praying, and then maybe, maybe I'll get a little nap in because tomorrow there may be some family coming here. So very critically low on sleep during this whole time and critically low on food. So it is what it is. Right?
Yeah, impressive doing that. I salute you.
Yeah, of course, it'll be nice to move back to the night shows. We're going to be moving back to a night program. And
somebody was asking if this was the last day stream. I can't remember who, but someone had put in the chat.
Yeah, this is the last one. Yeah, this is the last day stream. And yeah, we'll be bringing back the night streams on Tuesday night. So I'll make an announcement in the community post sometime tomorrow or something. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah. And of course, subscribe to the other channel. I'll put the link to the other channel before we go. It's very important that you guys subscribe to the other channel. This channel may be going any day because of the type of subjects that we discuss. It's very important to realize that, right? So, if you think that this information or whatever, this type of material or these things are just going to be here for a while, probably not the case. This is an experimental project, and yeah, it's we've already been sniffed out by a few of the ops in the arena here, as far as I can tell. But yeah, here he goes on to say, he says, I believe that we all wish our course could be determined by our collective values, ethics, and morals if we had gained more collective wisdom over the past few thousand years. Then a dialogue to this end would be more practical. And the incredible powers we're about to unleash would not be nearly so troubling. One would think we might be driven to such dialogues by our instinct for self-preservation. Individuals clearly have this desire, yet as species, our behavior seems to be not in our favor. In dealing with the nuclear threat, we often spoke dishonestly to ourselves and to each other, thereby greatly increasing the risks. Whether this was politically motivated or because we chose not to think ahead, or because we face, or because when faced with grave threats, we acted irrationally out of fear, I do not know, but it does not bode well. Okay, so then he goes on to actually he quotes Thoreau in a passage that we read here.
Right. I think I'll end reading after that quote here. He says the new Pandora's boxes of genetics, nanotechnology, and robotics are almost open. Yet we seem hardly to have noticed ideas can't be put back in a box, unlike uranium or plutonium. They need to be minded and refined, and they can be freely copied. Once they are out, they are out. Churchill remarked in a famous left-handed compliment that the American people and their leaders invariably do the right thing after they have examined every other alternative. In this case, yeah, he probably said that with a shit-eating grin. Like the guy was a demon, right?
Sounds like it for sure.
Yeah, in this case, however, we must act more presciently as to do the right thing only at last may be to lose the chance to do it at all. As Thoreau said, quote, we do not ride on the railroad, it rides upon us, unquote, right? We shape tools and the tools we use shape us, right? This is what we must fight in our time. The question is indeed, which is to be master? Will we survive our technologies? Okay, that's all we have today, folks. You know, so no more opportunities to join the panel. To close up my box, close up my little, it's like the puppet show, where you close up your little box, close it up into a suitcase, and the guy just disappears, But there is more Neuro Jack. Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, of course, sis. Yeah, what about you, Reddington? Blessings. Are you still here with us? I don't know if Reddington's around, but yeah. Everybody else, I greatly appreciate you guys. Max Vision, thank you, sir. Blessings to you. Peace be with you. Yeah, the opening was a banger. I highly recommend my own opening to my own show, obviously. What else to say? But yeah, we went over some metaphysical concepts that are highly important, I think, in framing a lot of the key issues here that I think aren't sort of framed in terms of ellul, but we're building up an understanding of several key concepts and ideas that I want to put in the framework. And we'll also be releasing very soon some of the previous material serialized that we have based on the original presentations that we gave. It started out with religious topics, so they're going to be part of the Holy Robots series. So we'll be presenting those soon on some of the off days where we're not streaming. So, we'll have those running. But yeah, if Reddington comes back, he comes back. If not, anything. Oh yeah, there he is. Blessings.
What's up?
Yeah, what do you got to say, Red?
Time is. There is a quote that I remember from World of Warcraft where this one troll boss that you fight, you beat him, but he doesn't die. He like escapes. But before he does, he says, "Death be a doorway, and time a window." For some reason, that always stuck in my head. I don't know why, but
Yeah, that is deep. Sounds like
And
us
the other
folks there at
day,
Thuster.
I come to find out it's a quote from somewhere else. I
Oh
forget
man.
where it's from already, but I thought they just made it up, but no, apparently they got it from somewhere else.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, that sounds like some Zarathustra stuff. Max Vision. Blessings. Yeah, check out Max Vision, man. Right? Then, he says he's going live. Let me see if I could find his stream here.
That sounded like, some kind of inverted rights of the Magi or some shit, what you just quoted. But maybe if I looked it up, it'll say who said it.
I mean, it could be. I wouldn't know.
Yeah, we got 28 minutes. We got the homie Max Vision going live.
That cat does not look amused.
Exactly. He's not amused with the clown show Polytricks. The name of the show here.
I think it says Von Homburg. Maybe. I don't fucking know.
Yep. So yeah, Max Vision going live. I mean, we'll drop the link out here. I mean, yeah, you guys should check that out. And I'll have to drop the link for my channel as well. Max Live Vision live stream. All right.
Oh, it's from Ghostbusters, the second one.
But what's before? Like, you think that's it? That's the part.
It's not an exact quote, but it's basically the same. It says, "Death is but a doorway, time is but a window." So I'll be back. So it's the same quote, pretty much, from 1989 when Ghostbusters 2 came out.
Yeah, new channel, Cyber Caliphate. Yeah, I almost put a Ghostbusters animation of the lady with the red dress with the monster. As the thumbnail here. So, but then I thought that'd be way too weird. I mean, but yeah, so I just put the HR Geiger thing. So, but yeah, there's this new channel here. Cyber Caliphate.
Max Vision is almost at 1,000 subs. So
yeah. So go subscribe to Max Vision if you're seeing this later. I mean, yeah, blessings. I mean, and yeah, so we'll go around. Reddington, what do you got to say to these people?
But yeah, like time, I would lean towards the side of it not being created, because like, I mean, like, yes and no, because like, obviously if nothing, if there's no movement, no anything happening, then could you say time exists or not?
Right.
But as a concept, I don't think you can. I don't know. Maybe I need to study more.
Yeah, there's like philosophy of time. Yeah, we should get into that subject definitely. And I think philosophy of things I try to present was like nature and time. And I think those are huge philosophical concepts, and I think the juxtaposition between those two concepts and the synthesis of those two concepts in like something like Heidegger You know, where he
Right,
talks.
and
Yeah.
like to combine the two together, call it space time. That's like something else altogether.
Yeah, it's a complex. Um, and it's huge within Kant, within the a priori realms, space time, because he's expanding on Newtonian physics. So it's pretty interesting how these concepts develop, and yeah. So he thinks that time cannot be proved with reason. It's got to be intuitive, you know? So yeah, and he gives several reasons as to why it's not reason. That makes any sense. And sometimes Kant gets very redundant in his proclamations. But yeah, bag of tricks. But yeah, I personally think space and time, those concepts can be very easily imploded. They've done so in Zeno's paradoxes and a few other places. Within well, when we get to the Buddhist line of argumentation, they definitely implode those concepts. They have their own
Hmm.
independent sort of verification of certain Zeno's paradoxes. You know, like they talk about relations, and they say that the relation between two things could be a relation, and the relation between the relation and the two things could be another relation. So you could have infinite sets of relation, between two concepts. You know, and it's true. Just look at 0 and 1. All right, and binary code and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't want to uh uh bore.
It's Deddington, the freak, don't you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
You need to get better jokes.
Yeah, get him.
But yeah. But yeah, blessings, Max. I appreciate that perspective. Definitely. And I mean, yeah, Annapurna, what do you got to say to these people?
My favorite part was that I don't know if it was the Tao or was it from scripture or both, but something about like the flowers don't toil yet they produce, and like that's the order of things, like divine order. And then it said like King Solomon, when it in with all that he was not part of the order. That was my favorite.
Yeah, let me see if I could get this out for you. 626. Actually, I'll start reading from 24. It says no one can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one and love the other, or he will be devoted to one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and money. Oh, whoops. Oh, whoops, she fell out.
I'm listening though. Please keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, this is crazy what he says. He says, no one can serve two masters. My favorite quote. And I think it goes very, simply with these other quotes that a house divided cannot stand. And and that
You know, if your right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it from thee. You know, and also many of the other passages that we read that Seraphim Rose outlined, right? In his understanding. But yeah, he says, yeah, no man can serve two masters, for either he will hate the one or love the other, or he will be devoted to the one and despise the other. You cannot serve God and money. Therefore, I tell you, do not be anxious about your life, what you will eat or what you will drink, nor about your body, what you will put on. Is not life more than food, and the body more than clothing? Look at the birds of the air. They neither sow nor reap nor gather into barns, and yet your heavenly Father feeds them. Are you not of more value than they? And which of you, by being anxious, can add a single hour to his span of life? And why are you anxious about clothing? Consider the lilies of the field, how they grow. They neither toil nor spin. Yet I tell you, even Solomon in all his glory was not arrayed like one of these. But if God so clothed the grass of the field, which today is alive and tomorrow is thrown into the oven, will he not much more clothe you, O you of little faith? Fascinating passages.
Right.
You know, it's Matthew 6, verses 24 to 30.
Thank you.
And yeah, compelling and beautiful stuff. You know, and yeah, folks, yeah, we'll get into more stuff here. Blessings. Yeah, thank you to Panelverse Presents. Thank you for being here, sir. All the rest of you people. Brown's boy, of course. The legend. The freak offs. Okay, I actually only said channel. I don't know what channel is. But yeah, you guys know what I mean, right? I'm not retyping that shit. The channel.
I didn't even
Cyber-
notice.
Yeah, cyber caliphate.
As long as
Go
it's not a
subscribe
kennel.
to the guy who can't spell. And you know, much obliged.
But raise
to you.
hell on technology.
Exactly. Raise hell in the cell. Just in general. You know what I mean? And yeah, blessings, guys.
As long as you're not enslaved by tractors.
Oh, God. God bless y'all. I'll see y'all soon.
Yeah, blessings, Anna. Thank you for being here.
See ya, Anna.
Yeah, all right, my friend. I'll throw you in the back here.
Easy.
Blessings. Yeah. And yeah, for all the rest of you people, okay. Exactly. You know, as our friend said, you know, as our friends like to say, fuck the technological system. Right? A couple people have said it here. I mean, it's pretty funny. But yeah, we don't have such crassness. We like to take a deep look at the issues, right? And we will bring more attack pieces on the trolls. You mean? We got a little bit of attack pieces coming up on all the trolls. We'll be looking at a lot of the troll channels and the LARPer channels and trying to dissect their false drama stream. So, you know, we already have a few of them cowering, right? In terms of doing hit pieces, we had Illuma Dummy, you know, and yeah, exactly, enslaved by Talmud, right? And you know, who claimed that Jesus was a Jew, but also that Jews don't exist. Right? So this is the intelligence level that we're dealing with here. And of certain people. But yeah, you know, thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And, the first step to, blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? And we discuss many themes here, right? We discuss the architectonic, right? And anyways, here is some music for you guys, okay, that I put together here. Some visuals that we put together, right? And yeah, we'll be back with more stuff. Let me actually find this. Yeah, this is one of the first musical intermissions I made, you know? But yeah, blessings. All right, here we go. All right. Have a blessed day, folks. And we'll be bringing you a lot more material. Okay. And on the regular time. So we'll be back on Tuesday night at 9 p.m., right? So we'll make an announcement about that eventually. Blessings.
driving out, it's time for me to let you know something. Flow something, get dope, blow a O, reload and start dumping hard, pumping crack, nigga, it's no sleep. My mystique medallions going in, but yo beat my swagger feet sweet like Ali Swift. Sugar Ray jabbing God to the body, machine gun out the cap.
But
That's if we got a problem. It's all hood like Robin, and natural like volcanic spring, Fiji the waters. Never a writer's block, always easy to start up. As greasy as it gets, reality sticks straight from Cali to bits. It's medallions, bitch. Hustlers, G's, YG's, GOD's. I need cash on delivery. COD, FC, West Side, nigga, we on G. To my niggas from my hood that depend on me, we gon' get it. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things, and I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY. Body can fuck with the diamond clustered professional flow champion on the riffs production. This is big music for a large artist. As far as rappers in the game, sorry, y'all all targets. You'll be a mystery martyr. I got a gun with a sign that says this is retarded, but the mind is more darker. I terrorize guys to fly Arthur, defying all laws of apartheid. Who want drama? I'm iller than Dama, holding a llama. I'm a Osama suicide bomber. Niggas thought my city had a bunch of farmers, but the only thing we farming is pounds of ganja. Let me supply you. You don't really want to meet your rivals. You would have thought you was the main course, the way we raised the heat to fry you. Stop cake, you should never try to. You better listen to them motherfucking voices talking deep inside you. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things, and I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY. Fuck all the small talk, you ain't a G. My niggas don't believe you and we wanna see. To all the soldiers in the hood that depend on me, if a nigga blow up, I might throw you a key. And that's real, like sleeping on the couch looking burnt out, plotting on the turned out Vicky. My delivery is tight like Nixon, and I was destined since the day Cool Herc put the plug in the system. Thug system, hip-hoppers and drunks with drugs in their system. I heard life was a bitch, but niggas love bitches. So to the end, and I'll be working millions and hurting feelings, plus owning many mansions for my clique to chillin'. You never get the villain, never try to figure me out. Just know that in this game, nigga, my shit's the realest, and this is my vengeance. You should praise my image medallions till my days is finished. That's the business. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things, and I'ma stay fresh, stay fly. We taking this from LA, Fresno to the Bay Side. To tell the truth, it's a funny thing. I went from being broke, but now I'm having things. From this side to that side, from CA to down south, all the way to the NY.
yeah. I remember that video. Yeah, and then I gave a lecture with Charles Mingus playing the piano in the dark with a candle, and the whole premise was about how the episode 316 of Next Generation is called The Offspring, and it's about Data creating his own daughter. And like the first thing that he does when he creates his own daughter is he creates a androgynous life form, and then he asks the androgynous life form to pick its own sex, and then it picks female.
Sophia.
Yeah, so it's very, very interesting concept there, you know. So they're reversing. So, and it's episode 316. So I just thought that I was like, this is mind blowing stuff. They're actually exploring Gnosticism and technology within this Star Trek episode, and they're making a commentary on the line that God loved the world, so He gave the world His only begotten Son. You know, and they're saying that that's technology giving birth to its own image, right?
Right.
So very interesting idea, the transhumanism, idea in Star Trek: The Next Generation. So I just thought that was very, I don't know if anybody ever saw that or noticed that before. But when I did the first episode of The Machine Lives, like a few years ago, these are the types of things I was pointing out. I found some other weird things. Like, for example, have you ever seen Toy Story, Reddington?
The original one, yeah.
And have you ever seen Chucky the movie?
No.
Okay, well, in Chucky, the doll comes to life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that brings the doll to life is black magic, by the way.
Figures.
So isn't that interesting, right? So it's a reanimation spell, right? So a wizard basically casts his own body inside of this doll. So that's why the doll is so evil, right? Because it's a Satanist, right? So that, yeah. So yeah. So that's the Chucky story, right? So I was talking about that, and I was. But what's interesting to me is that in Toy Story, the toys come to life, right?
Yeah.
And the little kid's name is Andy.
Uh-oh.
And he looks exactly like the kid in the Chucky movie. Isn't that interesting? So I'm like, wait, there's two movies. They come out roughly the same time. Two kids named Andy. Same bowl cut, blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid. And both of the movies are about toys coming to life. Isn't that weird? Kind of strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it's goofy.
Nobody really noticed that. And then I thought of other weird shit like that too. Yeah. But yeah, pretty weird.
The spiritual machines coming to life.
Yeah, and that goes into the technology thing. Because obviously all of these technologists, they're going with the anthropologist definition, right? Instead of the evolutionist definition. So that's part and parcel of this switch, is that you got to switch from to this idea that man is rationally trying to program his environment to the idea that it's just games and culture and stuff, which is making the technology. All right. So in gamers. Isn't it weird that there's a link between gaming and programming?
How do you mean?
Like the most complex virtual environments are developed through video games. Right? That's kind of weird, isn't it? Right? It kind of reaffirms what the anthropologists are saying, right? And what Ellul and all these people were saying was that it's like we're going from somebody like a being that makes tools or then does it too, as just part of its own idea of exploring the universe and playing games and that sort of thing. yeah, that was my last little episode. You know, it was like this whole idea that you know, culture guided technology up until the modern age. So what Ellul is basically trying to say is that progress is not sudden. You know, he's trying to say this idea of slow and steady progress throughout human history is just false. You know, he totally destroys it because he's like, progress came upon suddenly in the modern age. You know, up until the modern age, culture successfully suppressed it. Right?
Right.
But
Then the
yeah,
next leap might be even quicker, exponentially quicker.
yeah, but we'll have a bunch of people in there. But yeah, I was planning on taking all the videos, you know, and maybe turning some clips. I mean, and so you know, we'll take some of the conversations we had that were really good conversations and turn them into very useful clips. Right? So if you guys haven't been watching the Machine Lives, you know, we're going to be starting this new channel, and I think it's going to be very clean on this channel. Right? It's going to be very clean presentations, right? Very concise presentations.
Very good.
Yeah, at least for the next 3 months or so, I think I'll keep everything PG-13. I mean, just in a general sense because of the strikeage. I mean, and yeah.
Yeah, the strikeage.
But yeah, we'll have tons of educational material as I round off this series. You know, I mean, the next 3 months we'll be busy with, taking a look at Taoism, then Buddhism, and that'll cost us maybe 30 shows or so, and then we'll move on to Zen. And after we move on to Zen, we'll also read some of the work of the samurais. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting series that goes up until the 15th or 16th century and looks at developments in Buddhism, um, and Confucianism and Taoism. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating. I mean, by the time I'm done, it'll be, well worth like 70 or 80 episodes, hours of explanations on a number of issues. Going from going from Hinduism to Taoism to Buddhism to Zen Buddhism. And then after that, we'll move back into, modern Western philosophy. Because then some of the modern and occult stuff makes a lot more sense because they fuse a lot of Eastern concepts in there.
The occult, you mean like theosophy or something?
Oh yeah,
That's what comes to mind first.
yeah,
Mixing
but
stuff together.
yeah. But Swedenborg influenced Immanuel Kant, and
That's some wild stuff.
yeah, and and he was looking at Eastern concepts, right? So from the whole beginning of German idealism, you have Eastern concepts infused in there. From the occult.
Swedenborg was claiming that he was talking with angels for like months on end. Some crazy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah,
In
but
his
it's wild stuff.
book Heaven and Hell.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna get pretty interesting, I'd say.
Yep.
Yeah, and by the way, the Islamic alchemists, they already knew about the traditions of the Indians and the Chinese. You know, because Islam had already spread to those lands. You know what I mean? So they had cultural exchanges with all those people, and then they coincided with the Western occult. You know, so there's all sorts of interesting exchanges that led to the sort of ideas in the 16th century and the 17th century and the 18th century. The 18th century is when it gets nutty. That's where you have, you know, Marx and Blavatsky and all these people. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Marx, Blavatsky, Darwin, Herzl.
Yep. Malthus.
Yeah, the 1800s is like the real.
Carlyle.
Yeah. Yeah, William James.
William James, yep.
You know what I mean? You know, all these people in the 1800s that are inventing things like psychology and communism and theosophy and Darwinism. You know,
Yeah, Darwin basically just plagiarized a bunch of people.
yeah, you got Nietzsche writing about all these things.
Yeah, we can't forget Nietzsche.
Yeah. Yeah, he said the socialists are flatheads and dolts. And he said the Darwinists were basically too British. He didn't like British philosophy, and he really didn't like German philosophy for being influenced by British philosophy. So these are some of the things that Nietzsche said.
I'm probably about 85% done with the mix. Some things I have to, hopefully I don't have to redo anything. That would be really annoying. Especially with the time, keeping time. Some tunes may not have the same with tempo as others. I come to realize I'm like, oh shoot. So then it becomes a lot harder, you know, for me anyway, to try to make it work. Yeah. I could probably put out a bunch of mixes if they all had the same BPM, but then that would be kind of too road at that point, I guess. I need to like figure out other genres too. Like maybe do like a drum and bass mix, but I don't really have too much drum and bass.
Yeah, I think I got part of 3 here. Play that for these people.
Yeah.
See where I put this. So I recorded it on OBS.
And then a couple of sessions and see how the people accept it. You felt that you know, you was on a good track.
I get through the next day like ASOS. Do me what you been in the news. Wipe that bullshit off your lip with a J-clock. We cooking it up like bacon. Smoking the food, I can tell when your weight loss. Get some soul like you cracking. Or blowing out to Barbados. My man's man, them got man brainwash. Man thinks he's some A-list like Kate Moss. Got man go around thinking he's famous. Let back in his diet too lame. Put all the checks in one basket. Gamble his house like Vegas. Too busy thinking he's bad. He forgot he's a dad. Forget the kids more interested in his status. Surrounded with a crew full of haters. Shit is the final, the man are like, not Full of them certified rangers. Still you go on like your body in danger. You ain't a bad man, you ain't a madman. You pay cash that don't count as favors. Standard G's and standard T's. Don't package it up and sell it off like flavor. Oh yeah, it's a presto boy, yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind one time. With the crowd make noise. Oh yeah, it's a presto boy, yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind one time. With the crowd make noise. Slash. 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 It's a Bristol boy, yeah. Slash. 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 It's a Bristol boy, yeah. Yo, give me the mind coming in. Monkey gonna ride it with them. I got haters out there, they're hating me now. Cause that man are all wet, so I left them swimming. And they see I'm nice, I win it. Finally liking this life, I've been giving my teachers when I'm like the price of living is exceedingly good like a slice of kitchen. I said I can owe them something. I don't owe man a dime or a shilling. Give me a drink, what my man sipping. Your sister's fit, I'm like nice and sipping. Cause they wanna see me pissed off cause I caught man sipping. I pulled man out, my friend, I've been in slims in with the bitch watching loose women. Take this to the underground. The man don't know when the man come around. Bring them alarm to the siren sound. The NDMC. Take this to the underground. Trying to beat them animal drown. Bring them alarm to the siren sound. Slowly unkeys in town. Oh yeah. It's a place, oh yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind. That time with the crowd. Oh yeah. It's a place, oh yeah. Give me the mic, I get the rewind. That time with the crowd. Oh yeah. It's a Bristol boy,
Come on, what?
Oh, it feels so good.
Yes. Listen up. Chronicle, God, King of the Mandam. Yeah, man, well, it's time again for some murking. I'ma just spit your clan. Dark on the rhythm, I'm a danger man. When I'm done, you will need a brain scan. No fussing about them, a Doberman. Bite shit off like a dog, man. Lyrical knife from a slaughter, man. I'm messed up, me not even Superman. Slew them, I'ma break them. Slew any man, I wanna be a fake man. Slew them, boy, I'm a hot man. Any man stepping on me, well, I murk them. Hurt them all over again. Stop bitching and crying, my friend. In this game, you play with the short end. That's what you get when you fake and pretend. Yeah, man. All of that all of that, trust me.
Yeah, I guess that's all I had.
Oh, there's the what you call it, I guess you can call it the chorus. Where he's like dealing with the kings. I was laughing because it's like we was kangs and all that shit.
We was
I was like,
Viking.
so I was like, I gotta put this song in the mix for sure.
Yeah. I'll probably
And like,
review some stuff. Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
and like, some songs you're like, it's like, okay, I'll put this in, like, and it's like, they just grow on you more somehow. I don't know how to explain it. Like this one tune in the first mix, I was like, yeah, I guess I'll put this in here, and then like, it's grown on me. That was mix 2. Which I should. Well, I'm still in YouTube jail, so I can't post anything yet. So
Yeah, we're all in YouTube jail.
censor tube jail. I guess I could record them and then just wait to upload. But like, I'm taking my time. Like no one's really watching them anyway. I had like 30 views and then it like dropped down to like 20. I'm like, what the heck? It's just music. Does the view count go down if people remove it from their watch history? I don't know. Like, say, because I had it on my homepage for my channel and it'll just autoplay, and maybe people don't like when shit just autoplays, so maybe they remove it from their watch history or something. So I took it off. I took it off autoplay.
Yeah, I have no idea how it works.
Me neither.
But definitely I've caught it removing a bunch of views for no reason. So does what it
Yeah.
does.
I guess it's the algos at this point.
Yeah, I think that's what it is, that it'll just adjust the views for your last video and put it in line with whatever you make. So
It's just crazy.
Natural rating system. Just based on the level of engagement, the frequency of posts, and interaction with big name content producers. Most likely the 3 factors of growth. Fucking pay to play.
Yep. Just more gatekeeping via technology.
Yeah. Yeah, but I will review some stuff. But I think I'll wait for Truther to come. But we had a pretty good segment earlier. I don't know if anybody was watching. It did appear to have about 10 people in here. And we were talking with
Before Unseen.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we were talking with Neurojack. He was playing a bunch of videos. Alex Jones. And then I played that weird video with Cenk Uygur and Andrew Wilson.
Uygur was talking with Wilson?
Well, Uygur was talking to Wilson.
That's weird.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I was talking about on my show, where he was praising Elon Musk, and I was just kind of saying, you know, it's a slippery slope from, you know, being a technophile to then just, you know, basically sucking Elon's cock in a cyber truck.
That may or may not, what's the term? Have an exothermic reaction.
Yeah, it's like you don't need to go on the news and play defense for Elon Musk, do you?
No, you don't.
You know, and how is that not a liberal move, by the way? Right? So I think
Jake.
Yeah, so I think that is one of the main things, you know, that we're gonna have to consider here. You're gonna is just kowtowing to these straight up technocrats. Right?
Yep.
And it's one thing to say, hey, you know, we want to replace the system, and we want it to be good people on the top, and you know they're going to produce the good technology, and just being like, well, we'll just support the people that are doing that are producing the system as it is now. You know what I mean?
Sheesh. Is there such a thing as good technology? Maybe.
Yeah, but that's what was going on in this Cenk Uygur clip.
That's really strange.
Yeah, saying, "Oh, well, he's not a fascist." It's like, well, why does it matter if he is or if he's not? Right? Isn't there bigger fish to fry than to either defend or condemn Elon Musk? Like, I mean, he's a big boy. I'm pretty sure he can.
He can just rant on X if he wants.
Yeah, he could buy his own supporters. He could probably buy his own papers. He could publish tons of stories on X. Right? Why would he need somebody like Andrew Wilson?
It's really weird.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this this is the question. I'm just asking the question, and this guy's spurging out. All right, you know, so this is the facts.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we're in YouTube jail, and it's kind of, you know, goofy stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, it's like, but yeah, I mean, Truther's here now, so maybe I'll just open it up. But yeah, we were kind of reviewing some of this.
What'd it do?
Yo, you about to watch that, the Cenk Uygur one?
I mean, I was watching it earlier. We got about 9 minutes into it, so I kind of want to see what happens.
Out of like how long is it? 30 minutes? 20 minutes?
It's 42 minutes long.
Oof.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
yeah.
Uygur talking about Wilson?
No, of Uygur talking to Wilson.
That's weird.
Yep. Yeah, it is weird.
I think he covered Anarchy Princess once too, Cenk Uygur. I could never find that clip though. Everybody was talking about it. She was featured on the Young Turks somewhere. I think it was him talking about her. It's the only other time I've heard about anybody from these local spheres being on there.
While at the same time, the Democrats are saying, you got to stay home and stay masked up. They're telling other people, go outside, burn down cities, make Chaz chop, a nice free independent zone. I don't know how you could say that that's anything other than an insurrection to say that this is now no longer part of the United States government, have your own armed militia there. The entire 9 yards, May 30th, they attack. And
it was on Piers Morgan. I thought, okay.
Oh God, they're violent extremists. They're going to overthrow democracy.
So this is what it is, right? Democrats versus Republicrats. What a bunch of nonsense. Yep. At the end of the day, this is what it was.
Yeah, full on right versus left.
Yeah, and there's you know, like, you know, man, can you believe this guy Cockboy Hotline? Did you happen to catch his last show?
I did not.
Oh my God, this guy's talking so much shit. He's like, yeah, we're laying out the nuance, me and EBT with Trump and all that stuff. And dude, they're hopping on the fucking algorithm. They're hopping on the algorithm's nuts all of a sudden. Now they see Trump and fucking what's the other black guy? Billy Carson.
Yeah, Billy Carson.
Yeah, Billy Carson and all this nonsense shit, dude. Look at my motherfucking thumbnail from a motherfucking year ago, bro. Let me show you this shit. People are talking about nuance and shit, dude. You know, it's a fucking shame. Let me show you my motherfucking thumbnail from a motherfucking year ago.
Nice, Browns boy. Demo Crips, Republicans.
Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. It's Elon Musk standing there with Jared Kushner. You guys remember this photo?
No, shit's a blur, man.
Yeah, dude. This is one motherfucking year ago I was pointing this motherfucking shit out, dude. I mean, real talk. Let me see this shit. And now these guys are gonna hop on Elon's nuts. This is what's going on, dude. I mean, it's monkey see, monkey do.
It's really goofy. Like, he's a billionaire. Do you think he's, for you?
You see that picture?
Oh shoot! Oh,
Kushner,
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, Kushner, Musk.
Yeah.
At the
Yeah, I
soccer
forgot.
game. You know what I mean? Some wild shit, man.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So this shit's been going on for a year, and now you guys catch up to the fact that, oh yeah, Thiel and Musk, they're funding the alt-right, and all this shit. Yeah. And I'm a conspiracy theorist for pointing out that some of the top alt-right people, they might be fucking getting paid by them, and all of a sudden they go on the news and start doing a bunch of support
Gay
pieces
ops.
for these people. I mean, think about it, dude. I mean, how have I not been vindicated here? I mean,
100%.
I've been 100% vindicated. I'm fucking over the target 1 year ago. I've been pointing this fucking shit out, dude. I mean, and Cockboy Outline's gonna come up and say, "Oh yeah, me and EBT have the nuance now because we're hopping on the fucking algorithms nuts." What a bunch of losers, dude! They don't know anything about political science, history, the foundations of justice, morality, theology. Give me a fucking break, dude. And neither does neither do a lot of people. But I'll tell you about it. There's a reason why this dude has a lot of shit going on is because he knows about this shit more than other people. He's on the news. The news.
The news is usually not news.
Yeah, exactly.
All nonsense. It's not fairly applied. He's never fairly applied it. The laws has never been fairly applied to the J6ers. They were tried in D.C., not in front of impartial juries. And here's how our law works. Our law works like this. 1,000 walk free, so one guilty person doesn't spend a day in prison. That is the precedent for our law. That's why they got pardoned. And it's exactly why they should have.
Yeah, and Andrew, on the ending the birthright
Can I
citizenship.
just address
Hang on,
that
check. I'll come
real
to you in a moment. Response.
So you seeing the narrative here, Truther?
Oh yeah, he's coming in hot with it too. He's so emotional.
Yeah, he's talking about pardoning the J6ers. So,
yeah, I'm hearing him.
Yeah, so Andrew's talking about pardoning the fucking QAnon psyopers, dude. How is this not interesting as fuck? You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah. No, I know, dude. I don't even want to. There's too many people around.
Optics are high, as they say.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 people watching this, so.
I mean, I just know too many people involved with the whole thing. I just don't even.
I know, like, who are you talking about? Yeah, but yeah, the optics are high.
Check mentioned also about the ending the birthright of citizenship as one of the executive orders. Do you think Trump intends to do that? Because it seems to me he's already won the debate about illegal immigrants who are here are criminals in America.
Yep.
Everyone pretty much agrees they should be sent back, including the million who've already been processed but haven't been deported yet. So all of that seems to be very popular, but there is a lot of anger about the idea that you may end.
But yeah, it's so funny. Like this dude who's on this news channel talking to Cenk Uygur. You know what I mean? By the way, you know what I mean? Why will he talk to Base Oracle or go on the Machine Lives to basically say, he's not a shill for Trump and Elon Musk? Think about that.
Do this.
Kind of weird, huh?
Was this the same day? Because this was 4 days ago. He came on your panel the day after this, then?
Yeah, I guess that's a pretty good point. Yeah. And of course, I mentioned disappearance. You remember I said, well, weren't you just supporting Elon Musk? You know, and my next thing was going to be like, that's a liberal move. You know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know why this says view products. You see this floating button?
Gotta buy that merch. It's all about
Wow,
that merch.
Buy that merch, motherfucker.
I've never seen that before, but yeah.
It's what seems to be a very American thing.
This
a
is
very
like
ethos
Piers Morgan YouTube channel.
This birthright
Very,
citizenship. What do you
yeah.
feel?
It's a very un-American thing. The 14th, or I'm sorry, this was never, by the way, never set up so that people could come in,
Get that
have a baby, and then
666 in
anchor
there.
themselves to the child. And that's what's been going on. It's been going on for years. We know it's been going on for years. This was designed for things like for immigrants who came in legally. They have
Wow, he's
children
holding
here.
that
Of course,
too.
those are United States citizens. Nobody's disputing that. What we're disputing is that you can just come in illegally, have a child on American soil, and then try to anchor yourself to that child. That is not in the spirit of what we're even talking about. Of course, Trump wants to end it. It's bad policy across the board. It's always been bad policy across the board. And I hope the Supreme Court, it gets challenged by the Supreme Court so we could get it in front of them so that they can interpret it correctly, because that's not the way this is supposed to be applied.
Chang?
Yeah, so first let me address what he said, and then I'll come back to this. So look at
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know if you guys have any comments on the immigrant thing, but yeah.
I'm trying to cook dinner in the background and listening.
I like how Morgan just shuts down Uyghur and like goes back to Andrew, and now Uyghur's trying to recoup.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point that he's making. I don't have a heads or tails on the issue, but what's fascinating about it is that it's more of a Groyper talking point than a Christian nationalist talking point. If you could kind of, catch my drift on that, right? So, years after fighting against white nationalism and the Groypers and standing for a Christian nationalist position, he's not going for one of their main talking points, which I find is highly weird, right? I think he's trying to position himself as taking over the Nick Fuentes and the Groyper, sphere,
Oh,
because
brother.
because that guy's he's not legit enough to ever get on the news. Hell, he could barely get on YouTube, right?
Yeah,
Right.
So
and he's got assassins now, allegedly.
So he's gonna take so he's good. So I mean, and who's been queuing up all these hit pieces on him? I don't know. I mean, but it's very interesting, right? The downfall of Fuentes and the rise of Andrew Wilson, right? You guys watch this?
Simultaneous, yeah.
Simultaneous events. Come on, guys. You know what I mean, this is some wild shit. Right? So we've been right to, actually, I have a special on my show called Christian Futurism. It's got Nick Fuentes on the cover from his famous speech, where we played the speech by Nick Fuentes where he talks about Christian futurism, and then we played the debate with President Sunday and Andrew Wilson. And of course, Andrew Wilson says like 7 times in that debate the word Christian futurism.
Yep.
Okay, and we were just talking about how they're queuing up Christianity with accelerationism, and of course Peter Thiel's talking about the AI Bible and all that type of shit. So I mean, people don't see what's all around the corner here. You know what I mean? But it's very obvious. You know what I mean? That they're using all this stuff. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, it's clear that. I mean, Andrew Wilson's always stood out on my radar for some reason, but now it's just like coming together so in such a huge level, dude. It's just insane.
guys, what happened on May 30th was nothing but a protest. But if they attack Secret Service guys, then they should be arrested. That's a violent crime. I'm principled on both of those things. And in Portland, when they took over a portion of the city, I was against it. Like, well, that's not a thing. You don't get to take over a portion of a city. I was against it when gangs took over apartment complexes and buildings in Colorado. So if Trump stays with things that the American people are in favor of, getting rid of the violent felons,
But how
the
did he
undocumented
compare
here,
the leftists
that's going to be
to
very
the fucking
popular.
gang?
Whether the left.
He's saying that he stood against the gangs taking over buildings in Chicago's, and SML got him out of, the Portland thing. He also mentioned Portland and not Seattle, which was interesting. So I know he knows both those scenes that were happening because Chaz Chop was Seattle, right? haven't watched this guy in forever.
Yeah, his rhetoric is strange, you know, but you know, he was talking about the Paris Treaty or something about climate change and stuff earlier too. So yeah, he's laying it on thick with the narrative. They both are, but that's the funny part, right? Is that he's simultaneously giving them both, feeding them both like left and right talking points and having them react to it. You know, this guy in the middle, you know. So I mean, it's a total fucking. I mean,
And
it's
you're
not a
gonna like,
debate. Yeah,
yeah,
it's a total dumb boot debate.
it's just narrative pushing on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
And to get the audience to not like you, the audience listening, half of them hears one thing and half of them hears another. Although
Right.
I would assume a little bit more than half would agree with Wilson at this point.
Or doesn't like it, right? But when he goes too far and he goes to things like birthright citizenship, then people are going to push back, and that's when it gets interesting. Is Trump going to double down and go, no, I'm going to, you know, go to demagogue on?
By the way, that labeling is highly strange. Birthright citizenship. You know what that's compared to, right? It's like Israel birthright, right? I mean, the framing.
Well, they're
this and get you people to
reframing
hate,
what it means to be a citizen, I guess. Because I keep seeing, like, they're getting people, because now they're going to get rid of income tax and all this, allegedly. Trump keeps hinting at it. And so people will be proud to call themselves a U.S. citizen again. It's like just trying to get them back into it so they can revamp the system towards something else.
Well, we already know pretty much what the end goals are, so it's just like kind of like, you know, it's the long game, it's the long con.
Coming in, et cetera, and I don't care what the Constitution says, and we're going to change the way America is, and you're no longer an American if you're born here. We're going to judge you based on, you know, where you're from, et cetera. That'll be very unpopular. Does he dig in, or does he, as he does sometimes, go, man, you know what, I gave it a shot, didn't work, and retract? I hope that that's the direction he goes, because this whole, look, brother, if you have a problem with a part of the Constitution, you need to go through the right process. You need to go and do an amendment. Like, I want to do an amendment to get money out of politics. But when Biden was in office, I didn't think he should just come in and go, forget what the Supreme Court said. Forget what the Constitution said. Let's go nuts and do whatever the hell we want. That's not how it works.
Well, gee, I never thought about that. I didn't know that we were supposed to go through a process of law for these things, which is exactly what Trump is doing via his executive order, which then hopefully will get it in front of the Supreme Court, which looks like that's what the plan is.
Part of the legal process.
By the way, just so you know, the interpretation of this, that's what we're really talking about, is the interpretation. Ultimately here, it is not, and you need to agree with me on this, it is not in the spirit that you can come in and have a child here and anchor yourself to the child specifically so that you have some pathway or motivation to citizenship. You say it's not part of the legal process. Yes, these challenges, getting in front of the Supreme Court, getting in front of various courts, is part of the process. It's been done this way time and time and time again. Also, I reject categorically what you said. Just lied to the audience. You called Trump bunker boy, right? He was going down to the bunker during the...
You have to try to recapture people with this, like, mainstream, like, bullshit style. Because everybody's, you know, the younger generation's on TikTok and whatever else. They're not looking at freaking Piers Morgan.
Yeah, that TikTok maneuver, I wanted to do a stream just on that shit. It went down, and then it was like, I think it was, some people said 17 hours later, QAnon theories. It came back, and when it went down, they said, we're working with Trump to get it back. And when it came back, they were like, oh, Trump gave it, you got us the deal before he was even in office. It was such a psyop to, like, quell the youth and make sure they didn't go storm DC, in my opinion. Yeah. Like, the lefties are so beat, though, Trump saved TikTok.
And they should be arrested.
I'll wait till you hit play.
That's a violent crime. I'm principled on both of those things. And in Portland, when they took over a portion of the city, I was against it. Like, well, that's not a thing. You don't get to take over a portion of a city. I was against it when gangs took over apartment complexes and buildings in Colorado. So if Trump stays with things that the American people are in favor of, getting rid of the violent felons that are undocumented here, that's going to be very popular. whether the left likes it or doesn't like it, right? But when he goes too far and he goes to things like birthright citizenship, then people are going to push back, and that's when it gets intramagogue on this and get you people to hate, foreigners coming in, etc. And I don't care what the Constitution says, and we're going to change the way America is, and you're no longer an American if you're born here. We're going to judge you based on where you're from, etc. That'll be very unpopular. Does he dig in, or does he, as he does sometimes, go, you know what? I gave it a shot, didn't work, and retract? I hope that that's the direction he goes, because this whole look, brother. If you have a problem with a part of the Constitution, you need to go through the right process. You need to go and do an amendment. Like, I want to do an amendment to get money out of politics. But when Biden was in office, I didn't think he should just come in and go, forget what the Supreme Court.
So it's interesting, his response about the idea about executive orders, and then he's like, that's extrajudicial process. And then he tries to clarify on saying that it should be brought before the Supreme Court. And so, yeah, I mean, it's just very interesting. Right? And then he starts saying, well, you insulted the president and all this kind of crazy stuff. And he starts, laying on the rhetoric pretty heavy. So, yeah. So I could see where this is going. But, yeah, eventually Cenk Uygur calls him a bitch. So, yeah. So right now he called him brother, but later, eventually, he's gonna call him a bitch. So this is all theatrics.
Said, forget what the Constitution said. Let's go nuts and do whatever the hell we want. That's not how it works.
Well, gee, I never thought about that. I didn't know that we were supposed to go through a process of law for these things, which is exactly what Trump is doing via his executive order, which then hopefully will get it in front of the Supreme Court, which looks like that's what the plan is.
Part of the legal process.
By the way, just so you know, the interpretation of this, that's what we're really talking about, is the interpretation. Ultimately here, it is not, and you need to agree with me on this, it is not in the spirit that you can come in and have a child here and anchor yourself to the child specifically so that you have some pathway or motivation to citizenship. You say it's not part of the legal process. Yes, these challenges, getting in front of the Supreme Court, getting in front of various courts, is part of the process. It's been done this way time and time and time again. Also, I reject categorically what you said. Just lied to the audience. You called Trump bunker boy, right? He was going down to the bunker during the protest to inspect it. Ha, 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 right? You didn't care at all. You weren't denouncing political violence. You weren't denouncing these people getting beat up. You didn't care when the violence is on your side like a typical Democrat. You don't care at all, Singh. You don't care. And you've never cared. The only reason you care now is because you want to kiss.
And I condemn it every time people do violence.
Snake.
Literally
okay,
every
I'll say
time.
snake. But the thing is, snake, is that you're just trying to kiss the right wing's ass now.
Isn't that really weird? So he's like, hey, brother, we need to go through the voting process. And he's like, you're a snake. Yo, I got to go back and watch this again. This is going crazy.
We can't be seen to be buddies, right? Oh, we got to ramp it up.
I missed that part anyways. I switched over to a different app and I couldn't hear anything.
We're really talking about is the interpretation. Ultimately here, it is not, and you need to agree with me on this, it is not in the spirit that you can come in and have a child here and anchor yourself to the child specifically so that you have some pathway or motivation to citizenship. You say it's not part of the legal process. Yes, these challenges, getting in front of the Supreme Court, getting in front of various courts, is part of the process. It's been done this way time and time and time again. Also, I reject categorically what you said. Just lied to the audience. You called Trump bunker boy, right? He was going down to the bunker during the protest to inspect it. Ha, 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 right? You didn't care at all. You weren't denouncing political violence. You weren't denouncing these people getting beat up. You didn't care when the violence is on your side like a typical Democrat. You don't care at all, Singh. You don't care. And you've never cared. The only reason you care now is because you want to kiss.
And I condemn it every time people do violence.
Snake.
Literally
okay,
every
I'll say
time.
Snake. But the thing is, Snake, is that you're just trying to kiss the right wing's ass now to get back in with them because the left has categorically
What the hell? he's really whooping it up. I mean, there was nothing preceding this to make him, go to that level with this. But yeah, that's why this dude's laughing, because he knows it's theatrical. But yeah.
Yeah, it's probably just a script.
It's like, you're a snake. Yeah, it's it's almost comical. It's like heavyweight wrestling at this point. It's like WWE at this point.
Punk is looking like Alex Jones 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Again.
taking his role now that Alex Jones is all fit.
Yeah, and this dude in the middle, he just has no bottom lip. It's just gone. You know, so
rejected you, and that's what's actually happening.
Cenk, is that what's happening?
All right, you amuse me. Yeah, this guy amuses me. So, like, you think calling me snake is going to somehow win you the debate? Good luck with that childish.
I already won the debate.
Way of going. Oh, you did because you said it. Okay, that by the way.
Yo, he's getting straight fried, bro. You can't do that on the news, bro. You can't do the dirty debate tactics on the fucking news.
Yeah.
You chill out with that shit. That's pretty funny.
I was gonna say he's pretty well behaved. He's trying to stay on the script.
You got him with that.
A little bit bled out.
Yeah.
Squeeze him a little bit, and the little bird comes out.
Yeah, Father Swayden says this gets better.
Oh.
Oh man.
Oh, he breaks. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Oh man.
Maybe that's why it says you sound insane. I don't know.
Another great debating tactic. Just saying you won. And second of all, we have 27 million. How many times do I say this? 27 million subscribers, 30 billion lifetime views. You're a pimple on my ass. I literally don't even know who you are.
Oh, that's juicy. That's real juicy.
Oh man, we should play the clip of him coming on my show and being like,
Oh,
he's like
wow.
this big dude. I was stooped down to my level, and then this dude Cenk Uygur literally says to his face, "You're a
Now we
pimple
see
on
why
my
he
ass."
breaks. Now we
Yeah.
see why he breaks.
Holy smokes. Yo,
Yeah, I haven't
20
watched the Young Turks in a while, but he used to because the first time I watched him was during Occupy Wall Street, which I met like with this one girlfriend at. I was with her forever. And he was like putting out interesting news because he was somehow the news they were covering back then was how the left and the right, the Tea Party and Occupy, he was covering this, how the leaders got together and were trying to like organize to make things like happen, to actually make change. And then they divided the whole narrative. That was an interesting time. Like people were on the same page on the internet about so much, and they've really figured out how to divide people since then. Like, what was this, 2012? Right? Yeah, 2012. When the world as we knew it changed forever, man. So you come in here talking about audience, and you're a snake. Okay,
I
you're
didn't say anything
you're a
about
scorpion.
audience.
Whatever. Do I win
I
now?
didn't say anything about audience. What are you talking about? Are you a lunatic?
You did. You just said, "Oh yeah, the left wing's audience has got a problem with it." I know the left wing better than he does. Oh yeah,
You're trying to cozy up with right
left
wingers.
wing.
What were you doing at TPUSA, Shane? Trying to cozy in with right wingers like Charlie Kirk, kissing their ass. You're literally kissing up to them because you want in good, because the left is rejecting center left policies now. That's what's happening.
Hey, brother,
they either
if
want to
you
go far left or far right.
Okay, listen, brother. As you see me, bitch.
Whoa, I mean that's rich. I mean they're both cozying up to big name people at this point. I mean, there's no need to, throw that around at this point. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you're literally shilling for Trump and Elon Musk. This guy's, probably paid by fucking, what's that guy? That funds all the leftists. I forget his name, but yeah.
Soros.
Yeah, Soros. Yeah, exactly.
Didn't
Slapping
Biden
you right
give
here
him a
on
medal?
national.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like it's like, you both are being funded by, pretty much big name people at this point. Let's just stop the game. And even if you're not, you're openly supporting a bunch of people. So to think that Wilson hasn't benefited from the stuff that goes on at TPUSA, or he's not taking the tagline, talking points from, their whole thing. He's taking talking points from turning points. I mean, this is what's going on. I mean, or he's just parroting a lot of the same rhetoric. Right?
Do you think Jim Bob's ever going to catch on that his whole orthodox routine is totally switched up? Like, he was purely like representing orthodoxy to the point where Jim Bob thought he was such an expert that he literally thought that he couldn't know Christianity without, he referred to Andrew Wilson as the expert on orthodoxy, basically. And he would sit there and constantly degrade himself. Is he ever going to like wake up to the fact that this whole narrative has switched?
Yeah, I mean,
Unless he's somehow part of it.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, you can like, and I'm obviously going to get some of this wrong, so I apologize in advance. But you can be a catechumen, and then you're basically going to go into the church, right? So he's a catechumen for the World Orthodox Church, right? So the whole thing is that then you can go in and you'll be the laity in the church, and then you can go into a program where you can start to learn about the priests. So you become a reader, right? So you read the commentary of the Orthodox saints, right? So that's basically where our friend Unseen Warfare is. You know what I mean?
I mean, we got Father Swaden in the chat.
Yeah. So people like that are higher up in the organization, than somebody like, Jim Bob or Andrew Wilson, who are basically less than people that are actually members of the church, right? So you have to be, let into the church after a process, right? So I mean, I'm not aware of what that process is, but yeah. Yeah. Okay, so here we'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, Father Swaden, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Let me see if I can clarify. A catechumen, technically is somebody who is in training, not to learn about Orthodoxy, become an Orthodox Christian. That's ended with baptism. So Unseen Warfare is a full-fledged Orthodox Christian. He's not a catechumen anymore. The cat now you can continue, like if you're working in the altar, etc. Eventually, you can be made a reader. These are different ranks and roles. Apologists don't actually have a rank. Any baptized Chris or any baptized layperson who has the ability and knows the fathers and knows what they're doing, usually under guidance, has the right to be an apologist. In Andrew Wilson's case, I don't think he wants to be an apologist. I think he wants to be a political commentator. He, I think, is baptized in the Antiochian. So he is a lot of the people in the whole Jay Dyer sort of kind of move, kind of universe. Many people aren't actually baptized. They're called catechumens, even though they may not even have walked into a church. So you have to be sometimes you have to ask. You have to ask, are you baptized? Because if you're not Orthodox.
Well, clearly he wants to be a political commentator. He's on Piers Morgan.
Oh yeah, no doubt, and I'm sure he enjoyed that. And it was.
He was on Fox.
I never saw him on Fox, but hey, that's more power to him. Jadar moved to Alex Jones's show. That's where he's going to top off. But that's I think it's I don't mind it, to be quite honest. I'm probably going to ask about what like the ultimate goals are. I know that there was some mention of accelerationism on Christian futurism, and so for me, I have a pretty different take on that. I think that everyone is kind of overreacting, and people are taking advantage up at the top of the overreacting. And it's actually it's kind of dangerous. But in reality, I doubt the accelerationists have as big a foothold as they think. And so, yeah, that's all I've got to say on that. But yeah, I hope that answers your questions.
Well, I just remember the first time I ever really heard about Orthodoxy was through Jim Bob and Andrew Wilson's interactions. And it appeared that like Jim Bob was kind of propping Andrew Wilson up as, I guess, the catechumist, what you guys were saying. But so he didn't go that route. He's clearly not gone that route, correct? Is that what we're discussing?
Who? I don't even know.
Andrew Wilson. Because if he went,
I think Andrew Wilson was baptized in World Orthodox.
World Orthodox. Okay, duly noted.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the ideas that I'm talking about with accelerationism are more with these other people like Thiel and Moldbug, right? And so they're connected to the alt right, right? And it goes more with the people in the intellectual dark web and all those people. So although Wilson doesn't share ideological base with those people because of the Orthodox Christian, which I do think is a positive move that people are moving more towards Christian values. So I have to agree with that. That there is a general conservatism, so then people can question things, like the transhumanism and the accelerationism and all those things. So I think that that's a general. I mean, I think that's generally a good thing, but within that whole thing, like Moldbug and these guys, they push monarchy and other ideas. So, all of these ideas have the potency to become hijacked, as it were. So, that's just the reality of what's going on. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And so,
well, I mean, ultimately, what it comes down to is that Thiel's position, Musk's position, these techno bro, supercrats that are, kind of heading things like the AI movement. Some of them believe in a positive version of technological singularity. I mean, to some degree, it's like a tech cult. Now, granted, the Christian factions that are in it have different views, and they're literally fighting it over for the soul of Western society. But yeah, I mean, you have to put everything in the right box, is the way I look at it. So I tend to be more skeptical of the techno futurists that think we're going to be worshiping, an AI god and stuff like that. They want us to think that's what's going to happen, but
right.
Human plants generally don't work out that way. They've done that. They've tried that before.
It's probably because it's like 2 steps forward or 1 step forward, 2 steps back with their plans.
Well, I just think
deal.
that they've lost a key conception of what humanity is and what a computer is. There's a great book on that that I've been reading. So maybe one day I'll talk about that, but not today. I'm kind of busy. I wanted to just pop on, answer some of those questions because there seems to be some confusion about how orthodoxy works there.
Thank you. Yeah,
no problem. Just want to, then have a good night.
Yeah,
Appreciate
blessings.
it.
Yeah, blessings, Father. Peace be with you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, so I mean, in more time, I think I'll be vindicated on some of these points, but yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely, I mean, there's a lot of interesting aspects to the entire Orthodox thing, but yeah, it's not a prime factor here because, as Father Swaden said, he's not here defending or being an apologist for the Orthodox Church. He's just a political commentator. And I think more than that, he's just an entertainer. You know what I mean? And somebody. So so that's the thing, is that I don't know why people take such offense to those kind of claims, because if you're an entertainer, yeah, of course you get paid for it. It's no big deal. I mean,
you gotta make a buck somehow.
Yeah, so I mean, nobody's trying to critique you for doing those things, but the fact is that that is heavy duty shilling in terms of the political positions and the religious positions. There's the grift, right? You know what I mean? Because it's the ideological you know what I mean, right? That you're standing on these ideological prepackaged, you know what I mean, you know what I mean, what do you call it? Talking points. Bullet points. They're obviously manufactured. You know what I mean? And you're promoting them to manufacture consent. I mean,
airwaves.
The only thing you can bitch slaps.
What part of that seems like cozying up? What's the part of that seems like cozying up to the right? I think you're an idiot. I think you love that coup on January 6th. I think you hate our democracy. I think you hate our Constitution. So what part of that is cozying up to the right wing?
I hate snakes like you who try to get in as good as you can with a weak right. Like,
bitch.
Okay, it's getting pretty stupid now. Yeah, it just went full retard. Yeah. Yeah, this is worse than the panel at this point. And this guy's smirking it off.
Like Charlie Kirk, when you have weaponized political violence yourself,
Oh, Charlie Kirk is weak right and you're strong right.
At the same time, you say, "Wait a second! Oh, I can't believe the J. Citrus coup dates. You didn't give a damn. You've never."
Look at him. He said he tried to turn him against Charlie Kirk. Yo, that's not gonna look good, right? He said, "Oh, so Charlie Kirk is strong right, and I mean, so you're strong right, and Charlie Kirk is weak right." See, see, at least Cenk Uygur knows how to kiss the ass of his superiors correctly. Come on, Andrew Wilson. You're gonna get laughed out of town.
Ever given a damn? We have your words on record. You flip flop. You're the biggest flip flopper on the left. You're known for it. People make fun of you for it because you move positions. You and Anna
you don't care about principles. All you care about is, oh, Trump. I love Trump. Oh, I love Trump so much.
And all you care about is Trump derangement syndrome. All you have is Trump derangement syndrome.
All right, let me try.
TDS always on display.
Wait a minute. How can you say? Wait, hold on. I gotta say one thing.
You both make your feelings clear.
How could you say that I'm cozying up to the right?
Oh my God!
And say I have Trump derangement syndrome. All right. Make up your mind. You're a very poor thinker.
We watched the entirety of his entire first term. You were Russia. He's a colluder. He's evil. He's this and that. And he flip flopped on that position the second it was politically expedient.
Okay. Let me try and
none of those things are true.
Let me try and move on to guys. Let's move on to some policy.
No way he wasn't Russia. I know the chick was definitely about that, but I'm sure he was too.
Yeah, I mean, dude, you literally follow the Russian church, dude. Like, what is going on, dude? Like, what could be more pro-Russian than following fucking Putin?
And the World Orthodox Church, as it
it's like let's not point any Russian fingers here. I mean, this is kind of wild, dude.
See debate. Andrew, let me ask you: do you feel like the woke worm is in reverse as strongly as I'm sensing it is? And specifically, just a simple statement from Trump that the policy of the United States will be to recognize two genders, male and female. Well, duh. That's always been the case. It's just incredible that the president of the free world effectively has to make this clear to people who'd lost their minds and believe that actually men can be women and women can be men. But do you feel that this has been a big marker in the beginning of the end of the woke mind virus, as Musk calls it?
No, it's not the end of the woke mind virus. You're going to always have to battle this as definitions change because people need to justify their insane and degenerate behavior in society. So they come up with all sorts of nonsense like this. In this particular case, the trans advocacy groups have done more to reverse any type of progress LGBTQ people in the United States have made in the last 30 years because of what they're trying to do with children and the fact that they don't care.
Okay, so we're going to gay stuff already.
Blessing has been, man. It's been a break finally. Good Lord. I used to tune in to NPR and that's all they would talk about for like years. Now it's finally dying down a little bit.
I wonder if, I mean, has this guy taken a position on the transgender?
Who, Andrew? Or Cenk?
Cenk.
I'm sure he would be pro. He's very LGBT friendly, I would assume. Maybe he stood against Drag Queen Story Hour, but he probably ran damage control about how it wasn't what I would assume he was running some sort of control. I used to watch him all the time. He's kind of like a Bernie bro. But then he got disenfranchised by, Hillary Clinton getting the thing. He was anti-establishment then, but now when Trump got in, he's pretty pro-establishment. Or well, anti-Trump, but pro-fucking liberal BS. Like, he used to be like kind of alternative left, like Alex Jones, I guess, was alternative right.
Yeah, that's what's weird about it, is that both of these guys used to have identical positions, right? And now they're both put on one or other side of an issue. I mean, so that's what's fascinating about it. You know, they both used to be quote unquote superfluous radicals with the truther streak, talking about conspiracies and all that stuff, and now they're all of a sudden this is what they've been boiled down to. I mean, by gaining more and more support over time.
Right.
So, you know, it's like it's so obvious about the pay to play optics. I mean,
care that you, as a Christian, do not believe at all that a man can become a woman. So yes, this is whiplash on that. There's going to be a lot more whiplash that's going towards that as people reject categorically what these people have been trying to push on us. You can look no further than what just happened at the inauguration. You have a female bishop. That's an impossibility. That is not Christian at all. You're not allowed to have female bishops. That is satanic. That's literally satanic to have a female bishop come up and say anything. You can laugh, but it is. That's
Okay,
Satan
well, before-
speaking. The
okay,
reason
well,
you're
check-
laughing is because it's true.
Well, Cenk, I'll get you to respond, but first of all, let's play the clip of that bishop, because my objection was actually for different reasons. Let's take a look at it.
I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities
Oh shit,
whose children
that's a
fear that
woman?
their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here.
So, Cenk, I mean, notwithstanding Andrew's position on the fact there shouldn't be a female bishop, but the fact that she was there.
I guess they're trying to trigger him or something. I don't understand. But yeah, this comment about Brown's boy was funny. He says, I always thought life wasn't fair until I met a Russian Orthodox Ferris wheel operator who told me life is fair. Very interesting, Brown's boy.
Sometimes I think he's speaking in code or something.
That's the real deal.
Oh, Ferris.
got-
Okay. Yeah, sad trombone.
There
I'm
on such
just,
a,
I'm just a
big
slow
historic
boy
moment.
with no whiteboard.
Delivering a kind of scolding woke lecture with Donald Trump and JD Vance and their wife sitting there. I just thought it was completely inappropriate. I didn't care who the president was or what the scolding was, but to turn the pulpit into a scolding thing about all America's gay children are going to be running for their lives, I just thought it was completely wrong.
Yeah, Piers, I totally disagree. I loved it, and the reason I loved it is because it's truth to power. And you can say, hey, it's her truth. It's the truth of about half of Americans. It's not necessarily the truth, but at least she's trying to challenge the powerful, and I love that. Look, the reason why a lot of people agree with me is because I challenge the powerful on both sides, on the Democratic side and the Republican side. And that makes the partisans get super mad at me. No, Biden's right about everything. No, Trump's right about everything. No, I love that she spoke for half the country and she said it right to his face. I wish reporters would do that. And I think a lot of the reporters got the message to be softer on Trump. No, be harder on the Democrats and the Republicans and the establishment. Be harder on everyone. So do exactly as she did, even though apparently she's Satan. Brother, look, how can I talk to you, man? When you say such ludicrousness, do you know that like 95% of Americans, when you say that she's satanic because she's a woman bishop?
Oh man.
He just
What the
pulled
hell?
that number out of his ass.
Yeah, I mean, but just the entire situation here is, he's got a female bishop questioning about Trump. So obviously, now that Andrew's becoming a newly born Trump shill, it's going to be a problem for him. And then also, the female bishop optics. Holy smokes! And he's saying this is a great thing. She's speaking truth to power. What? He's really rubbing it in, even right? And obviously she's challenging the entire establishment. He's saying by uttering this one statement. So I mean, I wonder what he's gonna say. I mean, this is literally his. It's like they're giving him, they're setting him up to just hit this one out of the park. I mean, he's got to just slam this one out of the fucking park. I mean, this is home run city right now. I mean, this is an easy, home run for this dude. I mean, he's against females. He's for patriarchy. He's for Trump. I mean, they're really setting him up here. I mean, this is some wild shit. He's got one eye open, Piers Morgan. I mean, wild shit. I mean, this is where it goes.
Think that you're nuts? Do you
No,
at least
first of all-
understand and acknowledge
First
that?
of all, they don't. You don't understand anything about the Bible, apostolic succession, church history. You don't know anything about these things, Shank. You have no idea what you're talking about. First of all, she wasn't
Still
speaking
sitting in
power.
here.
She was speaking subversiveness.
Whoa! Right out of the gate, apostolic succession. That's cool.
Yeah, he loves
Right.
those big words, dude. When he starts to speak about anything with religion, it just sounds
No,
like he knows so much.
But I could see how Sweden likes this, because you're not going to hear apostolic succession mentioned on one of these big name channels or something like that. All right, so I could see from
Definitely
his
not.
perspective. Yeah, so I could see from his perspective how this is definitely a positive. I mean, right, but the fact that he goes right into the thing. He goes, it's apostolic succession, it's challenging patriarchy, and the fact that she's a bishop. So he goes right into it. Yeah, interesting.
To goodness. And that's what's actually going on. And that's what Democrats are great at doing. Yes, it is completely satanic to have inversion. Inversion is when you...
Whoa. So he doubles down on the satanic comment. That's pretty impressive. I'm going to have to say that's pretty
Yeah.
impressive.
I don't know how many times this has ever been done on that level of a stage. That's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta say I'm impressed by that.
Take what is considered the Christ head, in this case a bishop, and invert it to a woman. That's what you people are great at doing, is inversion. If you looked at the 2,000 years of Christian history, you would understand this, especially church history.
Yeah, that was interesting. You people are great at inversion. Piers Morgan again. One eye more open than the other.
It's like like the subtle implication is that women are satanic, or is that what we're supposed to take away from this?
That's how he's gonna flip it. That's how the other guy's gonna flip it.
That Chang, right?
Yeah, it's an easy slam dunk for him, because he shouldn't have said that. I don't know if he should have brought the specific church into it. It's a mess at this point. But still, it's interesting, the optics of somebody saying that on such a huge platform. I'm definitely impressed by that. But what does it all mean? But yeah, I thought he was definitely gonna go with something else, something like, maybe he should have just talked about Trump's accomplishments. Like how I would have handled it is I would have talked about Trump's accomplishments versus like how he's saying that this lady's challenging the establishment. Like I would have just said, well, Trump's challenging the establishment even more. Because people don't want him to be president or something like that. But yeah, I think he just flipped it in a totally kind of I gotta say, almost a retarded way, but pretty impressive. All right, very impressive rhetoric. He's definitely sticking to his guns and his Bible. All right?
Going all the way back to the time of Christ and apostolic succession, people did, you can, but the truth is that people get all of their ethics and goodness in this nation from biblical ethics and Christian ethics, not from St. Uger thinks it's neat that a chick can do this. It's like, no, that's not part of our ethical standard there. That's not what it is. We don't have an ethical standard based around your version of the woke Bible. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
When you call a respected bishop a chick and satanic,
respected by who?
It's funny that you don't see that you lose such a giant percentage of the country. And so, guys like this make it nearly impossible for a huge part of the country to ever vote for Republicans. Because if you vote for a Republican, you're going to get these ghouls and goblins, and they're going to say, "Oh yeah, chicks shouldn't be on bishops, man."
Has this dude ever debated one of these female bishops? That would be a funny debate, right?
Well, Wilson?
Yeah. They say they're
he
supposed
probably
to
wouldn't do it because he'll say that's beneath him or some shit.
Supposed to respect these people. Why would he have to respect a female bishop? That's totally, weird. You know, but yeah, I guess he's saying because somebody rose up the rank. I mean, it is kind of, you know, I mean, I guess it's more respectful than a normal lady. You know what I mean? But I still don't know what it means. You know what I mean? So
It's like double rainbow.
yeah,
What does it mean?
yeah, exactly.
And it's inversion, dude. It's satanic. You sound insane. You sound, to me, honestly, you sound like you belong in a mental asylum. But when you call people satanic, what the hell does that even
people
mean?
are always
And
going to
just because
think.
she's a woman, just because she's a woman, she's
Yeah, it's an
satanic
inversion,
in that role. See,
There
that's
you go.
exactly why I'm a populist, but I can't be populist, right? When guys like
I'm
this
speaking
say
truth to
such
power,
insane things
Saint.
and
What's your
drive
problem? You're
hatred,
huge. I'm
drive
speaking truth to power.
hatred. You're right. I am
You're
power. So
huge.
keep going.
Remember
See
how
how
you
it
said
turns out.
I'm massive, I'm huge, I have this massive audience. So I'm here, Jay, speaking truth to power. You should be all about that. You should be loving the fact that I'm telling you something now, which is true. It is an
You're speaking
inversion.
gibberish to power.
It is
Is Beelzebub in the room with us right now?
It is an inversion.
Is Beelzebub
I want
and
to change. I want to
Shaitan in
change
the
to
room with
something.
us?
I'm
I want to
sorry.
change.
You hate Christianity? You hate Christian ethics, Saint?
Time out. Let's move Christian ethics to another
I don't
debate.
hate Christianity.
I want to ask you
I
about
hear- I
Nazi.
hate-
That was hilarious. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
You're radical.
You sure
lunatic
sound like you do.
Chaps, I want to
That's
calm,
not radical.
Chaps, time out. I want to calm the temperature by turning to Nazi salutes. Cheng, you said about Elon Musk. Let's take a look at what he did. Just to remind everyone who may not have seen it.
This one.
Oh, and finally, we're at the question
This bozo's face.
the video in question.
Dude, the next day,
We
freaking
finally
Elon,
made it, folks.
did you see Elon Musk the next day? He went on a Zoom call to some German, like, right wing. I don't know. Maybe I assume it's a right wing. It's what we would understand as right wing. Maybe it's left in Germany. But he went on there and said why they shouldn't be upset about, like, after throwing this not allegedly a Nazi salute. He goes on to this German political party Zoom call and tells them why they should be proud of their history, and I mean, which they should be, but why they shouldn't be like living by the sins of their great grandfathers. Like, I was like, holy cow, dude! He knows what he did. He knows what he did when he threw that up. No way. You gotta. I'll see if I can find it.
That's very strange. I mean, I guess it's some kind of LARP.
And who is freaking Musk to tell Germans to be proud of their ancestry? He's a freaking South African. He's like such a mutt.
Yeah, shit's getting pretty gay.
Yeah, here's the CNN headline. Musk tells far-right German party event there's too much focus on past guilt. CNN is weird with copyrights, isn't it?
What? CNN? For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen other people review this clip, so I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's good to go.
Yeah, well.
I found Insider Edition too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we got popped so far, so I think it'll be fine.
So far.
In the wrong chat.
I guess we'll find out, Joel. Oh, well, he's definitely defending him then. What a dick.
I dropped the short. That one's only a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I agree, Joel.
Really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. This one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
He like grunts.
Now, check.
Thank you. Happen. Thank you.
This clown.
Wild.
Happen. Thank you.
Right, he does it again. Supposedly there's audience behind him, so that's why he does it the other way.
Now, check. You said it was the most.
Oh, that
obvious
one
Nazi
was
salute
definitely
you've
more
ever
like
seen,
a
which I think
salute.
Hitler might be a bit surprised about, but
That second one for sure.
Yeah, look, they're both wearing the same outfit. Is that weird?
you,
You
don't
didn't really
actually
say
believe
that, did you? Say, oh,
Yeah,
I'm
but
sorry.
check, just to be clear, you don't actually think he's a Nazi, do you? So how can you make a Nazi salute if you're not actually a Nazi and in fact absolutely hate everything they stand for? That's not a Nazi salute. It's a awkward thing that he did to say "my heart to you" that then gets deliberately misinterpreted as a Nazi salute by people who keep wanting to call everyone on the right a Nazi.
Hey, come here real quick. I want to show you something.
What the heck is this? Some kind of dumb shit.
Elon Musk is trolling. So this is a classic right-wing maneuver. It's to get attention, and he knows that if he does a Nazi salute, but he says, "Oh, but I touched my heart, and I can't believe they're calling me a Nazi. I'm the victim. The left wing is coming after me just because I did the most obvious Nazi salute of all time." Now the left is angry at me because I'm not calling him a Nazi. I think he's trolling. I think he's doing it for attention, and he does this plausible deniability. It's the oldest trick in the book coming from the right wing. In fact, when you get upset at the right wing, they usually go, he's just trolling, right? So that's what happened there. That wasn't subtle. And again, I have credibility here because when they accused so many people of doing this, I said no. When Laura Ingraham was at the RNC and she raised her arm, they're like, that's a Nazi salute. I'm like, that's not a Nazi salute. She just raised her arm. Everybody raises their arm. He did that so crisp, so sharp, exactly like the way that they did in the Third Reich. That's not an accident. He's a smart guy. He's doing it to get us to do this segment and for the inauguration
Honestly,
to all be
Cenk,
about Elon
honestly,
Musk.
Cenk,
He's swallowing up all the attention.
Yeah, he might have a point about trolling, but
Yeah, I mean, he said it. I mean, he said the whole thing. I mean, this is exactly what it is. I mean, so
It's ridiculous that Pierce Morgan doesn't even attempt to like reason that that's possible.
yeah, no, that's incredible. I mean, that seemed like he's obviously like the same way he pulled out that female bishop lady to trigger Wilson. He's using this to trigger Cenk. It's just the same thing. It's just fake. It's like, oh, they're setting up an easy strike, easy home run for Wilson, and they're setting up an easy home run for Cenk. But yeah, the whole game is now, how is Wilson gonna stoop so low as to not point out the obvious thing that this dude just said? It just say, yeah, but so what is probably the best his best ticket is to say, so what? You guys do shock maneuvers all the time just because we did one. You know what I mean? I don't know what he's gonna go with, but yeah.
I think that is the biggest load of cobblers I've ever heard in my life. But Andrew, over to you.
Yeah. So
what?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
What the fuck? He said it's a
Like,
load of
is he
cobblers.
even like alive?
What the
He
hell?
looks
Dude?
like half asleep. He's like drinking coffee. You look at him.
I mean, this is the dude that
He looks
platformed.
half dead.
This is the dude that platformed Alex Jones in the Great Speech, dude. 1776 will happen again if they take away our guns. That same fake and gay shit, dude. So this dude knows what he's doing. I mean,
And it is.
Okay.
And so
Oh my
here's
God!
the
No, no,
thing.
no! Don't criticize when it's so freaking obvious. What if he put a
Calm
Nazi?
down while I
He put a swastika on his
can I
forehead.
respond?
You
Saint,
guys
is
would
it
be like,
okay?
no, 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 no.
Saint,
It's not what it
Saint,
appears.
can
It's
you
not
calm
what it
down?
appears.
Calm down. Saint, calm
Yeah,
down.
go
Let me
ahead.
respond. Again, I didn't
Andrea.
interrupt you.
Andrea,
Yeah,
go ahead.
By the way, it's great to
I
have the
didn't
old
interrupt
Cheng
you,
back, by the
Snake.
way, just for the record.
Yeah, I didn't interrupt you, Snake. Just calm down for a second. Let me respond
Go
very
ahead,
quickly.
Andrea.
Okay, so we have tons of evidence that Elon Musk isn't a Nazi.
he called him Andrea. It's hilarious.
Yeah, keep saying his name wrong, so he might as well.
Yeah, damn, dude. The Panelverse hasn't even been able to invent these disses, dude. See, this is heavy duty. You get clowned hard when you go up here.
He's
Or have a
definitely
good big buck.
purposely saying his name wrong, so he's just biting back at him.
Yeah.
Kanye West, I don't know if you remember this,
I didn't
but
call
he
him a Nazi.
ran for he ran for political office when he released a swastika. It wasn't even a swastika; it's just something that looked like one. Musk banned him for it. Musk just went through and did a massive purge. He just went through and did a massive purge of all sorts of people who were considered Nazis or that the left had been calling Nazis on Twitter. It's a big thing right now. All the evidence points to the fact not only is he not a Nazi,
So much for
but
this
there's
free
no
speech.
good incentive for him to even do this. What's the incentive? You say, well, it's a dog whistle. He's trolling. He's just funning this and that. No, this is very common, by the way, for people to make this hand gesture. I have it from AOC.
Okay, so he's defending the gayest narrative ever. That essentially he like his hand just like slipped and he just accidentally made it exactly a Nazi salute.
He had an oomph in there, though. You can't just slip that. It's like, whoops, I just,
That's a wild stance to take. Elon Musk is like the biggest troll there is. He trolled all the time.
He's trolled people tons of times. Yeah, it's not an unreasonable assumption, at all. So, yeah, I mean, for him to take the gayest stance ever and just say, well, it's clearly not a Nazi salute. It's like what the hell?
I have it from Clinton. I have it from all of these various people. And the thing is, yeah, I have it from all of the Democrats saying you can draw side-by-side comparisons. People have been showing you them nonstop. You just don't care. You don't care because you want it to be some trolling Nazi thing when it clearly
Then
isn't.
why did
He
I
said, "My
defend
heart
all the other
goes out to all
right-wingers
of
when
you."
they raised their arms like that? Then why did I defend all the other right-wingers when they raised their arms like that?
Because
and so
because
even
the same
Nick
reason you
today
defend
was like,
left-wingers
that
when
was
they
the
do.
clearest Nazi salute. And by the way, I literally said, even if he put a swastika on his head,
No,
you
he
guys
didn't
would find
say
an
that.
excuse for it. And then,
He
hold
didn't say
on,
that.
and then you said about Kanye, when he put a swastika on his head, it wasn't really a Nazi symbol. I mean, you proved my point over and over again.
And
So it's a
Kanye,
delight
too.
debate.
I didn't say it wasn't a Nazi
And
symbol. I
even
said
Nick-
a swastika. I said it wasn't an actual swastika, but it looked enough like one. That he
Oh,
banned it.
okay. So
I didn't say
there you
anything
go
about
again. I mean, it's a
not
swastika, but not really, because okay. So look, even
Yeah,
Nick
symbols
Fuentes,
actually
an
look like
avowed
actual
neo-Nazi
symbols because they're
today,
actual
said
symbols.
It's an absolute Nazi salute. Yeah. So look, guys.
No, he didn't
you
say
guys
that.
are
You just made it
fighting
up.
against a ghost.
I mean,
Nick Fuentes,
check,
listen,
check.
He
As he did
didn't
it,
make a Nazi.
as he did
didn't
it,
make a
check. He
Nazi
literally
salute.
says, "From my heart to you," or whatever the words were. Right?
Yeah.
He literally tells you
Touches
what
his
he's
heart.
doing.
Yeah, that's
From
the
my heart
plausible
to you.
deniability. Of course.
Nobody,
Of course. Do you
nobody
think
actually
Piers,
believes. Hang on, check.
Piers,
Check. Hang on.
you're a
Check.
sophisticated
Nobody,
media person.
including
Do
you,
you
by the
really
way.
think he would have said, "This is for the Third Reich"? No, of course he's going to have
He
plausible
wouldn't
deniability.
Dude, the only person's ever been as dense as Pierce Morgan and Andrew Wilson are being here is fucking WYSIWYG with me. Like, dude, this is, come on, can we just like agree that this is like a possibility? No. You're being insane. Feel punky, dude. And then Kanye West, they said the same thing about what Kanye West is a fucking trolling too. The fuck? What is happening with people, man?
There's lack of critical thinking for sure.
was a
liability
Nazi
and make up an excuse. You know that.
If he was a Nazi, he'd say, "Heil Hitler, this is for you, the Third Reich, my love to you."
Yeah.
Yes, because he would be an actual Nazi.
He said it.
Instead,
Well,
he's a
first
guy
of
who
all,
literally a
Piers, you're
few months
fighting a
ago
ghost.
went to Jerusalem. He went to Jerusalem. He
Yeah,
went to the
but again,
and then he went down to the. He
but
went
here's
down to
two
the
things.
kibbutz,
Number
which was
one, you're fighting a
annihilated
ghost.
on
I didn't
October the
say he was a
7th.
Nazi.
He literally went.
I didn't
to the
say he was a
scene
Nazi.
Of the
You
massacre
keep going back to
of
he's
Jewish
not a Nazi.
people on
I'm
October
saying
the
he's doing it
7th.
for attention, and you know that, Piers. As a guy who loves attention,
not true.
you know he's doing it for the
I
attention.
don't know
So
that,
stop making an
because it
argument,
didn't happen.
debating an argument that I didn't even make.
There is absolutely no way in the world Elon Musk deliberately did that to get attention as a Nazi sympathizer.
Yeah.
The whole idea of that is
More than
fanciful,
right, the most
delusional,
retarded
and
person
deliberate.
if you believe
Nazi
that.
sympathizer, Piers.
That's a 0% chance, Pierce. Good lord. I don't, you're saying what another man's thinking too. I mean, oh my god, don't even get me started.
Yeah, that's too low of a percentage for sure. Yeah, that's just totally gay.
As a person who goes, me, look at me, look at me, look at me, it's trolling.
I think what I'll give Piers is that it doesn't hurt to maybe support Elon Musk because he might be a rising star in the political sphere or whatever. So he's just kind of hedging his bets. I mean, I think that's what's going on here. I mean,
Seems like it.
you know, obviously that's what Andrew Wilson is doing, you know, which is really weird. Doing.
It would also put him in a compromising position where if you were like, did you play that clip of that bishop, the female bishop, to trigger Andrew, or did you play that clip of Elon saluting to trigger Chink? Because it kind of exposes his thing there, and he would have to answer it. I guess he's building like a layer of defense before it even gets to that point. Perhaps, I don't know.
Do you not understand the concept of trolling?
I do.
So you
I'm
do
very good at it
outrageous
myself.
things with plausible deniability so that you could then come and go,
There's another thing that's going
Is he
on.
trolling right now?
Yeah, there's another thing that's that's weird is that trolling is now in the mainstream narrative. Right.
Yeah.
You know, like what how did trolling become a mainstream narrative? You know, that's awfully weird now. You know, something that used to happen in the chats and in the internet, or we're wondering if people are trolls or if they're real. And now it's yeah, celebrities are trolls. Yeah, politicians are trolls. You know, the Discordian framework has reached the mainstream. Right? So it's pretty wild. You know, hoax and Discordia.
oh my God, I got all the attention, plus I'm the victim because they're misinterpreting me.
Yeah, because when you're
It's tough.
celebrating,
Okay, great
you really
argument. Learn
So
that.
here's
You're
the argument.
So
Just to be
you're
clear,
having a
hang on.
nonsense debate about whether he's a Nazi.
Just to be clear,
I'm telling you that he did it for attention.
I hear you, but just to be clear, you really think that what he thought would be a good move as he's celebrating Donald Trump's historic second presidency starting, that what Donald Trump would want on the front pages the next day was not a picture of him as the new president, but a picture of Elon Musk doing what you say was a Nazi salute. You think he literally gamed that deliberately to troll people. What part of your brain
So,
thinks
Piers, let
that
me
is
ask you a
even
question
feasible
back.
from a guy who literally lands space rockets?
I mean, how often in the inauguration speech has a president ever talked about some guy who's like, landing a bunch of space rockets? I mean, has it ever happened before? It's never happened before. Or in the acceptance speech. He talked about Elon Musk in the acceptance speech. Which is super weird. Right?
Yep.
Rockets in
You're
craters.
talking
He's
about-
got one of the biggest brains in the world. He was not deliberately trolling people as if he's a Nazi. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, Piers, let me ask you a question.
Or
If you were
Baphomet
giving a speech in the inauguration or in the parliament or anywhere, and somebody told you, hey, go say from my heart and do this exact thing where you even almost snap your boots. He just snapped that salute, right?
He won't
would
do
you
it again.
Would you really do it? And I want you to do it right now.
I told
if
him.
you say you would do it.
I told him. Oh, I didn't tell him, but I tweeted, and 10 million people have viewed my post on X, so he'll have seen it. I just said it was very ill-advised of him to do that move. Absolutely.
There you
Because
go. So
very
you think it
ill-advised,
did look like a Nazi
but that
salute.
anyone who genuinely believes he was doing it to replicate a Nazi salute is talking complete bullshit. Andrew.
Yeah, and to just respond.
No,
very
but
briefly-
Piers,
I want to bring
Hang
Andrew
on,
in.
hang
I
on,
want to
hang
bring
on,
Andrew in.
If
Hang
it didn't
calm
look
down,
like a
Saint,
Nazi
calm-
salute,
Saint,
why was it
Saint, calm down.
ill-advised?
Andrew,
If it didn't look
calm
like a
down.
Nazi salute, why was it
Mhm.
ill-advised?
Andrew. He was ill-advised to
Yeah.
do it, and I'm sure he'll now realize that. It was an ill-advised act.
Okay, good.
So here's the thing too. This was off.
I mean, that was pretty. I mean, he just got him with that question. I mean, that's it. You know, you could throw that argument in the trash now. So, I mean, they've gone back and forth, but yeah.
Oh, also, he wore a Baphomet costume to a Halloween party at a freaking or whatever the freaking event was. He had the Baphomet. He trolls all the time with this shit. What is he talking about, dude? Man, both of them, Andrew, dude. Goodness gracious, pissing me off here.
Yeah, and we, I mean, we've personally seen Wilson trolling, so he wouldn't even be opposed to that. I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's fascinating.
This is something that's off the cuff. Shank's entire argument here is it's trolling. Believe me. That's it.
Yeah.
No evidence, no anything.
None.
All evidence to the contrary.
You don't have
He doesn't
evidence
even claim
either.
he's a.
You don't know
doesn't
what's
even
in
claim
his
he's a
head.
Nazi. It's not my claim. You, the claimer. You bring the evidence. You, the claimer, bring the evidence. Oh, it was trolling. I have no evidence.
The
Believe
evidence
me, though.
is in the
Great
video
argument.
where he does a Sieg Heil
Oh, that's the
salute,
evidence.
and you're saying
didn't
no,
do a
no,
Sieg
it's
Heil.
actually his mind.
Now it's a Sieg Heil.
You read his
Oh.
mind, and he meant really well by it.
You are
You're
the one
one
claiming you
that
read
has-
his mind. You're the one claiming you read his mind. And it's a troll, bro.
I'm
Believe
telling
me.
you what we all saw with our own eyes and ears. In fact, Piers admits that it looks like a Nazi salute. Piers is on my side on that.
No,
You're
I
saying
said it was
even
an
though it looks like a
ill-advised-
Nazi salute,
No,
I
no.
read his mind,
Let me be
and he
clear.
meant nothing but warm
Let me be clear. It was an ill-advised. It was an ill-advised
No evidence.
movement of his arm because obviously the kickback has shown that.
JG
However,
in the
Great
back.
argument. Great
however,
argument, by the way.
he did
Believe
not
me,
say
bro.
as you're
Believe me,
saying.
bro.
As
Yeah, this is getting pretty stupid. There's only 9 more minutes left of this, so yeah, I'm happy to have made it through this. Yeah, I definitely didn't expect myself to be reviewing this today.
Check out that clip I dropped on the back. It's 1 minute and 50 seconds long. Did you see this one? Where Elon Musk went to the far right party and just look at this speech, dude.
Okay. Oh my god, what the fuck is this, dude? It's like some sort of cult gathering. Here, hold on.
I think this was like within a week of that whole salute. He went and did the speech at the far right German thing. That's when I knew he was trolling.
Prize speech at a far-right party rally in Germany is causing uproar today.
I think there's frankly too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that.
The German crowd cheered as Musk urged them to set aside guilt over the Nazis and the Holocaust.
Children should not be guilty of the sins of their parents.
Musk's appearance on giant screens is drawing comparisons with the iconic 1984 Apple Super Bowl ad. We spoke with Musk's father, Errol.
People need to move on. And that doesn't mean you forget about the past. No, not at all. I agree with him completely.
Musk's
Insane. They even pulled his dad out the woodwork for that shit, dude. Fuck.
Yeah, and we got a whole nother one, man. We got Richard Spencer comes to the Crucible.
Uh-oh.
We got a couple of them loaded up.
Yeah, so then the Nazi optics, man. Come on, man.
Uh-oh.
Come on, man.
That's the absolute sense of Elon Musk. For like,
Yo, what was
illogical.
What was Sailor getting at when he says you guys support pedos?
He was saying Trump's a pedo.
He was saying that to fucking the dude Jake.
Yeah, yeah, he was saying that to Jake. Yeah.
All right, because I was like, yo, what the fuck? I don't know who the fuck he was getting at.
Yeah. Yeah, but he definitely stole some of my weed the other day, so the kid's kind of fucked up in the head, man. I don't know what to say, man. But yeah.
Just give him some weed with rat poison. That'll help.
Sheesh.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll, overdo it. But yeah, that's how it goes. But yeah, I mean, but it's wild shit, man. I mean, these kids are smart and dumb at the same time. What can I say?
Well, that dude Jake, it's crazy, man. It's like how can you?
Compared to these guys, Jake and stuff, yeah, Salah's like a genius. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, but it's wild how they're still programmed. It's like, damn, you're still uninformed. That's all it's showing me.
That's not as bad as one video I saw of some lady getting Trump tattooed on her forehead, his name on her forehead. And like, what the fuck?
Dude, I'm working for Trump tards. I'm surrounded by them. Like, it's wild, man. You tell them the truth, and it's just boom, cognitive dissonance. Like they're just like, no, earmuffs, and then they try to flip. This lady tried to flip it on me, and she was like, "Oh, this is all propaganda." I was like, "This isn't propaganda. This is what's really going on." And she just like, it's not a game. People get competitive. The truth is not a game, you know.
Yeah, they had some shit like, I mean, it's wild. They literally tricked everyone because, they had a world where basically everybody was gonna vote for Ron Paul, and they're like, all right, we gotta really change this up. So yeah, really. I mean, yeah, so I mean, we're back to this fake and gay shit where it's like you support one party or the other. And it's like, we definitely moved past this shit like 10 years ago. So I don't know how people move back into this. But yeah, a whole thing. I mean, the main thing behind it is QAnon on the lower end of it and accelerationism on the higher end of it. And the whole alt-right agenda sandwiched in between that. So I don't see how people don't see that they totally refurbished the conservative party. They're moving the conservative party more to the left of center. They've been doing this for a while. And the whole push is to bring people more in line with the technology. I mean, so it's obvious to me.
You could have just ended that sentence with more online.
Yeah. There's it's a two-pronged agenda. One for the common people and the other for the intellectual elites. Accelerationism for the intellectual elites, and it's QAnon for the intellectual peasants, the conspiracy people online, right? And they're trying to bring the conservatism left of center in order to get conservatives plus technology. You know what I mean? So that they can promote technology on the left and the right. You know what I mean? So that's a huge part of this. I mean, but yeah.
Controversial remarks came as millions marked the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz death camp.
It's critical that we do not forget the dark parts of our past, so that we can learn from them and make sure not to repeat the atrocities and horrors of history again.
Thank you.
That's weird. That guy had a weird name. Vlad Klaken. I mean, he had kind of more Slavic than a German name. and he's far right party.
Yep.
Interesting optics on that guy.
Just a week ago, Musk was accused of making a Nazi-style salute at an inauguration rally, which he denied. But he answered criticism with a series of tone-deaf puns, including "bet you did not see that coming." No surprise.
Oh, wait. So
But
wait.
he's definitely not trolling.
Wait, hold on. So wait, what the hell is this? Yo, he trolled the fuck out of them, yo. What? So he admitted to trolling. Yo, this is the gayest thing ever. You know,
It looks to me like an autistic like freak out, and then he's gonna say, "Oh yeah, it was just a troll. It was all a bit."
well, my
Oh, he's a
my.
fraud, all right.
He's covering his ass. Nah, it's trolling, man. It's all bullshit. It does look like a genuine, like autistic, like fucking happy joy breakout.
Oh man, and look what's on the side here. Andrew Wilson goes on the whatever podcast. Yeah, maybe we'll click on that in a minute.
Musk got the full SNL treatment over the weekend.
They say he did the Nazi salute. Not true, okay?
Because I mean, I want to see some of the whoas, the shixes.
He simply was creating a new greeting, a cross between hi and hello. We're calling it a Heil.
You see what's on the side here? You guys see the ad?
Yep.
The Ukrainian babes. It says Ukrainian dating site. It says these beauties don't mind messaging. And it's a Ukrainian babe.
Probably just a chat bot.
Yeah, let's check out these Ukrainian babes on whatever. Let's see what's
Keep them pouring, boys. Keep them pouring.
Realistic.
Which one more attractive?
Wait, what? Wait, what? What the hell is this? Is this the same girl? What is happening? What? Dude, this is probably what the girls on whatever actually look. Is this Revelation of the Method?
Same chick, same hands.
Same hands, yep.
Yeah, dude. See, these chicks on whatever are AI, man. You guys didn't know this? See this shit?
Yeah, it's all fake.
Yeah, and yet we're supposed to believe those are real girls on there. Come on, man. Come on, man. The machine lies, baby.
I think she's gonna look better than that.
She's gonna look better, but it looks for real.
Which one?
The
Probably
younger
Sweden
one.
knows.
Okay, next.
Have that Brave browser. Yep.
These hell no.
See, look, these aren't real chicks on the show. They're letting you know these aren't real chicks on the show, dude. No wonder he can go up there and interview these chicks in person because they're all ugly as fuck. They all look like witches and elves. You guys seen what I'm seeing?
Bounce boy.
Yeah,
You get younger on the podcast.
Am I the only one who's thinking that this is a revelation of the method? This is some wild shit.
And they're doing it on. They're reviewing.
They're
probably.
I know they're doing it.
They
on
probably
the
got
show.
the filters on right now.
Yeah, like how do we know you don't have filters on right now, dude? Like, come on, get the fuck out of here with your fake with this fucking show, dude. This fucking fake ass show.
Oh, Wilson's at his house.
Younger.
Honestly,
Like photogenic everybody is. Everybody
Why
looks
do I
so
look
good.
like that gave me like muffin face? Like it looks
Yeah.
so muffin.
There's something going on with the darker skin.
Yeah, I do feel like she got done dirty on that for sure.
Not registered. Next.
Oh, you're so
Like a sweet. You look like you
That's
make
a
really good.
dude.
Still got that lesbian. That is something to talk.
Scent must be tough.
Next.
Feeling extremely
I used to skate with
exhausted
that guy.
about this topic at hand. I like Beardless Andrew. He seems more aggressive. The call of the blood is demanding.
Which
Get
one's-
the
which
sip,
one?
says Jason.
And what's with the blow up dolls in the background?
Yeah, that is kind of odd, isn't it? They got sex dolls in the background.
Like multiple times that we've seen this podcast, so called.
He got into some weird shit, man. Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much more of this I could really watch. You know, I'm just gonna go ahead and just
Sheesh.
let that be that and move back to this because that seems pretty just
Joel said it gets funny at the end, apparently.
yeah, this video. Yeah, there's 9 minutes left of this. Let's see what happens.
As you're saying, Czech, he did not say "Sieg Heil" because that would have made him a Nazi saluting Adolf Hitler. He said, "From my heart to you." Rather less, I would say, contentious than "Sieg
He
Heil,"
snapped his
which is what
goose,
you
brother.
want people to think he was
snapped that
doing.
salute.
All
Okay,
right, let's
let me
change
ask you
subject.
one more question.
Let's change
If
subject.
Elon thought, "Oh my God, that's so ill-advised. I feel so bad about that." If somebody was saying that I did something nice, I said, "Oh my God, I feel bad about that." If it was ill-advised, why wouldn't he just say, "Oh, of course I didn't mean
You
it
know
that way.
what?
I'm
If-
sorry."
you know what?
if people
Here's
perceived
the
it that
proof,
way.
check.
But he
He didn't
never
do anything
does
wrong.
that.
Check.
What does he need to apologize for? He didn't do anything wrong.
If Elon
Wilson's like the new guy these like OGs want to own. They just want to mob down on him.
They're fighting over him.
Nah, that's not what I was getting at, man. Like they just want to toy with him.
Yeah. Well, Shank's no fucking joke, dude. He's been around the block.
Truth or God. Always taking a gay.
Only for you, hon.
Dude. You need a father, man. Where's your father, Truth or God?
I was hoping you'd be my daddy.
God damn it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean,
Scaring Father Sweden away.
yeah, I mean, this is getting pretty. I mean, this is getting pretty lame here with this guy defending this salute thing. I mean, what I'm really seeing more than the Andrew Wilson guy going on the news is the idea that these celebrity inventor types, like, you know, Elon Musk. You know, like I thought it was pretty funny that you know, that like remember when Bill Nye debated that guy on the internet, that Christian guy?
Which one?
Did you guys happen to see that? The guy who has the Ark?
Oh, Ken
Museum?
Ham?
Yeah.
Well, that was.
Oh, no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's kind of like that sort of thing. Right? Where it's like,
Yeah.
you know, it's like it's got that sort of flavor where it's like some of these guys that are media made are like debating some conspiracy guy on the internet. You know what I mean? Which is some wild stuff. I mean, but yeah, but yet I think it's even weirder that somebody like Elon Musk would protrude into the political sphere. I mean, right, and become a political commentator. You know what I mean? That guys like Zuckerberg or Musk would be political commentators or political shapers. I mean, Musk was in the whole Cambridge Analytica thing. I mean, right, and I'm sorry, Zuckerberg was in the Cambridge Analytica thing, right? And now Musk is in this thing, right? So it's very interesting, right? The ties that they're having to curating media, you know, that social media is media now. You know what I mean? And this guy that was a social media influencer, you know, Andrew Wilson is now a media influencer, right? So I mean, there's a lot of weird things happening, right? Yeah.
Elon Musk does it again.
But Pierce
if
thinks he
Elon
did
Musk
something
does
wrong.
it, no, Cenk, if he does it again in public that way, then he will be trolling people because now he knows how it looks.
Okay, deal.
And I don't believe he meant that in a million years. The last thing Elon.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all,
Okay.
What the hell, dude?
It's kind of a big nose there, buddy.
Yeah, like the thing about search engines is you don't want them to be biased, right? You know, kind of weird, dude.
You remember I said the other stream when Cecil was on, I'm like, dude, you kind of like a big nose. And he got really mad.
This guy wears a fedora for sure.
He needs
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, but what a weird concept. It's like, can I get a search engine that can filter out find what I'm already wanting to look for?
Yeah, like
It's
echo chamber.
Yeah, it's like it's pure stupidity.
Elon Musk, having literally been to the kibbutz where Jewish people were massacred on October the 7th, literally a few months ago. The idea that he would now want people to think he's a
After
Nazi
being pressured to
is ridiculous. Anyway, I want to change the subject quickly. We're running out of time. Andrew, many people are saying that what Elon Musk and Trump and RFK, Joe Rogan, all these guys, that there's a kind of new broligarchy that is ruling America. And that's why so many young men in particular, black, white, Muslim, Jew, whatever, all came out and voted for Trump in bigger numbers. Do you feel is it a real thing, the broligarchy?
Yeah, I mean, to put it bluntly, yes. Men like things which are masculine, and they're moving back towards masculinity from the social ineptness of the left, saying, "Oh no, all these feminine virtues are great." Men are not happy with that; they're not thrilled about it one bit. Absolutely. I would say that there's a ton of people now who are saying, look, we need to have some type of common sense. We can't have trans kids running around.
Yeah, I mean, this is another one that's just, I mean, it's just a slam dunk for Andrew. I mean, you know, and I guess it's good rhetoric on his part. And, I mean, it's surprising to see that type of thing on the news. And I'll go ahead and back him up on it. You know, but again, you know, how's it going to go over in the mass conversation? You know, again, he's going to be, you know, pinned as somebody who's mentally insane and, you know, trying to do all that type of stuff. So, you know, I mean, I don't know.
We can't have this stuff in our schools. We can't have these indoctrination programs everywhere. So it's trying to yield back to common sense. Remember what Trump said in the inauguration? He says, now it is time to go back to common sense. He said that. He also said it's Liberation Day because we're going back to common sense. So yes, I wouldn't say it's an oligarchy or a broligarchy, right? I would just say it's a whole bunch of like-minded men who are all saying no at the same time. There's not only nothing wrong with that, but it's been needed for a long time.
Yeah, and Cenk, I agree. I do think that men, for a number of years now, since the Me Too and Time's Up movements, quite rightly held a lot of predatory men to proper account. No problem with that whatsoever. But the pendulum swung so far the other way that every man started feeling like they were predatory until they could prove otherwise. And a lot of young men in particular gravitated to people like Andrew Tate and these kind of more contentious characters because they were crying out for someone to tell them what they should be like as a man. And what it feels to me now is, as Andrew just said, is that you're getting a return perhaps of the pendulum to a place where it's okay to be masculine. It's okay to slightly beat your chest and say, I'm proud to be a man. And I think it is. I think that's been long overdue to have that pendulum come back to where not all masculinity is toxic.
On this one, I completely agree with you, Pierce. I think the pendulum swings all the time, and every time it swings, I'm against it when it gets to the extremes, and I get hit by both sides. But yeah, I think that people went too far. Every form of masculinity was being called toxic masculinity, but that's not right. There's things that are masculine that are perfectly great, and you know, I've said this on many shows. It's kind of a hilarious thing to say, but I'm proud of being a man. I love being a man, and so if we are really progressive and we're on the left, we have to be accepting of everyone and exactly as they are. So if someone's very feminine, great. Someone's very masculine, great. So they're somewhere in the middle. They view masculinity and femininity differently. Great, no problem. We believe in freedom. We believe in these principles. So I think the pendulum did swing too far. This is definitely the
Right. So right. So he's got no victory here. You know, it's just a total slam dunk, just an honest position. So looks like I was right. Cenk Uygur doesn't stand with all the trans stuff as much as, you know, all that. I mean, so, you know, he's walked that back. So, I mean, the general compass has shifted, you know, so all that shock stuff on the left, I mean, which is kind of weird.
country reacting back. But I do want to say one thing. That term you use is kind of a misnomer because it takes the bros and combines them with the oligarchs. And the oligarchs are different. Like Elon Musk might be a bro, but he's way more of an oligarch. Like the Rogans and the Portnoys are more of the classic bros. And I have a lot in common with those guys. I also have tons of disagreements with those guys. That's normal. But I'm just warning everyone, populist right, populist left, beware of the donor class.
But it's shifted, you know, so all that shock stuff on the left, I mean, which is kind of weird.
Country reacting back. But I do want to say one thing. That term you use is kind of a misnomer because it takes the bros and combines them with the oligarchs. And the oligarchs are different. Like Elon Musk might be a bro, but he's way more of an oligarch. Like the Rogans and the Portnoys are more of the classic bros. And I have a lot in common with those guys. I also have tons of disagreements with those guys. That's normal. But I'm just warning everyone, populist right, populist left, beware of the donor class. And I'm not dead set against Elon or anyone else. As you know, Piers, if he wants to cut the Pentagon, I'll help him cut the Pentagon.
Watch, they're gonna they know it's like they're gonna be like, there's 5 minutes left to go, so we'll be shutting down in 5 minutes. So now they're gonna have some fake and gay agreements coming up. You all know how this goes, right? So they're gonna say, oh yeah, well, you know, it was good to talk to you and good to see you, and you know, all the stupidity.
He control all he likes. I don't care as long as we get to the right policy and the right things for the American people. But be careful, guys. The donor class has a lot of power, and they want things for their own benefit and not necessarily for the average.
By the way, he's now sweating like bullets. You guys see this?
Who,
You guys
Cenk?
see- Yeah, Cenk Uygur. Yeah.
Oh, wait, dude.
Holy smokes. He's literally wet like a seal. It's literally disgusting. Yeah, but
I don't disagree
Well,
with you.
you know, I gotta give some ground here, where ground is due. You are correct about that. They should be disassociated between the two. Joe Rogan's not like Elon Musk, but I think when Pierce is referencing a broligarchy, it's tongue in cheek to say, hey, a lot of these guys are working kind of hand in hand in tandem in order to move a political agenda. And I don't even think any of us would disagree with that. But yes, I agree with you. There are actual oligarchs in the United States. There is a technocratic class, which is coming to fruition. Nobody's disputing that. It's how we handle it that matters.
Yeah, and you know, it was quite funny, Andrew, because my team had prepared.
so isn't that interesting, right? So you have a technocratic class. You don't fight technocracy, right? You just try to usher it in your own special way. That's the key. That's the key to success. So, you know, you heard it here first. Our Piers Morgan, folks. We're going to usher in technocracy our own way. And if you
It's
believe
just
that one.
like, it's like, oh, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, good Lord.
Supposedly controversial, inflammatory quotes about women. And I've just read them, and I'm thinking, I think in the Brave New World.
Uh-oh.
Brave New World, ruh-roh.
They're going to end with Andrew Wilson's inflammatory quotes against women. Interesting.
I don't find them that controversial. So
I've
I'm
never
just going to
thought
read
that I
one.
was a very controversial
One is the
person.
only reason femoids hate my wife is because I tell her to get me a beer and she does. That's the kind of thing I say to my wife and she laughs once she's made my dinner. And then you say women,
And by the
women
way,
find beds to be.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Doesn't the beer taste better when your wife brings it to you?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And then you said this, and Cheng, I'm interested in whether you agree with this or not. Women find beds to be a centerpiece of decoration. Men find beds to be tools for sleeping. It serves no purpose. I mean, I agree. Cheng?
Beds. He said beds, saying. So like men, when we look at beds, we look at them as tools for sleeping in. Women actually look at them as decorations as well.
Cheng?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's some truth to that. Of course, not all women are the same. Not all men are the same. But my mom would do curtains that didn't cover the windows at all because they looked great.
So here's my point.
We're trying to
Here's
keep
my
the
point.
same.
Exactly.
You know what's interesting? Here's my point. We've reached a point where Andrew Wilson's.
See what I mean? See, this is like the laughy, giggly, let's have a good time, let's all have dinner together part.
Schmoozing.
Deeply inflammatory, controversial quotes about women can actually now be laughed at in the
So
tone.
I mean, the fact is that you schmooze with the leftists, you schmooze with the people in power and the right. You have to support technocracy. You know, you get paid to do it, but you're not a grifter, you're not a shill. You know, let's just play this fucking game. Let's play this fucking game.
I believe they were originally expressed, which is, you know what? Of course, just a bit of fun. It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Women and men can tell little light-hearted jokes about each other, playing up all kinds of stereotypes, and it doesn't matter. People
And
don't
they
need to be
do
shamed,
all the time.
cancelled,
Yes.
vilified, fired from their
Yes.
jobs. We can actually have fun, and then we can actually, by doing that, isolate the people who really deserve to be isolated, who are despicable pieces of work. So anyway, look, we've reached at the end a point of agreement, which is breathtaking to me. And Cenk, it goes well with your line about my theories. We might be able to get more done if we put aside the mutual hatred. I'm glad we saw a bit of the old volcanic Cenk rear its head today. It's good to see that hasn't gone away, but also good to see.
Can't wait to do it again.
But also good to see we reached a point of agreement at the end, chaps. And I'd love to do it again. Actually, really interesting debate. Thank you both very much.
Appreciate it. I take none of this personally, by the way, Shank, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
Still says the name
God
wrong.
bless Andrew.
Great to see you
I
guys.
appreciate you guys. Look, I always appreciate every conversation. The more of these conversations we have, as heated as they get, at the end, you find agreement.
I agree.
And that's what we have to do. We have to talk through things as a country.
Totally
so that
agree.
we can find the parts where we actually agree.
That's right. The only way we'll get through this is a little shake, a little rub.
Right. I'm getting paid. You're getting paid. We had a good conversation up here.
Yeah, so at the end, the disagreements, I mean, they really don't matter. A sizable amount. I mean,
It's not even an argument though. It's just like script.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, each side was
follow
given
the script and you can get
Right.
your money.
right. I mean, each
And
side
you
had
can
pre-written.
have your spaghetti dinner. You're such a winner.
Yeah, each side had pre-written talking points. I mean,
Dang it, I want
that
spaghetti
they
now.
were, that they were paid to represent. So
He sold out big time. He's selling out big time.
Big time. That's why we're in YouTube jail, pretty much.
That's his goal, man. That's his life goal.
The next day after he was on the
that's why
show,
we
he came over to your channel just so he could strike it and get it taken down. To man's got wild priorities, allegedly.
it's gatekeeping.
Allegedly, hypothetically.
Yes, it's allegedly gatekeeping.
Do what we do, right? We just want to be part of a debate which makes things better, not worse. I do anyway. Great to see you, chaps. Thank you both very much.
It's funny how it says Piers Morgan uncensored. It's
They
like
said
the
it.
most censored scripted piece of crap. LARPers. $10K to follow a script. Don't make no sense.
Yeah, there goes a clip. Full clip. You don't want to mess with this. As long as we don't get struck. But yeah, it was
Well,
very.
then Nero will just have to join us.
Yeah, it was very interesting. But I'm pretty sure it'll be up on either the alternative channel or because I only have 20 subscribers. So if you guys go and subscribe here, that'll help us out. I mean, tomorrow we'll be doing a show there, reviewing some debates. So, so far we don't have that many people, but we'll figure it out.
I just bought some Kamala Harris merch today.
Let me guess, it was on a discount.
Yeah. Got my sister a shirt, got myself one.
Yeah, it's dope. Man, we need some Ross Perot, man. We'll go back and find some Ross Perot. I'll be rocking it. Yeah, I wonder if we could play the Dwight Eisenhower political ad, with the cartoon. Like Be Like Ike or something. Yeah, but that's pretty much it until Nero shows up. I have no idea what I'm about to do.
No. Let me think.
Yeah, we'll figure some shit out. Let's take an intermission here. We still got 2 hours of this recording, so we'll figure out what happens.
They got a Trailer Park Alien. Do you remember that video I was playing, dude? They came out part 2 today. It's fucking deep, dude.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Who's checking it? I don't know.
Yeah, let me see. Play some music for you guys.
I dropped it in the back. Do you want to watch it? It's long though, this one. But dude, it's all about the. I don't know. I don't want to ruin it. Pretty interesting.
He was just a normal man, but something got into him. He became demon possessed.
Vices and virtues, hard to juggle. Life is a circle, a dark struggle. Heart's jungle, the strong will survive. I solve puzzles that torture the mind. Caught in the bind, sinking in quicksand, on the decline. I think I can withstand, trying to cope with the stress and anxiety. I've lost hope, I'm a threat to society. I'm a zombie, I'm a sleepwalker, kamikaze, dynamine aura. Life is very spooky if I am not wrong. It's like a scary movie without the popcorn. It's me they probably after decide to give chase. I feel the body snatches and try to win race. Torment, my head was spinning, I vomit. Haunted by skeletons in the closet. The soldiers, the guards, the sentries. I know that the odds are against me. I'm colder, I'm darker, I'm empty. It's over, the horror will end me. The soldiers, the guards, the sentries. I know that the odds are against me. I'm colder, I'm darker, I'm empty. It's over, the horror will end me.
You need spiritual weapons to fight this war. You fight spirit with spirit. It is a spiritual warfare.
Hate hypocrites, lot of nerve, don't have shame. Play innocent and the first to cast blame. They preach loud, but they have sin though. I peek out the stained glass window. In pain now, there's no help it seems. I came down with low self-esteem. My mood swings, there were brighter days. I grew wings there to fly away. A fire blaze from the bottom of my heart. Have drive and rage, but it's sorrow in the dark. Grief and tension, bleak, I'm in deep depression. Meek as I heed the lessons. I need the blessings, they're posing a threat. The demons crept in, my soul is possessed. Dampened spirits, I'm ill with cold and flu. A champ who's fearless, but still I'm vulnerable. And sea of doubt, I've sighted the shark fins. Weep and pout, view life through a dark lens. I shake on a winter evening. I'm facing my inner demons. The soldiers, the guards, the sentries. I know that the odds are against me. I'm colder, I'm darker, I'm empty. It's over, the horror will end me. The soldiers, the guards, the sentries. I know that the odds are against me. I'm colder, I'm darker, I'm empty. It's over, the horror will end me.
And once the one demon gets in, he brings his friends in as well. And once they grab a hold of you, they take control of you. Then you want yourself in. Then you destroy yourself.
Yeah, by the way, Browns boy, this was a question that was Tariak's own question, by the way. So, isn't that funny? And so I wanted to just show him, you know, you still can't answer your own question. You know, like, what are you debating for? You know what I mean? Which is pretty funny. But yeah.
And you destroy other people.
Do you remember that one, Reddington?
No, I don't. It's kind of a blur.
He asked the same question to Jim Bob when he was arguing against free will. So
wait, Taryak debated Jim Bob and was against free will?
Yeah.
That's rather strange.
Yep. That was when they summoned me on to the Glenn Lawrence show. Right?
Yeesh.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So he was arguing in the negator against free will, and he brought up Peter denying Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So after Hank was done, I just hit him with that same question that he was asking. I mean, it was absolute massacre. I mean, because it totally went against Jake's position, because he's like, the one unforgivable sin is denying Jesus but knowing him. And it's like Peter did that, but he found the church. So I asked him, I said, so Peter committed the greatest sin? And they said, yeah. And I said, but he founded the church. And they said, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's religion for you, basically.
Yeah, that made no sense.
Christian religion, anyway.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Sweden and Unseen would have just a snap answer to that. You know what I mean? But these guys don't have it.
They'd say that probably a different type of denial. That's all you have to say, really.
Yeah, interesting. But yeah, blessings, guys.
It's one thing to say, like, I don't know him, because you're afraid of maybe getting, perhaps crucified with him. And someone saying that they reject Christ outright and hate him and, basically apostatize.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it gets really hairy when you start talking about original sin. So I don't see. I mean, you would have to see the Orthodox position actually has some possibility of including it because it says
They don't believe in original sin, right? If I
yeah, they
remember
don't
correctly.
believe outright in original sin. Yeah. So I mean,
Right.
but then when the guy came on the panel and he was talking about believing in original sin and he started arguing for free will, then I just thought, well, this is going to be really easy to respond to him. The guy with the Zionist snake. I mean, I was like, okay, well, this. I was like, well, you believe in original sin. How could you have free will and there's original sin? I mean, because see, it's one thing if you don't make a statement on human nature. I mean, but if you have a clear statement on human nature, then your actions must proceed from your nature, and that's what gets silly with some of those guys is because then they claim that God has to act according to his nature, right? And it's like, wait, so God is limited by his own nature. That's fantastical, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
I guess they could say that God's nature is omnipotent.
Yeah, I mean, you would have to say that nature is categories of things that are, essentially self-limiting, and I don't think you could attach that quality to omnipotent, omniscient being that created the world out of nothing. I mean, but I
Right.
digress. I mean, you know.
The soldiers, the guards, the sentries. I know that the odds are against.
Yeah, but we'll be back in a few minutes, I guess. And I guess I'll message Neurojack, see what he's doing.
Neurojack.
Me, I'm colder, I'm darker, I'm empty. It's over, the horror will end me. The soldiers, the guards, the sentries. I know that the odds are against me. I'm colder, I'm darker, I'm empty. It's over, the horror will end me.
And once the one demon gets in, he brings his friends in as well. And once they grab a hold of you, they take control of you. Then you're not yourself anymore. Then you destroy yourself and you destroy other people. And you are in bondage, you cannot do anything about it. You become a captive of Satan.
Hold on, shift. No hands. Legs swerving on the ends, getting close. Ain't no other way around, straight ghosts. It seemed like they had it on the poster. Don't even look that wild to me. It's just me. We singing some pray while my nigga preach. Give love, some reaching. Some chill by the curb, never feasting. While the sun chill, we teaching. Moon calling on my speaker. On the road for my people. When meals repeat. Lost in light like I be off in the street fucking right. Hear me clearly, working for the light every night. Not creature snakes everywhere, I see them. Like any window we clean is fresh every night. Like my features, my soul flesh. Connect till we eye. Ain't half taking no steps, I'm only bringing half a mile. All of them next cash out. Ain't worry about shit, walking in here, my hair out. My socks, new nails. Laughing, speedy dragging. Trees just pass. Look both ways when you pass. Look both ways when you tryna catch it. Pull over to the side when we get tired. Gang still active, it's all cause of passion. You can't tell a nigga nothing when he made up his mind. Treasure, so I feel him exactly. Gold days, mind swinging all the time. Rabbit chasing what I like to design. Hoes in the pavement, see I'm pacing in my mind. See, I'm piecing together all of my mind. See, I'm pacing, slow chasing all the time. Let both ways go, go. Look both ways, look both ways, look both ways, both ways. Ways, look both ways, look both ways.
I'm just wondering, I guess kind of off topic. If it's determinism, then what is belief?
I mean, I think thoughts are a low level of freedom. I mean, what can you really influence with your thoughts by changing your thoughts?
Yeah, that might be part of the freedom that Scorbina talks about in the first part of the book.
Yeah, where you can enslave yourself by a reification of thoughts, but you can also, you definitely can't control what you can think about. I mean, but whether thoughts give you freedom, or a change of heart gives you freedom. I mean, or if that was all decided in advance. You you could say something as complex as falling in love. I mean, do you really choose who you fall in love with?
No.
I've always thought it's very strange. I mean, I sometimes think the universe picks people for me. God picks people for me. That I'm drawn toward certain people, predisposed to run into certain people. I definitely know I don't have access to everyone.
The thing is, like, if like free will is actual, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Like, you have free will, so you make a bunch of choices that, like, sort of like gain momentum, so that when you almost like you can predispose yourself to certain pathways.
Yeah, I think
take.
I think that's true. I think that's all
Because
true.
like it certainly seems like that's part of how the brain works, is like if you make enough, do a certain amount of things, it makes like a stronger neural pathway. But don't quote me on that. I'm not really a neuroscientist or anything. I mean, there's plasticity, but then that's like saying, well, is free will just a product of the brain and not the mind?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's both, the determinacy of the past and the indeterminacy of the future. And I think both of those combined makes a heavy case against free will. And that's the thing about momentum. It's like a house of cards. You know, the more stuff you're pulling on, on the sleigh, the harder it is to turn. You know what I mean?
Right.
Kind of thing. You know?
Well, it's certainly no free will in an absolute sense. That's definitely for sure. Like even just habits are go against that.
Yeah, that's the thing is that absolute constricting, principles come from our, nature, which is what we begin with. And then, if we could have a pure freedom, then pure potential, that would only have to, that only could really exist in the future. I mean, you and me can have intelligent conversations about this all day, but we can't do that with those channel people, unfortunately.
Channel people. Plus, we're kind of running out of time here.
But I think for the general
Yeah, if
people,
you're really gonna take shots,
yeah, I mean, it's good that the general people get invited into the discussion. I mean, and I think that's the good thing about it. That's what I'm more interested in.
yeah, but he's channel people.
Yeah,
you don't gotta be indirect.
I mean, I'm pretty indirect.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I'm listening to what you're saying and thinking, but I don't gotta, I'm not gonna talk. You want drama, guys? Is that it?
I mean, I'm definitely not. No, I mean,
No, not really.
no. I mean, I'd go up on my thing at at people and stuff. I mean, I've done the whole 9 yards. I mean, so I mean, if I want to do the thing, I mean, I really don't. I mean, this is just like, I mean, there's 8 people watching here. I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just being real. I'm not a channel person. I mean, like I'm not. Like we were on here 3 people or 4 people, and this dude was saying Hank's name in the chat or whatever, trying to dox Hank, and we were saying, all of us got our names out there.
Well, who's doxing Hank? What?
Snafu.
Oh, figures. Yeah, I should have saw that one.
So it goes to a lot of stuff, where it's like like obviously there's a few people out here, they're not channel people, meaning they have a name, real name. You know what I mean? And they're not just characters on streams. As much as we could possibly verify.
That's true.
And usually what gives it up is that I meet one of their significant people that knows them quite personally. And then I go, okay, and then I have a conversation with them when the other person's not there. They say, oh yeah, that's a person, that's how he is. And with my interactions with them and their interaction with them, I can verify we're talking about the same person. Rather than that form of triangulation, I cannot verify anyone. You know what I mean? It's like they say, if somebody says something and it comes from some it doesn't come from somebody or somebody knows, don't fucking believe it. That's the type of shit I'm working with. I don't really fuck with Channel people.
My channel person.
I'd say you and Truth are not channel people.
Said no.
I'd say no about. Yeah, I'd say no about you and Truther. Personally.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't even
But
these
I'd say,
categories. I don't even get into it.
yeah, I'd say Tommy Snafu. I'd say those are channel people. I'd say Jack Talcott. I'd say that's not a channel person. I'd say
Talcott's in a realm of his own.
yeah, I could elaborate. Who's a channel person? Who's not a channel person? I mean,
Yeah, I see what you're saying with Tommy. He's
like
here's
here's
putting on a
like
show, like a performance.
yeah, exactly. Like here's the difference between a channel person and a non-channel person. A channel person says things online that you would never say in real life. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
That's a dead giveaway right there.
Yep.
That's a dead giveaway right there. Like Tommy, Snafu, Toiletable Earth, like they all do that. EBT,
Yep.
like they all do that. I mean, so so it makes sense to me that those are channel people. And there's more. There's others too. But like Talcott, I've had lots of conversations with Talcott off the show. Yeah, and you could say that, Talcott's a different person on the show than he is in real life, or he's the same person on the show that he's in real life. But the fact is that there is a real Talcott. I've come to believe that. And I mean, what do I say about the real Talcott? I think he's okay. I mean, with Andrew Wilson, I don't know, dude. I don't know if he's real. I don't know if he's really married to that lady. I don't know anything. Straight up. That's a channel person.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking earlier when you're watching all the deep fakes that they're pulling up with those women. I was like, are they about to unleash it? Like, Andrew Wilson's not even a real person. Has anybody even met him in real life?
I don't know. And then maybe I'll go to
Is that his real face?
Yeah, maybe I'll go to Modern Day Debate or whatever,
Just
and
kidding.
I'll see him and Rachel Wilson sitting there, and I'll talk to both of them. And I'll be like, okay. I mean, I don't know if the character they play online is who they really are, but I guess it confirms that they're actual people. But yeah, that's how I'm going about things here. It's got to be one thing at a time. Right? But yeah, I'd say everyone who comes on our channel is not a channel person. And honestly, I'd say like a lot of people Annapurna, Unseen Warfare, like Neurojack, like the dude Televised Apocalypse, like Rant, Lanza, like a lot of these people, like I don't really see them around, or when I do see them around, they're the same. They do the same shit. They do the same shit in a private conversation that they do online, for example. So I have more trust with those people. So it's just like, I could only trust the people that, that show up and, obviously, say honorable and true words. And, their private conversations reflect what they say in public. That's a good start. Right? Try to communicate with people.
Yep.
But otherwise, you don't. Otherwise, you don't have standards, and you want to play the stupid game that online isn't real life and stuff. Yeah, but online shit does affect people in real life. Pay attention to what's been happening in the last 10 years, you fucking moron. So we could play that stupid game, but the real facts is different. It's called social media.
Speak of Hank and he awakes.
Yeah, Hank's definitely not AI. He's definitely not a channel person. So, I mean,
Hank's a sharp dude. He's a sharp dude, but
yeah, he's very sharp. Yeah,
he's very vulnerable. He's
Like
I don't know.
Hank will say
Nah,
some
I mean,
wild
dude,
stuff, but
I don't know.
in
I
this
think
whole
Hank's
world, man. We're in
yeah, I
at
know.
the
I
same
think
time
Hank's.
he'll
I
make
think Hank's like
some really good points. I'm like, damn, that's a good point.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Hank's like I think he's more functional than 90% of people, to be honest. I mean,
I hear you. I hear you. I'm just saying, like a lot of the
like
people,
Hank's not like
a lot
Hank's
of the
like
people on these YouTube streets, dude. I'm saying that
yeah,
shit.
like
a
like
lot of these
Snafu
people
and
are fucked
Tommy are
up,
gonna
man.
have like Snafu and Tommy are probably gonna have serious problems tomorrow, but Hank probably not. He's probably pretty stable, right? Like this is the type of shit I'm talking about. I mean, like you could message Hank. Hank will show up. Hank's reliable. You could trust Hank's word, for example. You can't do that with those other guys at all. I mean, so
Definitely not.
just in terms of just honesty and stability and just honorable nature, I mean, I'd go with Hank 10 times over than any of these guys. Really, I mean, this is the experience I'm having. So I mean, I'm talking about personable, relatable. I'm talking about realistic expectations, and I'm talking about people whose words match their actions and what they can portray in public and what they portray in real life and professionally speaking and online, and they realize there's no disparity. I mean, so I've explained it for fucking half an hour now.
Right. Yeah, for me, it's just people being reasonable, proper exercise of the mind, like people that can think. There's a way to think.
Right.
There's a way to everything, but there are people that are specifically trying to break you. That's all they're doing.
Yeah.
But they're the people you got to really shut down. The Sanity Machine, dude, that guy's the biggest clown ever.
Yeah, that guy's truly deranged. Well, I think that guy's that's an example of a channel person. That guy's doing it just for the that guy's just getting a kick out of whatever he's doing. Where he's smoking his own queef smoke.
Yeah, but dude, he's so invested that it's pathetic, dude.
Yeah, he's lost.
It's like, dude, you went too far gone. Yeah, you fucked up big time, But he's gonna double down with that like fucking role he's playing in all the games he's playing. It's just like, dude, like you lost, man. We're out here doing kick flips and nollie tray flips, and you're fucking posing nose blunts. As photos.
For sure. And then they fall over too.
That's all it is. He's a poser, man. You can be intelligent. He can be intelligent and reasonable, but it's like everything else. It's like, dude, you're fucking up big time. Then you see people that do it. They know what they're doing, and then they don't know what they're doing. People manipulating you out of just pure naive bad habits, right? Bad mind behavior, and then people that know exactly what they're doing. Steven knows what he's doing, but he's playing himself.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Yeah, I mean, this dude is live 24/7. I bet he's live right now. Honestly, we could probably look at his show right
Probably.
now. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, this dude's reviewed my show countless times. Real talk. Which I guess is probably a good thing. With a few of these guys, it actually turns, like with Tommy or Snafu or one of these guys. Like, these guys are so discredited that when they actually review your show, people actually start liking you. So, oh, we got Cockboy Hotline as well. Okay, so we got a few people going live here. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, Sanity Machine is definitely live right now as we speak.
Trombone.
Just like I predicted, 35 people watching, 3,700 subscribers. Okay, let's see what's going
He's
on.
plateaued.
Yo, Hank, I'm not trying to exploit you. What I'm saying is I've got to know you. You've said things about yourself that I got to know. Other people have got to know, and I see they've been trying to break you.
Yeah,
That's
let
all I'm
me.
getting at.
Yeah, I hate when people like do this thing where they're like all trying to give Hank advice on the fucking panel. That gets pretty gay pretty soon. But yeah, let me go and get
I'm not giving him advice.
No, I know. I'm not saying you, but I'm saying like when it's like 5 or 6 people and they're all saying the same thing at Hank, I get fucking annoyed, dude. Because I'm like, what the hell is this? But yeah, I gotta admit, Anna Perno's being fucking hilarious yesterday because she was because she told Hank yeah, she was being funny when she was talking to Hank, but she was being hilarious when she was talking to Flow State, and she told Flow State that he's creepy.
Yep.
That shit was hilarious, yo. That was top level comedy when she was like, Flow State is creepy. And then she went on my Neurojack when she was like, why are you telling this dude? Why are you trying to puff this dude up? Like, oh man. Oh man, I was dying.
Anna's got like a bit of Italian in her.
Yeah, she was funny as hell. Okay, here comes Hank. Blessings.
Yeah. So I'm really not worried about trying to cloak myself because I was here trying to find people I could relate to in the first place, since I having a hard time relating to people in meat space. I didn't come into the panelists till I was in my 30s after I explored my local routes in the first place. So just because there's few people to relate to than I expected isn't really that big of an issue. Especially there's the people who my haters are just loser failure hobos.
You want to
Trying get
react
me
to this? You want to react to this fucking clown queefing?
Let's see
Queen
what he
queefing?
says. Yeah, let's see what he says for a few minutes.
Yeah, let's see what this
Hold
moron
on, Hank.
says.
Loser, hater, hobos. Is that a shot at me?
No, it's a shot at Officer Snaps and Luma Tommy.
They're not hobos.
Luma Tommy is the couch
Just
surfer.
think of
right
it
now.
metaphorically.
Yeah, they're bums.
I'm getting offended. I'm a hobo, man, and you're offending me, man.
Good.
A wild
All right.
Neurojack has appeared.
Wild
I'm
Neuro.
pissed.
That's fine. Yeah, when I see you, you're living under a roof too. So at least recently.
Yeah, but it sucks, man. I'll be out of here.
All right. But yeah, there's people get
He's
all
got a
kinds
good
of.
thing going here.
and there's a lot of support in this community. And I
Oh God, he's not even gonna talk. He's gonna watch this shit.
Not volume low. People in the you guys. Very weird. Closing his eyes.
W, can you guys hear me?
Very weird.
Yeah,
what's so weird about closing your fucking eyes, dude?
Yeah, here's the thing. A bunch of these people who are afraid of the camera would like to criticize other people's appearances and then to say, I just point and laugh at them because they're cowards.
Dude, this dude got up on Jack Talcott and they all took their shirts off. And they're like, Machine Lies, you gonna take your shirt off? I was like, fuck no. Like, that's some gay ass shit.
Yeah, and get clipped? No, thank you.
Yeah, exactly, dude. And
Take
they were
it out
looking,
context.
man, they were looking like a bunch of disgustos.
Hell
dude.
no.
They were all like rubbing their nipples. It was Sandy Machine, Base Oracle, El Perro. All these people were taking their fucking shirts off on Jack Talk. I was like, oh hell no.
Really,
The Sandy Machine
really
was going to take his
strange.
shirt off. No, I don't believe it.
Oh yeah, he took his shirt off and he rubbed his nipples and he had titties.
Yeah, he had his little blankie on.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's okay. I saw that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm allowing Carrie. Let me speak. For a couple years with it was kind of Timmy dynamic and allow him.
Come on, let's
General,
go,
I'm speaking
Queefin.
to-
What's this?
I'm really here.
What the fuck is this?
It's a
this is
cockroach
OTW.
on OTW.
What the hell? Okay, I guess we got a nice what shall we say?
It's downloaded.
I mean this is some shoddy production, man. What's that, cursive writing?
It's almost as bad as Monday Debate.
With the blue font? That's not.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, but we can't talk shit about them because now we're actually trying to get on there. So
drug penalty.
No, I will talk shit about them. If they no, I'm sorry. Ryan fucked up one of my debates already. He's doing the same thing at the highest level. I will talk shit about him. And he will fix it before I go on there again. He will fix it, or I refuse to go on there. I saw the debates made by Jim Bob and Fight the Foul Earth. He fucked up.
look at Drew's chat. It's literally Truth or Cops chat. It's hilarious. We got John Wayne. We got Station 33. We got Soul Read Analytics. Oh, but then we got some other people. JT, what the fuck?
No, I'm dead serious about Monday Debate. If they can't
got some
get
guy
the
named
production
Quincy
value,
doing there.
I'm not going. I won't recommend anyone going back on there. They need to up their production value. They're not even as good as the StreamYard.
Yeah, the production value on Modern Day Debate is pretty horrible, by the way.
Yes.
But
I'd rather have a half decent podcast than just going someplace popular. That's shit.
yeah. I mean the blue aesthetic. I mean that's pretty ugly. Yeah, they got all these new people in their chat. Coincidence Theorist, Good One Day. Okay.
What's Ezra doing there?
Well,
she's watching.
Well, her and Stephen David watch this, and other people. King Ti, Land of the
That dude's a clown.
Yeah.
Big time clown.
Yeah. Okay. Lala Intuitive Tarot. Nice. Okay, let's see what he's watching.
Which is roughly 1 million Bitcoin.
Fox News.
We
We
could
get
cut our
pop for
debt
this.
in half in 20 years. And in the meantime,
I mean, he's not
we
getting
would have
popped
an
for it.
asset that's growing in value.
Yeah, well,
Our own
do they ever
dollar is
enforce the rules
decreasing in
evenly?
value. And thereby we could
Not
shore
really.
up the U.S. dollar as the world's
That's
reserve currency.
my point.
What that does is help us protect ourselves against inflation and protect the U.S. dollar on the world stage.
Well, with Bitcoin?
It's a legislation
Yes.
already being proposed
So
I wouldn't know
why
about
Bit-
that.
to store Bitcoin. Crazy. That's that mainstream now.
Yeah, it is. I got 10 years ago.
Credit this guy here, Ross Ulbricht. Here's his X
Still
page.
slow.
The 6.5 years ago, my wife created this X account to give my voice back. All this time, she relayed my messages to you word for word. Starting now, my fingertips are on the keyboard. This is from 4 hours ago. Here we are, 1 week after my release. Our prayers are finally answered. This dude got out. He's back with his wife. Here he is.
Last night, Donald Trump granted me a full pardon. I was doing life without parole, and I was locked up for more than 11 years. But he let me out. I'm a free man now. So let it be known that Donald Trump is a man of his word. Thank you so much, President Trump.
Yeah, Donald Trump swings back to
Hand on the heart.
presidency, so he doesn't have to
That's it.
pardon
So
so many
look for
people.
this guy on Rogan. I'll predict in the near future you'll see this guy on Rogan, and he might get involved with some.
Yeah, he forgot to throw up the salute after he put his hand on the heart there.
Yeah,
Yo,
I was
what's up?
hoping for it.
Yeah.
You say he's trolling.
Yeah, you got to go full in. You can't half step this.
Tech companies and Bitcoin. I got a crying kid. This was the last thing I was gonna play anyway. So we're gonna go right to the outro,
Trash
and when
Shambhala.
that's over, it's gonna dump you guys over to EBT stream, where I'm sure he'll play rap for like 30 minutes before he gets into anything. I appreciate everyone's
Oh,
time. That was
what a surprise.
Well, there it goes.
Why'd that guy get pardoned from jail?
Because he was not check with Trump.
He's pardoning the J6 people. But yeah,
He's been there for 11 years. I don't know who that guy was.
Sounded really muffled there, Truther.
No, they said he was in jail for 11 years. I think that guy. I don't know who he was. Saw a video of him. I don't know. I'll take who he was.
Oh, Truth Cops here. Yeah, I tried to offer you Zebra. I don't even know what your relationship is to Officer Snaps is, but I tried to offer my services to moderate your conflict between you and Officer Snaps, because Ellul Tommy mod spooked the first one, but then Snaps would do a fit and tried to just leak my name to scare me, even though I leaked my name already.
Oh, is that why he's
Really care. I leaked my name like 3 years ago, at least, or 10 years ago. So, the thing is, I use this name to identify myself better because there's already 3 or 4 or 5 famous people with the name, so it's gonna be too hard to figure out what the hell I did. So he's actually doing nothing.
What old Benjamin did now. Changed his name and became famous.
Yep.
What the fuck?
yeah, Drew's playing the fucking fixed news. A lot of nuance there when you react to the clips on the news. Is that Back to the Future?
Yep. Great movie.
Oh shit. What happened to your boy? He ain't looking too hot. What the hell is this? It's like every president. This is his outro.
Yeah, there's a reason I don't
Yeah.
subscribe to Shock Audio.
Chalk body cock boy hotline with the pyramid attached to it. That's not weird at all.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
That's not weird at all. And St. Thomas Aquinas refuted Muhammad and Islam. Isn't that cute? Isn't that cute?
You gotta call EBT Skyler. You can't call him EBT. You gotta call him Skyler.
And it's spelled goofy too.
Oh, I actually, if you're gonna do that, I'll go even further. I'll call him Scholar Fiction. So I'll completely insult him by acknowledging some other guy that kind of looks like him.
That's how
Yeah.
corny. That's how corny he is, dude. He said his name multiple times, and then I say his name the one day, and he fucking freaks the fuck out. Like, dude just wants drama, man.
Just goofy.
Yeah, pretty much. All you really need to do when someone calls your name you don't like is just not acknowledge it. Just be quiet.
That's just crazy, man. Over dramatic. He's like eagerly offended, so you toy with him.
Yes.
Yeah. Hallelujah, holla back. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I just liked and subscribed. Because somehow
Oh shit, we got another subscriber. That's 21. That's 21, folks.
There's
21.
Cool beans.
Going deep into this YouTube experience. We're now being streamed on 3 different channels. And Neurojack is on his way, I'm sure. Tally ho. Tally ho.
That's funny. I was trying to get Brown's boy to time me out in the chat. He wouldn't do it.
Why would he? You barely even use the chat.
Because I wasn't modded up at the time earlier. So he could definitely do it.
Yeah, it's technically possible to, but there's no good reason to, so he wouldn't do it.
Yeah, but it was it's just a joke.
Yep. Yeah, I went ahead and ordered another microphone because if I'm hardware dialed to change the game because I'm tired of Logitech's bullshit. It's a Zeo Sound USB microphone. Only $30.
Only $30, eh? It's not too bad.
Yeah, I'll put the link in the back. Wait, I can put it in the front stage now. I just got moderated. Up. Yeah, hardware dials. Only $30. I'll be here tomorrow because the shipping's that fast.
They must have a distribution center nearby then, right?
Absolutely.
And I think my cat. Oh, never mind.
Still isn't as convenient if I could just get out Best Buy, but the best stuff isn't at Best Buy. With a couple exceptions. But yeah, hardware dials.
Yeah.
No, since I'm mod now, might as well put my link in there.
What did we accomplish just a moment ago? I launched on a long conversation about something.
We talked about channel people, right?
Yeah. How we can't trust what they freaking
Oh,
say
yeah.
because
Yeah.
they're compulsive liars
And LARPers.
and scammers.
Yep.
LARPers, scammers, and drifters are mine.
I thought that Raging Tomato chick was pretty sharp, but then I caught an episode of the Mandela Effect, and they were talking about it, and I was like, what the fuck? Bro, they're still conditioned like they're still fucking off their.
Well, she said she got $1 million pussy.
You got that $1 million pussy.
How the hell is a pussy worth $1 million in any context?
It was
She
bought.
got she got $1 million pussy.
That's the $1 million question, Hank.
I just lost one viewer by saying that, but yeah, I'm pretty sure.
We deserve that.
Yeah, we pretty much.
Oh
deserved
well.
it.
Oh well.
I fully deserved it.
I was
I
with
should
the
take
chick
this
that
off.
reminds me of the Raging Tomato, and she tried to fucking like use her thighs to like choke my neck.
She was called the Raging Tomato. You said?
Nah, this chick I met in Arizona looks very similar to that chick, the Raging Tomato chick.
Oh.
Suffocate me with her fucking thighs. Like, I actually tried to. She was crazy as shit. Crazy college chick.
Hell yeah, we got Panelverse Presents.
I
The
know
Triple OG.
Fucking wealthy college chicks are crazy.
Yeah, they're wild.
Oh, they're nuts.
Well, you should see these Arab girls. They're actually on a whole nother level of wealth. They actually have tons of money. They actually look at you like you're a peasant. Over at
Bobby
university. Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. Like the Arabs and Jews have so much fucking money. Like compared to normal people, like normal people are just fucking poor. Like your normal American is fucking poor compared to them. It's
Yep.
fucking wild. It's actually insane. Like you actually meet one of these Arab people or one of these Jews, like they have money coming out of their fucking ass.
But the Saudi Arabians, yes. In fact, the Jews are poor compared to them.
Yeah, I mean it's just scales of wealth. I mean, and the Persians are pretty fucking wealthy too. Asians are pretty wealthy. You know what I mean?
No, Asians
brown
really
people are not that
really.
wealthy.
No, they're not. No, Asians aren't wealthy. It's just they're good at business. The ones that make
Yeah,
it
you're
here.
right. Yeah, you're right. There is a lot of poor ass Asians. Like
Yeah.
in the actual Asian countries, like there's tons of poor people.
Yeah, the
Yep.
ones that make it here are just all business people because that's how they filter themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably right.
Well, the richest people in Philly, it was always the Jews. There's right outside of Philadelphia, they call it the Main Line. That's where all the big time wealthy Jews are at. They're still there, but M. Night Shyamalan lives up there too.
What a twist.
Like up in New Hope and stuff.
Right outside of Philly.
Right outside. Okay.
Shyamalan has this huge fucking house. We used to smoke blunts, like drive up to his house. Corny shit, but it's like just going a blunt ride up to his house. You know, it was like 10 minutes from our neighborhood. 15 minutes.
Old M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, let me try to play some music here.
I'm gonna jump out of here anyway. I got we can start winding down.
Wait, what did you say, Truth?
I'm out of here. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, blessings, Truth. Yeah,
Easy.
it's coming in muffled too. But yeah, just let you know. But yeah.
Yeah, you should check that link. You probably need another mic too because of the damn.
Yeah, go back
camera.
and go back and listen to yourself for a second. But yeah, blessings.
The new phone. All right.
Yeah, he sounded like he was underwater there. Totally weird. He sounded like he was actually talking through a pillow.
Yeah, like through like copious layers of insulation.
Yeah. But yeah, let me play some music here. I'm making a little bit of coffee here. This will be my last coffee of the night, I'm pretty sure. It's like 1 a.m. Jesus. I don't know why the fuck I'm drinking coffee, to be honest. But yeah.
Because I have to go to sleep.
Yeah.
That's why I do it when I'm trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, I mean tomorrow. I mean the real reason is because I have like a little bit more of the coffee grinded up, and I have no more coffee, so it gives me an incentive to go to the store in the morning, just get tons of more coffee, because yeah, I don't want to get lazy tomorrow and try to go up tomorrow, just drink that cup and then take a nap and wake up and fucking pretend like I don't eat coffee.
Get some avocados.
Exactly.
I agree.
Precisely. Yeah, let's go to this. I wonder what this is. Actually, let me go with this one instead.
Wherever that is.
Okay, I don't think any of us know. The way I see it, right? It's in the subconscious mind, your subconscious, because your consciousness, your full mind, as a whole, has been split in 3 parts. Your conscious part, conscious mind, unconscious and subconscious. So, in our subconscious mind is the one that talks to us in imagery. It's the telepathic mind, which we can't really access while in the body because we've been dumbed down by the brain, because the brain acts as a governor of our consciousness. So I'm not necessarily talking about the mind while in the body, because like I said, we've been dumbed down by the billions. This is how much they've dumbed down us, been dumbing us down. So, but what I mean is, when you leave the body, then you'll be able to access your subconscious mind that's been cut off by our enslavers. Then, but even then, it'll take a while to access the full extent of our subconscious mind.
I agree with everything you're saying. I agree with everything you're saying, but why are we still here then?
Okay, we are, because my theory goes, okay, there's actually 2 theories in the soul track community, but my theory is not very common. But the theory that many holds is that we are because we produce luz, right? For these entities, they are extracting our energy. However, that's to do with hypnotism that we originated from source. And we got sucked into this AI, which is taking our energy. But yet, where is the source? Where is God? The true God and creator of all things. There is nowhere to be found. There is no help coming. Yet we are down here suffering and suffering and suffering, you know. But my theory goes, the real reason why we like loose is not only the symptom. We have been enslaved by our creators because we pose a threat. They experimented on us and they created an awareness that scared the shit out of them. So what they did was, and they couldn't destroy it, they couldn't kill us. So what they did was they enslaved us into simulations like the one we are in now, in a loop, in a reincarnational loop with amnesia.
What is this tune, bro?
But we weren't, I'm not saying we were created in a simulation, we were created in the real world. And then afterwards, these entities or these people.
You hearing this, Red?
Yeah, is that the guy part of the tune, or is that just like an overlay?
That's me overlaying London Man show onto
Holy
this
shit,
song.
bro!
Isn't that
I
crazy?
thought it was part of the song.
Yep.
No, that's me remixing it. Yep.
That's wild, man.
That's panel jazz.
I'm like, wait a minute. It's like, how's this part of the song? He's talking about soul trap and shit.
Yeah, that's panel jazz. Isn't that an interesting mix, right?
Yeah.
Like wild. Yeah, but
so
it's
did
London
you actually
Man's
mix
panel.
it into one file, or you just trying to play both at the same time somehow? You mix it that way. I lied.
I just play it on both at the same time.
And then records it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I might put a video to that. Like something about like a soul leaving a body, like interesting stuff, right?
Yeah, right. That'd
be cool, right?
That'd be crazy. Someone would be like, "Who made this?"
Yeah, that's the plan for it. Yeah, it's like to put a cool video of like a soul leaving a body to this recording, so it'll sound really cool.
Yeah.
Look really cool. It'll be an intro to one of my episodes.
Yeah, first I figure out what soul looks like. Because no one really
I
figured
think
that
like
out yet.
yeah, I think what I have like is like uploading consciousness, something like that too. You know?
Well, good luck.
A lot of animes that have stuff like that.
Yeah, but they soul is really an ethereal body. So, like Bleach, it's an ethereal body. It's made reishi, I think. It's not really what people mean by soul, because they can be killed off too. So it can't be.
Yeah, but I thought it sounded really cool.
It does sound cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy, especially with their accents, you know.
Yeah.
Where it's like the British guy talking to like the Southern accent guy. And he's like, I believe. He's like, I believe in everything you're saying. Now the question is, why the fuck are we still here? That's great. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, I think
The thing about that is like I was getting into that, all the loose stuff, right? But at the same time, there's you can have free energy. It's the 0 point. So it's like, why would you need to like feed on people's energy if there's already energy you can get for free?
Yeah, we have free energy in the physics sense. It's from the sun, the star. We have a thing called day, where
It would have to be something other than energy than that they would be feeding on.
Maybe processing power, like the Matrix. Maybe feeding on that, like an egregore.
Or maybe how the energy is being used. I don't know. It's
yeah.
it's
I
goofy.
do now. I do now.
No, I mean about the loose stuff, Hank.
Yeah, you're using processing power. They're using the people's processing power. Egregores using people's processing power so they can manifest in this universe. That's all.
But at the same time, you have Kurzweil saying that our brains are too slow and you know, out of date or whatever. So
Yeah,
processing
Kurzweil
power
doesn't know
wouldn't
what
be
he's
that much.
Kurzweil doesn't know what he's talking about.
That's true.
Yeah, we got another Kurzweil thing queued up. But I don't know how I'm gonna go live Saturday because we kind of got struck in the middle of the episode, so I have to wait till like 11 p.m. to start my stream. So that's not exactly gonna work. All right, so I'll have to
Yeah,
go
it
live.
makes it kind of messy.
Yeah, I'll have to go live Wednesday next week. Just start a new week over.
Well, you could just go live
That's
on
fine.
Cyber Caliphate and it gets and when because when it's okay to stream to that place again, you just stream it to your audience.
Yeah, we're
to
doing.
that place.
Yeah, we're doing that stuff. We're going to be doing debate reviews tomorrow, starting with Apostate Prophet and the Central Dawa guy.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then
it's
we'll
just-
move to and then we'll move to Tazariak versus Andrew Wilson. And then I have another one by Keith Woods versus Daniel Hakikachu. So I got some good debates lined up that we could review in the meantime.
How did Tariq get into the same room as Andrew Wilson when he's such a weak debater?
No, it's Tazariak.
Tazariak, that makes
yeah.
sense.
Yeah, not
Tazariak.
Tariak. Yeah,
Yeah, he's-
Tazariak. Yeah.
Yeah, I got him confused for a second, but then it's like two different people.
Which after seeing him in action, now I now understand why I didn't prep for him, but you prepped for me. So
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we'll be right back.
Things we cannot see, but I know they are there. Then afterwards, they created these simulations for us to be imprisoned. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, I want to go over what you said, guys. Yeah, so when you mentioned about these beings saw how so yeah, you mentioned how they saw how we were powerful and that they were scared. So yeah, basically what you're going on, what I've looked into is you go back to the Sumerian myth of how Enlil, being the god of Yahweh, Jehovah, the demiurge, essentially saw the humanity, he saw us as his creation, realized the infinite potential that we have and how powerful we could be. If we were to leave this realm, we would have an impact upon the other realms. So we go to the Babylon, the story, the Tower of Babylon story. What was real or not, the metaphor is that they were trying to escape this reality and go into the heavens, but then Enlil destroyed the tower and kept us down here. And humanity's being trapped here because they don't want us out there. I think it's quoted in the Sumerian text, Enlil, or God, or Yahweh, sees humanity as noise, and we were too noisy for him, and would cause too much chaos. So they flooded humanity over and over and over again. That's why I think we have resets and cycles again and again, because when humanity becomes too noisy, they just reset everything again. And all of our memory and nations will be wiped, flooded. That's why we have Tataria, we have all these other buildings that make no sense, that are left. Remnants of the past, I think because they fear, from what I've been told by the Watchers as well, they fear the power that we have within us, and they don't want it outside of this realm. Yeah, the possibility. Yes, it's interesting you said that.
I love being around free thinkers. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's good we can have this conversation.
You're welcome.
And then it goes.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that just okay, you can go.
Sorry, go.
Okay, so no, yeah, just to add what you said that that we have the potential to be greater than the creators, but yeah, so but we were created outside of the simulation. The simulations, like the one we are in now, was created for us. to engage the awareness which they create, because we pose a threat to our makers.
Well, Rocky.
You gotta have soul, Rocky. Feel the soul.
Green cards, are they like tarot cards? I find it hilarious that all these random people on the internet know so much about me, even though they know nothing about me. It's hilarious.
Who are you talking about now, Hank?
Yeah, Rocky says Hank is going to be fun exported through.
He's just joking, Hank. He's
Probably.
messing around.
Yeah, you can see the muscles on my muscles because I got from work.
Yeah, they're gonna be bringing in Indians
They already brought in Indians. They're
to
some of
work
our
in the
best
fucking
workers.
gay Amazon factory or whatever.
They're some of our best workers.
Yeah, that's the thing is that
Indians
they
and
got their
Somalis.
special type of brown people. They got special brown people that they like.
Yes,
That's what you got to learn.
absolutely. And yeah, I'm not afraid of people breaking me over the internet because I can always just unplug it or disconnect. It's really not a good vector to run a cult.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. We'll take Hank back to Zambia or whatever.
Freaking, I don't even know where that is. I don't even know where that is.
Yeah, Trump's a Zionist.
And so am I.
The sad shofar.
Did you just say sad shofar?
Oh yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, that's probably the one that's gonna get us popped. The channel, everything.
But you never know when Rocky's serious because he believes so much stupid shit. Like he still can't find the curve of the planet he's lived on for like 70 years, I would guess. Still can't find that.
He's probably in his 60s.
Not a healthy 60.
We got Hank's the Globetard. Yeah, we should say. Yeah, we should put something for the flat Earth too. Like the flat, like flat turd.
Flat brain, or maybe.
Flat turds and the Globetards. I believe in flat turd. I believe in Globetard. Great. What about all the humans on the Earth? Can't figure out what's going on between them. What about that?
Oh yeah, I use Wolfram's model to do that.
Yeah, we can't figure out how to live in harmony with the fucking birds and the bees and the fucking animals and each other. Come on, man.
Beep, beep, beep. What about free energy? You talking about flat Earth? What about harnessing free energy? How about that?
Yeah, you need a branch space that Wolfram invented to model the people. And if you're not smart to do that, use MBTI instead.
Yeah, I've been classified.
Do they pop you for comments in the chat? I forget.
Yeah, they can.
They
People
can.
report.
Oh,
People
shit.
can report. Yeah, people can report the comment. So that's why if somebody makes a spicy comment, you just go ahead and delete
Yeah,
it
and go
as a moderator. Yep.
Yep.
To save them and save the channel, because too many people make spicy comments and the channel could get popped. The person themselves could get popped for making the comment. So you just delete the comment to do them a favor, do the channel a favor. It's all fine. It's all in good faith.
Yeah, it really depends on the mood or what kind of channel you have. So I haven't been popped or anything, but I have been explicitly going on my way to find naughty stuff and pointing it out. So I look like a police officer. I'm a community manager, so that's why I have a channel specifically for finding all this nonsense and toxic garbage and saying, here it is. Watch out for that person. So they're not really popping me. In fact, they pop the people who make their posts. And I also when I do make an actual reporting, I think they're right on it. So I mean I got some gay porn removed instantly after premiere. I got reported during the premiere. So
Yeah, you're a savior, Hank.
yep.
You to mop up that, you know, that
janitor.
filth.
I'm a
Yeah,
janitor.
mop up that filth. You fucking, you know. Scum Patrol.
Yeah, the downside is I'm not doing stuff that makes me popular, but I get to clean up really well. So
Trump is going to add 100% power to the grid. The griddle. He's going to add McGriddles probably too.
then we can build a pancake plan to live on.
Exactly. Bring back McGriddles and Pancake Earth. That's probably going to be the new conspiracy slogan. Yeah, I need to construct more panel jazz. But I haven't heard anything like quite as aesthetically pleasing as that set of contorted interactions. Yeah, maybe I should play Toilet Boards versus DK. Where is yeah, let me message Neuro. I'm pretty sure he's coming in here in a minute.
You better be.
Yeah.
What will you do if we won't?
Yeah, I mean I'm
Well,
going
that's
to sleep.
on him.
Yeah, I'm going to sleep when it goes 11:55. So that's the main reason I'm saying. Because I can't let the recording go too long on my end. So I will end it.
Yeah, let's see if he comes through. Yeah, he left me a video, but there's not enough time to cover it, so we'll just cover it tomorrow. It's the rest of the Alex Jones video we were watching, where he was going into the New Age topics.
That could be like any show.
Yeah, but this time he was going hard. He was literally talking about the Oprah's secret, and he was saying you could change your mind and change reality. Yeah, he was like, Oprah's talks about the secret. This is Alex Jones talking, and then he was saying that you could calcify your pineal gland, and not be telepathic anymore. So I mean, the fact is that he's constantly building like the same thing 10 years ago, how he was saying don't drink the fluoride water. You know what I mean? And now he's ramping up to, oh yeah, well, it'll calcify your pineal gland and you'll lose telepathic powers. You know, so it's gone to a new level of new age shit.
Well, here's the thing. The less mainstream he gets, the more he can reference Principia Discordia. So this is not a surprise to me.
Yeah, it's getting pretty fucking hectic out there. You know, I mean, it's the shit as usual. I mean, we were saying that he was going into an occult direction with the Great Awakening with all these people, and now it just comes out in the open. That's all it is.
Well, here's the thing. It's out in the open, but he's not in the open anymore, so it's still just as sin as it always has been. It's not as popular, so it's... Yeah, and the secret was 2007. So this I'm not learning anything new.
Yeah, I mean,
plus what I'm trying to do is figure out the limit, because there's absolutely a limit, because changing your mind doesn't make you omnipotent. It just changes your interface.
you got to push it to the limit, to the point of no return.
Oh, I pushed back that, then I found a point in for return. I can go backwards, but here's the thing: you can't. There's a limit to what you can change just by changing your mind. Otherwise, I'm going to just change whatever the hell I wanted, whenever.
Yeah, now let's play Croco Clips.
Oh snap!
Let's play some Croco Clips. Some Croco Clips. Rachel Wilson was a bear.
This shit I'm doing is bigger than you. Do not interfere. I'm so far ahead of you niggas, it look like I'm not even here. Although my road is not even clear, I don't see no other option to steer. I'm going out as a legend, you know it. My envious enemies dropping a tear. You should know I get it popping by my name. I do. Man, these hoes ain't never rocking with no lane. That's you, bitch. I'm married to this motherfucking game. It's true. If you really think you got me in your aim, this shit. Let's go. This isn't love, no, sir. Although I appear to be grinning, you get in touch with my bad side, that's a bad ride. I'm severely diminished. Check out the trophies, I seriously did it, and you just like curiously winning. I'm kind of weird, I admit it, bitch. I'm in the building, but I don't stay near any tenants. Later my own, the label is cold. We raking in gold. I'm labeled as gold. You borrow my style and can't even pay off the loan. You phony, you fake, you a clone. I'm ape with the flow. You think you the greatest, but no. Put down a cocaine and Patron. I aim for your dome. Bow, I'm digging your grave. There's no other way it can go. Look, bruh, it's too late. The beast has been woke to confront your ass and greet your kinfolk. I'm struggling to fight this evil impulse when I'm writing this shit down on the sheet. The pen smokes. I needed to bounce.
What's up, guys? David Crocco. Welcome back to the show. Just a quick little hangout. Make of with these screenshots what you will. Wanted to pull up some articles that I came across. Interesting stuff. Just need it to load. Missing Texas teens sold for sex in Missouri. Back to the CPS foster care trafficking. St. Louis County, Missouri. Teens being sold for sex from a room in St. Louis at a hotel. Turned out to be missing juveniles from Texas, 16 years old. Unfortunately, there are opportunities for traffickers considering the I-70. This is just getting more and more out of control, and I came across a bunch of stories. And some of these are just so crazy. And they just disappear, literally. The Texas foster care sex abuse scandal that disappeared. A year ago, explosive allegations of sexual exploitation shut down this shelter for teenage victims of trafficking. The privately run treatment center housed almost a dozen girls, custody of the state. The scandal erupted into view in federal court. Child welfare workers were fired. Rangers all but promised an arrest. The FBI got involved. In the end, no one faced criminal charges. And this is the same story over and over. Trying to get this video to play. Come on. I was just watching it earlier. Come on, CBS Chicago, help me out here.
Yeah, these websites are always
CBS
dog shit.
placed troubled teen girl with pimp as foster parent. So you can tell they're doing really well.
Yeah, but I don't know if you guys are deciphering these.
Maybe there's a YouTube vid or something.
You know, these screenshots. You know, he's got. You know, Rachel Wilson obviously talking to Nick Fuentes, talking to Owen Benjamin. You know, and obviously she was talking to Tucker Carlson, so she's highly connected. Far before
But don't worry, Texas has.
they really rose up in terms of you know, the little bit of internet fame that they've now procured.
Washing hands of runaway and missing foster kids.
And now going on the news.
170 of those kids were minors. One legislator says the state is washing its hands. So just ignoring the problem. It'll get better. It'll take care of itself. And we know the Israel safe haven for pedos. And we had that guy Chaim Cohen, who had the adopted kids, 9 of them. He could flee. Yeah, I'm gonna try YouTube for this. It's gotta be up here. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, I don't even know if we could play this.
A CBS News investigation has uncovered a loophole that allows accused and following the tracks loophole.
We 48 years and a Fox Photos attempts to this much.
Known this for a very long time.
Yeah, essentially he's saying that, a lot of these sex offenders, they go seek asylum in Israel. So it's a constant pattern that once they've committed the crime, they're fine to go to Israel afterwards and, be totally free. Right? So, yeah, it's a sad pattern that's repeated too many times, and obviously there's tons of news stories about it. Right?
All right, let me see if there's anything else I want to add.
And this is Rachel Wilson
Ban.
attacking Krakow.
Not a good look.
So yeah, there's obviously been lots of developments. What the hell is this?
No doubt. Yo, you know what?
What the hell is this? Okay, I guess this is a oh. One of those trash files. Go ahead and delete that. Yeah, are you walking in the snow, Red?
No.
Yeah, let me see this. Fatal. All right, let's try this.
Y'all alright? How to get the sound of it together? We go back to focus and join called Cold Man. All of these kids get on work now. Y'all alright? What's up, y'all alright?
Airborne, rare form, bare arms, flare on, reset, pop, New York to Tehran, we're on, lock, rare form, hot gear on, spots drop like got shot from heroin. Saeed, I spin through days 12 gauge, means I cock back, everything gets blazed, buried in a blurry, sure he's in a hurry, got a company, an office space, a secretary, welcome to tomorrow, out of the physical, digital visuals, wake you from your sorrow, George Lucas talking computers in my Camaro. Leave home G-phone, me HP gone. Take these streets where no man sees song. In the Amazon with the tribes all neon. Then outside the jungle, man, higher than a Klingon. 72 Buick, bright blue with the lean on. Airborne, rare form, bare arms, flare on, reset, pop, New York to Tehran, we're on, lock, rare form, hot gear on, spots drop like got shot from heroin.
Why the Nippon, turn the heat on, Ichiban, glowing neon, speed of people's choice, know the voices, know the beat on, instant rewind, first things first, in a climate where they scared to take risks, be forever free on, head gone, mind wrong, my team we assembled and all through Babylon, step backs, jetpack, hit track, add rap, abstract, move stacks, full track, it's a whole nother level now, don't hold back, crash landed over struggles but didn't crumble, this concrete jungle humbles many here, a new day is here, still coming left from my pants, catching with different methods, in the grip of recession, my swagger splatters colors in every direction, with the patterns that shatter matter, hard body the batter, I'm whipped from over the canvas like new forms, airborne, rare form, bare arms, flare on, reset, pop, New York to Tehran, we're on, lock, rare form, hot gear on, spots drop like got shot from heroin. Bare arms, flare on, New York to Tehran, we're on, lock, rare form, hot, get gear on, like got shot from heroin. Rare form, bare arms, flare on, New York to Tehran. you. I don't have mistakes for waiting. Keep telling myself that I won't with you. Who should know that how we do? Don't say my name with respect. Quit telling your friends that you work for me. Let me tune in into your frequency that you send. Know that you light my fire. Don't let me go alone.
What's none accidentally called him Nero.
Yeah, it looks like he forgot to end his stream there.